Chapter 754. A large hole appeared in the enchantment of the West Sea Dragon Palace. The endless water of the West Sea gushed in. For a moment, the West Sea Dragon Palace was raining heavily. Leaning against the hole, the buildings were submerged by the flood. In the land of the Dragon Gate, a large amount of rain sprayed from the sky, and the ground was already submerged. A large number of Great Wu officials and dragons gathered outside. After all, they didn't dare to approach the inside. Gu Hai fought Di Shirtian. At this moment, they were fighting in the dauntless realm. The two of them exchanged palms, and Gu Hai suppressed Di Shirtian. Your body? How did you cultivate? Di Shirtian stared in disbelief. Di Shirtian, you should retreat, Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Just as the two of them were in a stalemate, a cold air suddenly shot from Gu Hai's back. Your Majesty! Shangguan Hen exclaimed. Without hesitation, he immediately blocked Gu Hai with the back of the turtle shell. The black turtle's defense was extremely strong. Previously, Aoshin couldn't break it no matter how hard he tried. However, Takashi Ryushin's sword was too powerful. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the black turtle in an instant. Pfft, how could it be? Shangguan Hen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of disbelief. Boom! The long sword pierced through the black turtle, and its speed didn't decrease as it suddenly stabbed towards Gu Hai. Your Majesty! Shangguan Hen roared. Boom! The turtle body rotated and instantly crashed into Gu Hai. Huh! Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom! Suddenly, he pushed Di Shirtian away with a palm. He dodged the sword. Humph! Ruining my business, humph! Takashi Ryushin shouted angrily, and the long sword in his hand trembled. Boom! No! Gu Hai and Chong Ming's expressions suddenly changed. Di Shirtian's eyes were also full of shock. However, he saw Shangguan Hen's body explode. It instantly turned into countless fragments. Gu Hai immediately stepped forward and hugged Shangguan Hen's head. Shangguan Zun Zun! Chong Ming exclaimed from afar. Whoosh! The gigantic Xian beast transformed into a human head. He seemed to still be breathing. Your Majesty, I can't bear to see the power of the Dahan anymore. Please take good care of those Xuanwu for me, Your Majesty. Many thanks for Your Majesty's appreciation over the years. Shangguan Hen has no regrets. After finishing the last sentence, Shanghai Hen's head seemed to close its eyes. Looking back at the past, Gu Hai felt sad for a while. As long as I don't allow you to die, you won't die. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Sakura looked at Takashi Ryushin and a trace of disdain flashed past his eyes. Hee, Takashi Ryushin, what a sneak attack from behind. As expected, you are a cold-blooded person who is only interested in this kind of treacherous tricks. Humph! Takashi Ryushin snorted and ignored him. He didn't care about Gu Hai's words. As long as I don't allow you to die, you won't die. He thought that Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen had a close relationship, but the next moment, he saw Gu Hai reach out and take out a huge bucket. In the bucket, Gu Hai poured a 9-colored liquid into it. He couldn't see what it was, but it was extremely strange. Gu Hai put Shangguan Hen's head into it. Buzz! Shangguan Hen's eyes that were about to close suddenly opened again. What? He didn't die? Sakura's face sank. Shangguan Hen's head is all that's left? Why are there so many meridians and blood vessels under his head? Bones popped out again? Muscle filaments? This is... Countless dragons in the outside world exclaimed. What kind of liquid is that? It's helping Shangguan Hen to rebuild his body? Someone exclaimed. Huh, what? Your Majesty, Shangguan Hen said in shock. Rest well and rebuild your body. I said, as long as I don't allow you to die, you won't die. Now, watch how I take revenge for you. Gu Hai looked at Takashi Ryushin coldly. His eyes were full of anger. Takashi Ryushin's face sank. What's in this bucket? Only a head is left. How can it be repaired? Sakura was also shocked. What was in the bucket was naturally the heaven-replenishing power to rebuild Shangguan Hen's body. However, Gu Hai naturally wouldn't tell the two of them. Sakura, stubborn. I have already given you face. Gu Hai's face turned cold. What did you say? Sakura's face sank. And you, Takashi Ryushin, I originally didn't want to fight with you for Long Zhanggua's face. However, you want to kill me today? He even almost killed the Emperor's sovereign beast? Haha, since that's the case, I will help Long Zhanggua to discipline this unfilial son. Gu Hai shouted coldly. With a cold shout, Gu Hai suddenly stepped on the ground and turned into a sharp arrow, charging towards Takashi Ryushin. You're courting death. Takashi Ryushin's face turned cold. He stretched out his hand and slashed towards Gu Hai with his sword. Without his magical power, Takashi Ryushin's strength was also extremely great. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to pierce through the black tortoise's shell and explode the black tortoise with his sword. He slashed towards Gu Hai, but Gu Hai didn't dodge. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. Using your physical body to receive my divine sword? You're courting death. Takashi Ryushin's face turned cold. He increased the strength of his sword and slashed towards Gu Hai's palm. Gu Hai's palm also turned into the color of bones. Boom! The palm and sword collided, but the palm that everyone expected didn't appear. Gu Hai's right palm was actually harder than the black tortoise's shell. Gu Hai held Takashi Ryushin's divine sword in his palm, making it unable to move. This palm is for Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai's face turned sinister. He roared and threw out his left palm. The speed was too fast and the strength was too great. It went straight for Takashi Ryushin's mouth. Takashi Ryushin's face changed. He pulled out his sword to block, but the sword seemed to be rooted in Gu Hai's palm and couldn't move. In a hurry, he could only use his other hand to block Gu Hai's left palm. Boom! Takashi Ryushin's palm was knocked away. Slap! A crisp slap resounded throughout the Dragon's Gate. Takashi Ryushin was sent flying by Gu Hai's slap. Boom! A huge stone mountain was broken in half. Takashi Ryushin stopped. Everyone around suddenly became silent. They couldn't believe that Takashi Ryushin was crawling up from the ruins. There was a palm print on Takashi Ryushin's mouth. The divine sword in his hand had fallen out and was now in Gu Hai's palm. He crawled up from the ruins. His eyes were like copper bells. He couldn't believe that he was actually sent flying by Gu Hai's slap. Moreover, it was a slap on his face. Divine sword? Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. He held the sword with one hand and the hilt with the other and suddenly snapped it. Kacha! The divine sword broke. Heavenly Ice God Sword? Yong Prefecture's #1 divine sword, how could it be broken? Countless Great Wu's officials exclaimed. You didn't use your full strength just now? Sakura looked at Gu Hai with a gloomy face. Get lost. Gu Hai stared at Sakura. Get lost? Good, get lost? What an ambitious and ruthless person. This deity likes to kill ambitious and ruthless people. Sakura suddenly rushed over with a ferocious face. With Sakura's pride, it was impossible for him to be scared by anything. Even if Gu Hai's body was stronger than his, he still wanted to fight. In his dictionary there was no such thing as retreating. What's more, Gu Hai had just entered the Central Sky Palace, and he already retreated. Boom! Sakura rushed straight to Gu Hai. In the ruins in the distance, Takashi Ryushin touched the palm print on his face, as if he had been humiliated. The Emperor could be killed, but not humiliated. Which Emperor didn't have the ambition to create a new world? Which Emperor didn't have the pride of being the most powerful person in the world? The Emperor had the heart of a strong person, the heart of becoming the #1 in the world. Today, he was slapped by a Central Sky Palace and turned around to flee? Find another way to get back his face? Impossible, he had to get up from where he fell. What's more, there were a lot of officials here. Today, as an emperor, he was slapped in the face in front of his subjects, and then he dodged in fear? What a joke! Boom! Takashi Ryushin stepped on the ground and rushed towards Gu-hai. Takashi Ryushin wanted to use his hands to tear Gu-hai apart to repay the humiliation just now. Two sharp arrows shot towards Gu-hai from two directions. Good timing! Gu-hai stared and punched one after another. Boom boom! Under Gu-hai's tyrannical body, Takashi Ryushin and Sakura paused for a moment, but they pounced forward again in an instant. Gu-hai also didn't stay idle. His hand speed suddenly became faster. For a moment, the three of them were filled with the shadows of Gu-hai, Takashi Ryushin, and Sakura's fists and palms. Gu-hai revealed a sinister expression. The more he fought, the faster he became. Boom! A punch landed on Sakura's chest and sent him flying. A slap landed on the other side of Takashi Ryushin's face. Slap! Takashi Ryushin was sent flying again. You! Takashi Ryushin instantly glared and roared. The slap just now was already a great humiliation. Now, Gu-hai gave him another slap? This slap is for Long Zhangua. Unfilial son, unworthy of the surname Long. Gu-hai revealed a sinister expression. Sakura looked at Gu-hai and his eyelids twitched. Sakura was also furious when he was punched by Gu-hai just now. However, compared to Takashi Ryushin, he was much better. Around them, the water slowly flooded. Chong Ming and Ao Xing continued their battle. However, the two of them were a little absent-minded. Compared to the battle between Gu-hai and the other two not far away, the two of them found themselves like two children acting cute. How can Gu-hai be so tyrannical? Ao Xing had a look of disbelief. Around them, some Dragon Clan and Great Wu officials wanted to step in. Puff! The first few people suddenly vomited blood and fainted. The attributes of the Dragon Gate were too terrifying. In the bucket, the 9-colored liquid was slowly decreasing and fusing into Shangguan Hen's body. Shangguan Hen's body was slowly recovering. Meridians, bones, flesh, blood, and skin grew quickly and strangely recovered. The surrounding people were at a loss. When the surrounding rainwater reached the height of a person, Shangguan Hen's body was finally completely rebuilt. However, at this moment, his body seemed to be extremely fragile and he climbed out of the bucket with difficulty. In the bucket, all the heaven-replenishing liquid had been consumed. Shangguan Hen found the fragments of his previous body and found his storage ring. With a flip of his hand, he took out a set of clothes and put it on. However, after putting it on, he seemed to have no strength and fell on a big rock. He looked at Gu-hai and the other two who were fighting in the distance. The three of them fought more and more crazily. However, Gu-hai's body was tyrannical. Even if Sakura and Takashi Ryushin joined forces, they were still sent flying by Gu-hai time and time again. Your Majesty is amazing! Shangguan Hen sighed. Chapter 755. As time passed, the enchantment of the Dragon Palace became more and more damaged. More and more water gushed down, drowning the entire Dragon Palace. The terrain of the Dragon Gate region wasn't high. At this moment, the water was as high as 2 people and was still rising rapidly. At this moment, Long Shenwu and Sakura were also enraged. No matter who it was, being suppressed by a small character that they looked down on in the past, they would definitely feel unhappy. However, even if the two of them joined forces, they weren't Gu-hai's opponent. Gu-hai's foundation was too solid. Just based on physical strength, he was invincible among those of the same level. If it was someone of the same level, it wouldn't matter if they were defeated. However, facing Gu-hai from the Central Sky Palace, the two of them were unwilling to accept it. If they couldn't get rid of Gu-hai today, Gu-hai would be like a thorn in their throat, becoming their inner demon. Cough, cough, cough. Not far away, Shangguan Hen climbed onto a bigger rock weakly. At this moment, his body was extremely weak. On the other side, Chong Ming was fighting against Ao Xing. Ao Xing attacked again and again, but he couldn't do anything to Chong Ming. Are you all dead? And Sakura's Dragon Clan, why aren't you coming in? Ao Xing roared. Countless Dragon Clan members in the periphery didn't enter the Dragon Gate region previously because once they entered, all forbidden techniques would be activated and their body weight would increase by 1,000,000 times. It was difficult for them to move. Those from the Central Sky Palace didn't dare to enter at all. There were also those from the Upper Sky Palace, but their cultivation wasn't strong enough. It was difficult for them to move and they were worried about losing their lives. After all, the aftermath of Gu Hai's battle and the flying rocks were extremely terrifying in their eyes. However, the battle between the two sides was in a stalemate. Ao Shing let out a roar. Groups of Dragon Clan members swam in with difficulty. Once they entered, they were suppressed to the point of incomparable pain. However, they still swam towards the center. Go, catch Shangguan Hen! Ao Shing roared. Ong! Ong! A group of Dragon Clan members swam towards Shangguan Hen. How dare you! Chong Ming's expression changed as he exclaimed. You won't be able to leave even if you dare? Smelly bat, I'm your opponent now. Ao Shing blocked Chong Ming's path with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, Chong Ming was unable to rescue him. Whoever dares to touch Shangguan Hen will become my enemy, and I will not rest until one of us is dead. Gu Hai suddenly roared. Huh! The faces of the dragons in the distance froze. Was he being targeted by Gu Hai? Ha 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 ha, fight to the death? Go, take down Shangguan Hen. Takashi Ryushin suddenly said with a ferocious expression. Your Majesty? Gu Hai only has a strong physical body. Humph, when we get out of the Dragon Gate, he will only enter the Central Celestial Palace. How can we fight to the death? Capture Shangguan Hen for me, Takashi Ryushin said with a glare. Yes. Suddenly, a large number of dragons pounced on Shangguan Hen. Sakura didn't stop them, because at this moment, the two of them also discovered that even if they attacked with all their strength, they wouldn't be able to kill Gu Hai in the Dragon Gate. Now, they could only take an unconventional approach and let Shangguan Hen distract Gu Hai. Courting death, Gu Hai immediately stretched out his hand to hit the two of them. Boom boom. Sakura and Takashi Ryushin were instantly sent flying. Gu Hai wanted to rush towards Shangguan Hen, but Sakura and Takashi Ryushin instantly appeared in front of Gu Hai again. Want to leave? Ha 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 ha, you can't leave. Takashi Ryushin sneered with a sinister expression. The surrounding dragons were getting closer and closer to Shangguan Hen. At this moment, Shangguan Hen was extremely weak. How could he have the strength to resist? Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I've dragged you down again. Just when Shangguan Hen was feeling helpless and guilty in his heart. Ong! Suddenly, a loud sound came from above the Dragon Gate. It was Ao Shun's voice. Boom! High up in the sky, the white ball of light suddenly converged and quickly shrunk into a white ball of light. Ao Shun's huge dragon body suddenly appeared. He opened his mouth and instantly swallowed the white ball of light. Ao Shun. Ao Shing's expression changed. West Sea Dragon God? Sakura's expression also sank. West Sea Dragon God, Ao Shun will definitely not let you down, thank you. Ao Shun shouted solemnly. Ao Shun, save Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai shouted. High up in the sky, Ao Shun quivered and looked down. He immediately saw the tragic battle below. 10 huge dragons had already arrived at Shangguan Hen's location and seemed to want to tear Shangguan Hen into pieces. Ong! With a roar, Ao Shun's figure instantly scuttled down. Even in the Dragon Gate area, Ao Shun didn't know why, but he could suddenly use the power of his magic. Boom! As soon as the powerful dragon aura was released, the surrounding water instantly exploded. The dragon aura that was several times stronger than before spread out, causing the faces of everyone fighting below to change. Your cultivation has increased so much? Ao Shing's expression changed. Bang! Ao Shun landed beside Shangguan Hen and swung his black dragon tail. Boom! 10 huge dragon tails seemed to appear in the air and swung towards the 10 ferocious-looking huge dragons. No! Save me! No! The huge dragons immediately screamed in horror. Hong! The huge dragons were like cannonballs, shooting in all directions and crashing into the black rock mountains, causing them to collapse. Pooh! 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 The huge dragons immediately vomited blood and went limp. It was as if all their bones had been shattered by Ao Shun. They were paralyzed in horror, unable to move. The other dragons that were about to pounce over immediately trembled. Their expressions changed, and they fled in all directions. Ao Shun did not give chase. Instead, he transformed into his human form and helped Shangguan Hen up. Prime Shangguan? Your cultivation is completely lost? Ao Shun's expression changed as he said. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly and nodded. Ao Shun supported Shangguan Hen and looked at the two battlefields not far away. When he saw Gu Hai fighting Sakura Asia and Takashi Ryushin alone, his eyelids twitched. The ancient emperor's might. Royal Father was right. The ancient emperor's foundation is too solid. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. He turned his head and looked at the other side. Ao Xing versus Chong Ming. Chong Ming's cultivation increased as well? Ao Xing? Ao Shun snorted coldly. As he snorted, he supported Shangguan Hen and took a step forward. Who? Ao Shun instantly appeared before Ao Xing. Ao Shun's sudden appearance made Ao Xing tremble. You obtained the West Sea Dragon God's inheritance? The forbidden arts of the Dragon's Gate are ineffective against you? Ao Xing's expression changed. Ao Xing, you can't keep making mistakes, Ao Shun said coldly. As he spoke, he swung his hand. Boom! Ao Xing was immediately sent flying by Ao Shun's slap, crashing into a large mountain with a loud bang. This was the difference between those with spiritual power and those without. Moreover, Ao Shun had obtained the West Sea Dragon God's inheritance, and his cultivation had increased by a lot. Pooh! Ao Shun! Ao Xing spat out a mouthful of blood and roared with his eyes wide open. On the other side, Sakura Asia and Takashi Ryushin were being suppressed by Gu Hai. They also saw Ao Shun making his move. When they saw that Ao Shun could use his full cultivation, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and revealed a bitter smile. Ao Shun's appearance completely broke the balance. Today, it seemed impossible to kill Gu Hai in the Dragon's Gate. Sure enough, Ao Shun suddenly turned his head in the distance. Both of their faces sank. Go! Takashi Ryushin roared. You want to leave now? Gu Hai's face turned cold and he swung his hand. Boom! Boom! A powerful force slammed into the backs of the two retreating figures. Pooh! Pooh! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Borrowing Gu Hai's strength, they shot out of the Dragon's Gate like arrows. Gu Hai, let's see if you'll come out or not. Takashi Ryushin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with resentment. Stop! Ao Shun glared and grabbed with his hand. Suddenly, a huge palm condensed in the Dragon's Gate. Humph! Takashi Ryushin snorted and turned his hand to face the attack. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Long Shunwu was blasted away. However, that palm strike from his powerful physical body still shattered the surrounding mountains and caused the water to surge into the sky. Dragon's Gate Forbidden Spell, Ao Shun, I don't believe that you won't come out. Ao Shun also rushed out of the Dragon's Gate and roared. Phew! Sakura and Takashi Ryushin quickly stepped out of the Dragon's Gate. Once they were out of the Dragon's Gate, both of them emitted a flaming aura and the surrounding seawater was forced to disperse. Surround the Dragon's Gate. No one can leave. Sakura glared. At this moment, Ao Shun was also incomparably angry. He originally wanted to kill Gu Hai in the Dragon Gate district, but what could he do? What could he do when Ao Shun was no longer using the forbidden spell? How could he fight again? Meet force with force, fight with strength with strength. Wherever he lost, he would get it back in order to erase his inner demons. At the very least, He wouldn't be brooding over it in the future and find it difficult to advance in cultivation. Although they were defeated previously, Sakura and Takashi Ryushin didn't think that Gu-Hai could kill them, so they kept pestering him. Now that Ao Shun had recovered his magic power, if they continued to be in a stalemate, they would only be courting death. Sakura's face was gloomy as he surrounded the Dragon Gate area with Takashi Ryushin. No one can leave. Ong! Ong! Outside, the dragons were roaring, but inside, the water was overflowing, and the rocks were crumbling. Your Majesty! Are you okay? A group of Great Wu's officials looked at Takashi Ryushin worriedly. Keep an eye on them, no one can leave. Takashi Ryushin ignored his subordinates and looked coldly at the Dragon Gate district. In the Dragon Gate district, the water was overflowing and vaguely, the figures of Gu-Hai and the other three could no longer be seen. Where are they? Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. Sea water, calm down. Sakura stretched out his hand and pressed. Buzz! The surrounding sea water suddenly calmed down, and even the sea water in the Dragon Gate district also calmed down. Now, the sea water in the Dragon Gate district was as high as 5 people. But Gu-Hai, Ao Shun, Chong-Ming, and Shangguan Hen had all disappeared. Hiding? Let's see how long you can hide. Ao Shun glared. The Dragon Gate district was completely sealed off. If someone came out, a group of strong people would definitely find out. Even the water was sealed off, but there was no movement. Where's Gu-Hai? Sakura and Takashi Ryushin's eyes were filled with irritation as they waited patiently. But they didn't know that at this moment, there were 4 carps that had already drifted out of the Dragon Gate district. Following the direction of the water, they rushed towards the broken barrier. Swimming against the water. The 4 carps rushed out of the barrier through the water column. Shangguan Hen is weak, I will bring him. You guys go first and split up. Gather at the place we agreed on last time. One of the golden carps said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. The 2 carps immediately split up and shot in 2 different directions. Your Majesty, I've dragged you down. The white carp looked at the golden carp and smiled bitterly. You got injured because of me, how are you a burden? It's a pity that I can't help you reconstruct your corporeal body with my cultivation. Sigh, let's leave this place first. The golden carp sighed slightly. The white carp swam slowly, and the golden carp accompanied him. The 2 carps swam towards the sea surface, and as they swam, they suddenly saw rays of golden light blooming on the sea surface. Not good, people from the sacred ground of Mount Numinous? They are waiting to reap the benefits? The white carp's expression changed. Go around. The golden carp said solemnly. The 2 carps swam away in circles. At this moment, suddenly, a ray of golden light rushed over and shrouded the 2 carps like a searchlight. Ha 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 ha, Gu-Hai, you think you can escape from my, old son's, discerning eyes after becoming a carp? Buddha, Gu-Hai is there, that golden carp is Gu-Hai. A loud shout came from the sea surface. Chapter 756. Ha 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 ha, Gu-Hai, do you think you can escape from old son's eyes of fire and gold just because you turned into a carp? Buddha, Gu-Hai is over there. That golden carp is Gu-Hai. A loud shout came from the sea. A shout came from the sea, and Gu-Hai's expression changed. He instantly understood what light beam was shining on him. Sun Wukong? Eyes of fire and gold? That monkey! Gu-Hai's expression changed. He knew that Sun Wukong had discovered him. Without hesitation, his figure flashed. 1. Gu-Hai and Shangguan Hen turned into their human forms. Gu-Hai pulled Shangguan Hen and shot into the distance. Amateus Buddha, ancient emperor, why are you in such a hurry to leave? A majestic shout came from the sea. Following which, a strong suction force rushed towards where Gu-Hai and Shangguan Hen were. Your Majesty, you go first. Don't worry about me. Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. Walla lala. The surrounding seawater was quickly sucked up into the sky. Gu-Hai wanted to break free, but the force was too strong. Together with the sea, he was sucked up into the sky. As he was pulled up into the sky, Gu Hai saw the scene on the sea clearly. Above a huge cloud, there was a large number of monks shining with golden radiance standing there. The four leading them were the present Buddha, the past Buddha, the South Longnu, and Sun Wukong. At this moment, the present Buddha was holding an alms bowl in his hand. The alms bowl produced a strong suction force that sucked in all the seawater, including Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen. The alms bowl's suction force was so strong that no matter how Gu Hai struggled, he could not break free. A golden light entered Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen's bodies. The sixth of the 16 great magic treasures in history, the reincarnation pool? Shangguan Hen's expression changed. That alms bowl is the reincarnation pool? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Rumble! The alms bowl was like a bottomless pit. The water gushed in, but it couldn't be filled. Within the alms bowl, there seemed to be a world of its own. Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen were instantly sucked into it. Furthermore, the golden light on their bodies grew brighter and brighter. Gu Hai's expression darkened. As the golden light entered his body, Gu Hai felt as if his divine palaces and celestial palaces were sealed. This is the sealing technique of the current Buddha. Your Majesty, I have indeed implicated you. If you had left first, you wouldn't have. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. All right. I don't blame you. Inside the alms bowl, Gu Hai stood in the middle of the swirling water, coldly looking at everyone outside the alms bowl. His cultivation had been sealed, and he had been trapped in the reincarnation pool. At this moment it was even worse than before. Amateus Buddha. The Buddha's mouth was closed, but his body was surrounded by a majestic voice. Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai, to think that you would have such a day. Sun Wukong suddenly burst into laughter. The victorious fighting Buddha? The current Buddha is Tathagata. After being bullied by Tathagata, you have become his lackey? To think that I have always admired the arrogance of the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. So, that's all there is to it. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed. When Gu Hai said that, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly changed. Being bullied by Tathagata was referring to being suppressed by Tathagata Buddha under the Wuji mountain in the past. Now, he was Tathagata's lackey? How could Sun Wukong take it? Gu Hai, you are really stubborn, aren't you? Sun Wukong glared angrily. Turning his head, Sun Wukong looked at the present Buddha. Present Buddha, leave these two people to me. I was the one who discovered him. Sun Wukong asked the present Buddha for the two people. The past Buddha shook his head and said, Please calm down, victorious fighting Buddha. This Gu Hai is fated to be with the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. He will be detained for the time being. Leave him to me. I will lock him up too. Sun Wukong shouted. The present Buddha smiled slightly and shook his head. What are you doing? I was the one who found him. Ka ka ka. Sun Wukong said angrily. You found him well, but he was caught by the Buddha. Victorious fighting Buddha, calm down. The Buddha still has some things to ask Gu Hai. After everything is over, you can settle your grudges on your own. What do you think? The past Buddha said with a smile. Ka 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 ka, bastard, he is mine. Sun Wukong said anxiously. Whoosh. At the side, the southern dragoness held a suet jade bottle in her hand. She took out a willow branch from the jade bottle and gently swung it at Sun Wukong. Boom. Sun Wukong was immediately blocked. Victorious fighting Buddha, this Gu Hai is related to the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. Don't be rude. The southern dragoness shouted. You ka 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 ka, roar. Sun Wukong roared angrily, but he couldn't do anything to them. Whoosh. Sun Wukong turned his head and flew away angrily. Sun Wukong left, but the crowd ignored him and looked at the West Sea again. Don't move. The present Buddha said again. A white-robed monk stepped out from the group of monks behind him. Jedong Bodhisattva had gone to the heavenly court with the future Buddha during the Thousand Saints Conference. There, he competed with Gu Hai to become the personal disciple of the present Buddha and learned the secret method of Mount Numinous sacred ground, silent motionless Zen. Unfortunately, Gaochen had broken his silent motionless Zen with a song. All his cultivation had gone down the drain. Jedong Bodhisattva? You've recovered your cultivation? In the reincarnation pool, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Jedong Bodhisattva sneered. Thanks to Mr. Good, I've just recovered my lower heavenly palace. Buddha! Jedong Bodhisattva looked at the present Buddha respectfully. Take Gu Hai to the future Buddha and ask him about the doubts in our hearts. We'll be there after dealing with the West Sea Dragon Palace, the present Buddha said calmly. Obviously, he was going to send Gu Hai to be tortured for interrogation. Yes, Jedong Bodhisattva answered. Jedong Bodhisattva was immediately sucked into the reincarnation pool. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. He saw that the water in the reincarnation pool was spinning faster and faster. Gradually, it formed a huge whirlpool and sucked Gu Hai, Shangguan Hen, and Jedong Bodhisattva into it. Whoosh! Gu Hai felt that there was a huge passageway, and it spun for a while in the passageway. Whoosh! Suddenly, the three of them flew out of the passageway. They fell into a huge square. Gu Hai looked confused. He saw that the surroundings were gloomy and there was snow in some places. This was a new small world. There were many palaces all around. A large number of ghostly soldiers were wandering around. Gu Hai looked up and saw that on the plaque at the entrance of the largest palace, there were the words Yama's Palace. There were 3 big words. Yama's Palace? The 10 Kings of Hell? This is the underworld? Gu Hai's expression changed and he said strangely. What underworld? Shangguan Hen looked confused. The underworld was the underworld. Shangguan Hen had never heard of the underworld. Gu Hai said that it was a name from Earth. Could it be that the 6 paths of immortality had a corresponding underworld? Gu Hai, you even know about the underworld and the 10 Kings of Hell? Have you been to the secret realm of the Hell Path before? Jedong Bodhisattva raised his eyebrows. This is the secret realm of the Hell Path? Gu Hai's expression changed. Oh? You've never been here before. How do you know about the 10 Kings of Hell? Jedong Bodhisattva was confused. At this moment, a group of ghost officials wearing official robes ran toward them from the Yama's palace. Greetings, emissary of Spiritual Mountain. The leader of the group, a ghost king in a black robe, said respectfully. King Yama? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Jedong Bodhisattva was even more curious. You know him? Jedong Bodhisattva was surprised. Gu Hai sneered but did not answer. Jedong Bodhisattva looked at King Yama. No, I've never seen him before. King Yama shook his head vigorously. Jedong Bodhisattva looked at Gu Hai and felt even more confused. Is the future Buddha here? Jedong Bodhisattva asked. The future Buddha should be with D. Ting Bodhisattva. But 2 hours ago, I heard that the future Buddha was going to the 15th level of hell to check on the fierce demon Kong Xian. I don't know if he's back or not. King Yama shook his head. Kong Xian? Humph, he's really stubborn. The Buddha has captured him for so long but he's still so arrogant. The Buddha named him Mahamayuri, but he doesn't care? He's been imprisoned in hell and he still doesn't repent. Jedong Bodhisattva frowned. Yeah, the 15th level of hell is really scary. I only dare to go to the 3rd level of hell. The last time I went there, I almost went crazy. It's too scary. King Yama said in fear. Is it the 18th level of hell? Gu Hai asked curiously. Jedong Bodhisattva suddenly looked at Gu Hai coldly. Oh right, I didn't make it clear just now. How do you know about the 10 Yama Kings? How much do you know about the Naraka path? It's your first time here. So the future Buddha isn't around? Gu Hai suddenly laughed. Gu Hai did not seem nervous at all, which made Jedong Bodhisattva feel uncomfortable. Jedong Bodhisattva sneered. Gu Hai, do you think this is still the Deqian Celestial Empire? The long Zhangua of the past is already dead. You're now a prisoner of the sacred ground of Mount Spiritual Mountain. Don't you have any awareness of being a prisoner? Awareness? What awareness do you need? Gu Hai suddenly smiled. Since the future Buddha is not here, I'll judge you first. Jedong Bodhisattva suddenly said coldly. Come, bring my judgment platform to me. Quick, quick, quick. King Yama said fawningly. Immediately, a large number of ghosts went to move the platform. Gu Hai smiled coldly and ignored them. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? A prisoner should act like one. Kneel. Jedong Bodhisattva shouted and slammed his right hand toward Gu Hai. Boom. There was a loud noise. Jedong Bodhisattva's hand stopped in the air. Gu Hai turned his head and held Jedong Bodhisattva's right arm in place with his right hand. He looked at Jedong Bodhisattva coldly. How is this possible? Wasn't your cultivation sealed by Master? Why isn't your cultivation sealed? Jedong Bodhisattva was shocked. The seal of Mahakassapa? I happen to know how to undo it, Gu Hai said calmly. The seal of Mahakassapa was something Gu Hai had learned from the Gautama Buddha when he was on earth from a group of deities and Buddhas. Gu Hai had thought there would be some differences when the Buddhas performed the seal, but the result was exactly the same. Therefore, Gu Hai had already undone most of the seal on his own when he was still in the reincarnation pool. By the time he was transported to the secret realm of hell, he had completely undone the seal. Impossible, the seal of Mahakassapa is unique to Master. No one can undo it. Jedong Bodhisattva exclaimed. Boom! Gu Hai slapped Jedong Bodhisattva to the ground. Next, I'll ask you some questions. Answer honestly. If I'm satisfied, I don't mind teaching you how to undo the seal of Mahakassapa. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Huh. Jedong Bodhisattva was stunned. Was it true? Chapter 757. After Gu Hai released the seal on Shangguan Hen, Shanghai Hen looked at Gu Hai strangely. Shanghai Hen had followed Gu Hai for a long time. Back then, Gu Hai had just entered the innate realm. He knew Gu Hai very well, but he couldn't understand how Gu Hai could release the seal on the present Buddha. That didn't make sense. Shanghai Hen looked at Gu Hai, feeling that Gu Hai was becoming more and more mysterious. Shanghai Hen stood to the side, and Gu Hai began to interrogate the Jedong Bodhisattva. The surrounding ghost kings and ghost soldiers wanted to resist, but Gu Hai waved his hand and a large amount of true samadhi fire appeared, trapping the ghost soldiers. Shanghai Hen grabbed the true fire gourd and held the ghost soldiers hostage. Some of the ghost soldiers resisted, but they were burned to ashes by Shanghai Hen's fire. Jedong Bodhisattva would rather die, but Gu Hai heavily injured him. The group of ghosts trembled and told Gu Hai what he wanted to know. Path of Hell? It's divided into 18 levels of hell? We're in the first level? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, senior. This is the first level of hell. Over there, that's the entrance to the second level of hell. Do you see that entrance? King Yenluo pointed at a huge circular entrance in the distance. Gu Hai turned to look. Indeed, there was a large amount of lightning flashing between the mountains. In the middle of the lightning, there was an entrance to the void that seemed to lead to somewhere else. There's an entrance to every level of hell? How do we get out? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Get out? No, there's no way out. Only the reincarnation pool can be accessed. The other entrances seem to have been sealed by the heavens. There's no exit. King Yenluo explained. 18 levels of hell? What's the 18 levels of hell? Gu Hai was puzzled. The 18 levels of hell are a place of suffering for the evildoers of the world. They have committed countless crimes in their lives and suffer in hell. We're in the lightest level. Every level down, there will be a level of irritation and violence. The evil ghosts will want to kill each other, but they won't die. King Yenluo explained. Won't die. Gu Hai frowned. Senior, look at those ghost soldiers burned by the fire. King Yenluo pointed at the square not far away. Hundreds of ghost soldiers had been burned to ashes by Shanghai Hen's fire. However, during this short period of time, wisps of soul power began to gather over there. Slowly, those souls began to recover in a peculiar manner, and the ghostly soldiers' souls began to slowly come back to life. However, when they came back to life, when they were alive, they looked, and inexplicable fear. They came back to life? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, that's why evil ghosts are most afraid of entering hell. Once they enter hell, they will be killed endlessly. When they are alive, they will kill other ghosts, but they won't die. Their violent and irritable emotions will cause them to kill, but they won't die. This is a kind of spiritual disaster. King Yenluo smiled bitterly. Why? Gu Hai was puzzled. No, I don't know. We've always heard that the spiritual mountain Holy Ground sent some extremely evil people to the depths of hell. King Yenluo said carefully. Your Majesty, I seem to have heard of it before, Shanghai Hen said after a moment of silence. Oh! For energy. Evil ghosts kill each other, and killing each other requires energy. When they come back to life as a soul, the soul restores their energy. After they die, their energy is absorbed by hell. The energy consumed when the soul was alive and the energy scattered after the soul died is actually in this hell. This should be a world that collects energy. The entire hell is collecting the drifting energy for the immortal of the six paths. There is no one's mark on it, so it is hidden in this world, Shangguan Hen analyzed. That's right. Energy. Gu Hai looked around. Energy can't be seen or touched. Although there are countless energy around, it can't be absorbed. Shanghai Hen smiled bitterly. 18 levels of hell. The lower one goes, the more irritable and bloodthirsty the soul is? So there are countless ghosts in every level? Gu Hai looked at King Yenluo. No, there aren't many ghosts in the 5th level and below. King Yenluo said with a tremble. What do you mean? Gu Hai was puzzled. The Buddha's pool of samsara can only lead to the Hell Tao mystic realm for 2 hours a day. The other 24 hours can't be entered. Because using the time of the divine continent, the 18 levels of hell can only be opened once a day. Each time, it can only be opened for 2 hours. King Yenluo said with a trace of fear. Opened once a day? Wait, you said the time of the divine continent? What does that mean? Gu Hai was puzzled. Because a day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the 1st level of hell. King Yenluo smiled bitterly. A day in the outside world is 1,000 years in here? Shanghai Hen was shocked. You mean, the 1st level? Aren't the other levels the same? Gu Hai frowned. Time was not symmetrical, but Gu Hai had seen it on Earth. Back then, a day on Earth was a year in the immortal world. But here, it was 1,000 years? Yes, Senior is wise. You saw it with one look. King Yenluo said immediately. Cut the crap. Speak. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, the 18 levels of hell. According to the multiplier, a day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the 1st level. The 2nd level is 2,000 years. The 3rd level is 4,000 years. The 4th level is 8,000 years. The 5th level is 16,000 years. And so on. King Yenluo said fearfully. More than 10,000 years? Indeed, there are no ghosts that can live for more than 10,000 years without going through reincarnation. The 5th level is indeed the limit. Shanghai Hen frowned. No, Senior is wrong. In hell, there is no such thing as lifespan. Everyone's age stops the moment they enter. Or rather, it is according to the time of the divine continent. The 5th level? That is because once the exit is closed, one has to stay in there for 10,000 years. 10,000 years in a state of irritation and bloodlust. 10,000 years of killing ghosts, being killed, resurrecting, and killing. As King Yenluo spoke, his heart was filled with horror. Being killed for 10,000 years? Shanghai Hen shuddered. Hell was indeed the most terrifying place. Ordinary people would have been driven mad long ago. You just said that Kong Xian was sent to the 15th level of hell? Gu Hai's face darkened. That's right, that's right. We also find it hard to believe. How could Kong Xian's will be so tenacious? Or perhaps, he has tempered his vicious heart in hell. I heard that not only did he not go crazy, he became even more arrogant. This hell is divided into 8 levels of hell, cold hell and 8 levels of hell, hot hell, after the exchange of cold and hot. The 17th level of hell, loneliness, extreme loneliness. Being locked up once, almost everything is worn away by the years of loneliness. As for the 18th level of hell, it is like being locked up forever. No one can go down. It is too terrifying. King Yenluo said with a chill in his heart. How long has Kong Xian been locked up? Gu Hai asked solemnly. In terms of the outside world, it should be half a month. But inside? On the first day, he was locked up in the first level. On the second day, he was locked up in the second level. On the third day, he was locked up in the third level. All the way until he reached the 15th level. It should be around 32 million years. King Yenluo calculated and sucked in a breath of cold air. Yes. At first, the Buddhist ancestors thought that Kong Xian would be worn away by this period of time. However, Kong Xian has always been alive and well. Moreover, as time passed, the devil qi around Kong Xian became more and more monstrous. Fierce flames radiated in all directions, and hatred soared to the sky. This kind of tempering was not something the Buddhist ancestors could endure. Therefore, it is said that the Buddhist ancestors value Kong Xian more and more. Now, it seems that they are willing to pay any price to pull Kong Xian into the spiritual mountain holy ground. Not only are they going to confer the title of Bodhisattva, they are going to confer the title of Buddha, and even give him a higher status. King Yenluo explained. 32 million years? Hiss. Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen sucked in a breath of cold air. 32 million years without being disturbed by the slaughter attribute of hell. His heart must have been tempered to be incomparably strong. The future Buddha went to persuade Kong Xian? Gu Hai asked solemnly. That's right. It's been 32 million years. If Kong Xian doesn't agree, he's going to be sealed in the 16th level of hell. One day in the outside world is 32 million years in there. He will go crazy sooner or later. He will not be able to accept the compromise. King Yenluo explained. The great Myojin? What a strong will. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a profound light. Your Majesty, it seems that the timing of the 18 levels of hell is not symmetrical. The future Buddha will not be able to return in a short time. Shangguan Hen explained. Gu Hai nodded. It seems that the future Buddha sent us here for a reason. One day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the first level of hell. If we are tortured for 1,000 years, no matter how many secrets we have, we will be forced to reveal them. Shangguan Hen's face showed a hint of hatred. Gu Hai took a deep breath and his face darkened. Tell me, is there a way to get out? Gu Hai looked at King Yenluo. No. Other than the reincarnation pool, the heavens can open and exit. Otherwise, there is no way out. All the paths have been sealed by the heavens. King Yenluo shook his head. Gu Hai had no choice but to look at the severely injured Jedong Bodhisattva. Cough cough cough, Gu Hai, kill me if you can. Jedong Bodhisattva said with a ferocious expression. Kill you? You can't die in the 18th level of hell. I'm thinking if I should throw you into the 18th level of hell, and let you enjoy the long years. Perhaps the future Buddha will come looking for you in a day. Gu Hai sneered. Throw him into the 18th level of hell for a day? No, that's 130 million years. Jedong Bodhisattva shuddered at the thought. You dare? The future Buddha is in the 15th level of hell. You can't do it. Jedong Bodhisattva was shocked. Jedong Bodhisattva firmly believed that if he was in there, he would have gone crazy and turned into a pile of stone without any thoughts. That depends on your cooperation. Tell me, how do we get out? Gu Hai glared at him. We can't get out. There is no exit. There is really no exit, Jedong Bodhisattva said with some fear. Roar. At that moment, a loud sound came from behind Gu Hai. A huge ferocious beast claw slapped towards Gu Hai's head. Diding Bodhisattva. King Yenluo immediately knelt in fear. Boom. With a loud sound, Gu Hai caught Diding Bodhisattva's claw like how he caught Jedong Bodhisattva. Heh, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Only now did a brat inform you? Gu Hai turned his head and looked coldly at the ferocious-looking beast. The giant beast tried to move its arm, but Gu Hai's grip was too tight. The third level of the Middle Heaven Palace? Not bad. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Get down. Gu Hai extended his hand and threw. Boom. Truth Listener was immediately flung to the ground, causing the ground around it to tremble. Chapter 758. In the first layer of hell, in a large hall in the depths of hell, the two little ghosts hurried over. Diding Bodhisattva, save us! Save us! The two ghosts shouted in horror. Stop! The ghost soldiers at the door immediately stopped the two ghosts calling for help. Quick! 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 Report to Diding Bodhisattva. Someone is causing trouble in the underworld and even injured Jedong Bodhisattva, burning countless ghost soldiers to death. Diding Bodhisattva, please uphold justice. The two ghosts said anxiously. What? The expressions of the ghost soldiers at the door changed. Quickly inform the Bodhisattva, one of the guards said anxiously. No. The Bodhisattva is currently interrogating that person. He is not to be disturbed. Look at the situation already. Hurry up. If something happens to Jedong Bodhisattva, can you bear the responsibility? Jedong Bodhisattva is the Buddha ancestor's personal disciple. The ghost soldiers argued for a while. Finally, they charged into the hall regardless of the consequences. Inside the hall, at this moment, a huge ferocious beast circled a monk wearing a kasaya, pacing back and forth. That monk was covered in blood. His bones were chained up and hung in the hall. His eyes were sunken in, and sticky pus flowed out of them. He looked neither human nor ghost, looking extremely miserable. The ferocious beast was none other than Diding. Roar. The Harken let out a loud roar that reverberated throughout the entire hall. It was extremely shocking. Old thing, speak up and avoid physical pain. What's the point of persisting? You have already been locked up for 3 months, which is 90,000 years in the first layer of hell. How much longer are you going to persist? Diding said with a ferocious expression. Amateus. Ha 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 ha. Diding, you evil creature, you found me. However, that's all you can find. Interrogate me? Hell? It's not like I haven't been here before. That bastard, the future Buddha, can't interrogate me. You? Just you? Ha 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 ha. The monk laughed bitterly. Bodhisattva Lien Xing. Humph. The Buddha ancestor took pity on you and did not kill you. However, you want to destroy the Buddha ancestor? Humph. The future Buddha ancestor already said that if you don't speak, you will be like Kong Xian and continue to fight your way down. Diding said coldly. Bodhisattva Lien Xing? If Gu Hai were here, he would recognize this monk as the monk that Gu Hai met when he entered the innate puzzle world. This monk explained the differences between the 3 souls to Gu Hai. At the same time, he took in Gu Hai's second son, Gu Han, as his disciple and brought him to the West. Banished to the lower levels of hell? Ha ha ha, the future Buddha? Back then, if it wasn't for my support, would he have become the future Buddha? Did they get what they wanted? You threw me out alone. Humph, humph, humph. Dream, wait, what I lost will definitely come back. I have a disciple. He will take revenge for me soon. Ha 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 ha. Bodhisattva Lien Xing laughed in grief and indignation. Humph, what a stubborn donkey. Do you really think we won't dare to kill you? The Harken said coldly. Kill me then. It's better if you kill me. Ha. If you kill me, you'll never know the whereabouts of my disciple. Samsara Buddha? Ah! The Buddha of the 3 lives will forever live in fear. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said with a ferocious expression. You roar! The Harken roared furiously. As the Harken roared, the doors suddenly opened. Bodhisattva! The Harken's roar instantly scattered the souls of the ghost soldiers that just charged in. Whoosh! The Harken turned its head and looked at the doors. Who let you in without this seat's permission? The Harken demanded coldly. The ghost soldiers outside trembled in fear. Bodhisattva, evil people came to the entrance of Yama Palace and severely injured Bodhisattva Jiedong. They even killed many ghost soldiers. The little ghost who came to report said in horror. Oh! The Harken's face sank. The Harken turned its head and looked at the miserable Bodhisattva Lien Xing. Think about it again. I will be back soon. The Harken said coldly. Boom. The doors closed and the Harken left. Now, only Bodhisattva Lien Xing remained in the hall. Ha! You want to force me to say it? Ha 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 ha. If I say it, how can I vent the hatred in my heart? Only when I'm in hiding will you feel fear and panic. Ha 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 ha. Now, Buddha, just you wait. Just you wait. One day, someone will take back everything you have, everything. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said with a ferocious expression amid grief and indignation. After the grief and indignation, Bodhisattva Lien Xing suddenly went limp. He felt somewhat tired and bitter. Some liquid flowed out of his sunken eyes. It was unknown whether it was pus or tears. The hall fell silent. Even Bodhisattva Lien Xing fell silent. After some time, creak! The doors to the hall suddenly opened. Here again? Is it the Harken? Or is it the future Buddha? Why don't you kill me? It will be fine if I die. I might as well die. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said hatefully. Bodhisattva Lien Xing, why are you like this? Suddenly, a voice that did not belong to the Harken or the future Buddha rang out. Bodhisattva Lien Xing felt slightly stunned, as though he could not remember who it was. You blinded me, and now you want to trick me by pretending to be someone else? Don't even think about it. I won't tell you where my disciple is. Go and find him yourselves. Ha 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 ha. Bodhisattva Lien Xing no longer trusted anyone. The one who opened the doors to the hall was Gu Hai. Truth Listener attacked, a middle-stage third-layer heavenly palace. Although his cultivation was slightly higher than Gu Hai's, how terrifyingly sturdy was Gu Hai's foundation? When Gu Hai was in the lower heavenly palace, he could already chop down a middle-stage heavenly palace. What more now? Soon, Shao Chun subdued Truth Listener and interrogated him. When it came to the people close to Buddha, Shao Chun found them extremely familiar. Gu Hai had heard Bodhisattva Lien Xing mention them in the past. 1,200 years ago, 3 monks went to the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land's Mahavira Hall to question the Buddha, causing a huge commotion in the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land. Those 3 monks were the people close to Buddha. More importantly, Bodhisattva Lien Xing was a person close to Buddha. Bodhisattva Lien Xing even said that his second son, Gu Han, was also the reincarnation of a person close to Buddha. 1,000-odd years ago, the emperor and officials of the former Daewon imperial dynasty also went to the west. At that time, Qin Zibai's father, Qin Yun, obtained the closed-eyes world-purifying Zen cultivation technique during that huge commotion. It was more like he obtained a jade-green bamboo staff. Indeed, Gu Hai immediately found out that Bodhisattva Lien Xing was here. Gu Hai immediately rushed over. Your Majesty, Bodhisattva Lien Xing is blind. He should have suffered very miserable torture. Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Boom, boom, boom. The life-punishing saber chopped down, shattering all the chains binding Bodhisattva Lien Xing. Plop! Bodhisattva Lien Xing fell to the ground. However, Bodhisattva Lien Xing did not feel grateful. After suffering so much torture, he no longer trusted anyone. Bodhisattva Lien Xing snorted coldly. With his cultivation sealed, Bodhisattva Lien Xing could not resist. He felt the other party press his hand to his eyes. My eyes are already so blind, and you still want to continue? Bodhisattva Lien Xing said in grief and indignation. However, in the next moment, a warm energy entered Bodhisattva Lien Xing's eyes. His eyes felt itchy, and a comfortable feeling surged into his heart. What? Bodhisattva Lien Xing felt slightly stunned. He seemed to have guessed something but found it unbelievable. After a while, that hand finally moved away from his eyes. However, at this moment, his eyes felt itchy. The pain from before was gone. Bodhisattva Lien Xing, try opening your eyes. Gu Hai said softly. Eyes? Didn't he gouge out my eyes? Feeling confused, Bodhisattva Lien Xing tried moving his eyelids. Buzz! Immediately, a large amount of light pierced into his eyes from all directions. Huh? My eyes? Bodhisattva Lien Xing said in disbelief. As Bodhisattva Lien Xing slowly adapted to the light, he could see clearly. Ha! I can see it again? Tears welled up in Bodhisattva Lien Xing's eyes. Bodhisattva Lien Xing, let me take a look at your seal. Gu Hai extended his hand and grabbed Bodhisattva Lien Xing's pulse. Then, energy entered his body. Gu Hai? It's you? Bodhisattva Lien Xing said in disbelief. The last time Bodhisattva Lien Xing saw Gu Hai was on 9-5 Island. At that time, Gu Hai was only in the innate realm. It had only been 10-odd years, right? Why is Gu Hai here? Bodhisattva Lien Xing found this somewhat unbelievable. He checked again. Is this really Gu Hai? Gu Hai checked his seal. It's useless. This is the future Buddha's special technique. Aside from him, no one can undo it. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said bitterly. The Maitreya heart-pushing seal? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Back on Earth, the Maitreya Buddha had taught him some of his best sealing technique. This was one of them. Bodhisattva Lien Xing, bear with it. It hurts a little. Gu Hai said. Buzz! A strange energy pulse immediately surged into Bodhisattva Lien Xing's body. I'm not afraid of pain. However, it's useless. Even the current Buddha cannot undo it. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said with a bitter smile. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from Bodhisattva Lien Xing's body. It sounded like some kind of shackle had burst open. Surging energy surged out of Bodhisattva Lien Xing's divine palace and heavenly palace like a wild horse, instantly filling his entire body. It's undone? Bodhisattva Lien Xing looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. It's undone. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Boom. Bodhisattva Lien Xing struggled, and some of the shackles in his body shot out. These shackles tore large holes in the surroundings of the hall. Bodhisattva Lien Xing stood up, and his tattered kasaya fluttered despite the lack of wind. Ah! It's really undone? Mr. Good, many thanks. Bodhisattva Lien Xing suddenly bowed to Gu Hai in excitement. Bodhisattva Lien Xing is too polite. You are Little Dog's master and are no longer an outsider. How is my son, Gu Han? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Gu Han's father? Bodhisattva Lien Xing immediately reacted. Then, he smiled and said, Mr. Good, don't worry. He is now in a safe place. I was captured for so long precisely so that I could interrogate him for his whereabouts. It is inconvenient to talk about it here, in case the walls have ears. Right now, the spiritual mountain's holy land is doing its best to capture him. Oh? He is safe? That's good then. Gu Hai nodded. Then, Gu Hai frowned again. The spiritual mountain's holy land is doing its best to capture Gu Han? Why? Because the current Buddha is worried that Gu Han will snatch his position one day. Bodhisattva Lien Xing sneered. What do you mean? Gu Han is snatching the current Buddha's position? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. That's right. That position belonged to Gu Han in the first place. He will return sooner or later. Gu Han is the true current Buddha's reincarnation, Bodhisattva Lien Xing said after a deep breath. I don't understand. Didn't you say that Gu Han was one of the people close to Buddha? Gu Hai asked seriously. Bodhisattva Lien Xing glanced at Gu Hai and remained silent for a while. Sorry, I did not tell you the truth back then. Actually, 1,200 years ago, the current Buddha was the one close to Buddha. He challenged the then current Buddha and succeeded. The current Buddha fell and reincarnated into Gu Han. What? Is the current present Buddha fake? Who is he? How could he replace the current Buddha? Shangguan Hen's expression changed. Because of Jiang Lianshan's help. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said indifferently. Jiang Lianshan? Dian? His Holiness? What do you mean? What does this have to do with the Dian dynasty? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. The current Buddha's surname is Jiang. He is Jiang Lianshan's son. Jiang Rulai. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said hatefully. Chapter 759. Jiang Rulai? Jiang Lianshan's son? Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai had been to the Dian dynasty's divine farmer city in the past. However, His Holiness Jiang Lianshan did not have a crown prince. Jiang Rulai? The present Buddha is called Jiang Rulai? How can that be? Since he is the fake present Buddha, why can't the others of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land tell? Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Shangguan Hen? You have obtained the deity Xuanwu's inheritance, right? Bodhisattva Lien Xing asked solemnly. Oh? That's right. Now the entire world knows about it, Shangguan Hen said, feeling confused. Since you obtained the deity Xuanwu's inheritance, you should have heard of the present Buddha's former name. 800,000 years ago, do you remember what the present Buddha was called? Bodhisattva Lien Xing asked. Gautama Heavenly Demon? Shangguan Hen's expression changed. Why was he called Gautama Heavenly Demon? Bodhisattva Lien Xing asked with a bitter smile. Legend has it that 800,000 years ago, the present Buddha was benevolent and demonic. He saved one and killed another. He was half good and half evil, moving unhindered in the West, Shangguan Hen recalled through the deity Xuanwu. That's right. Do you know why? Bodhisattva Lien Xing asked. Why? Because the present Buddha has two thoughts. One is good and the other is evil. It is like two people living in the same body. One is the good one, and the other is the evil one, Bodhisattva Lien Xing said with a sigh. Dual personalities? Gu Hai's expression changed. Bodhisattva Lien Xing nodded. Mr. Good's explanation is similar. In that case, it is somewhat similar to Shangguan Hen's past. One body and two souls? One is Prime Fengyu? Gu Hai asked as he looked at Shangguan Hen. However, Shangguan Hen stared at Bodhisattva Lien Xing. What happened after that? Tathagata is the heavenly devil. Kindness is the Buddha saint, and evil is the fiendish devil. Back then, when the immortal of the six paths defied the heavens, it was the evil rulership's body that led the spiritual mountain's holy lands to assist the immortal of the six paths, achieving great merit. Bodhisattva Lien Xing sighed softly. Evil Tathagata? Gu Hai asked solemnly. That's right. One thought is good and the other is evil. They can be twins. Later on, the two seemed to diverge more and more. In the end, the good Tathagata used a great method to sever the evil Tathagata from his body. It was just like how Xuanwu Supreme had severed the evil Tathagata from his body. The evil Tathagata was beheaded. The holy land of the spiritual mountain became even more solemn and merciful. The evil Tathagata and the good Tathagata were twins, and they were not killed either. They were merely suppressed. Until the great nirvana of the Buddha in the past. The evil Tathagata reincarnated into Jiang Lianshan's son. Bodhisattva Lien Xing explained. Reincarnated into Jiang Lianshan's son? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Yes. Perhaps Jiang Lianshan did it on purpose, or perhaps the evil Tathagata did it on purpose. Perhaps the two conspired together. In any case, the evil Tathagata reincarnated into Jiang Rulai and became Jiang Lianshan's son, obtaining Jiang Lianshan's help. Bodhisattva Lien Xing sighed softly. What happened after that? Shangguan Hen asked with a frown. After Jiang Rulai grew strong, he came to find me. He worked with another person to head to the spiritual mountains Holy Land to seek enlightenment and seize the sect. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said with a bitter smile. He came to find you? Why? Which temple did Bodhisattva Lien Xing belong to in the past? Shangguan Hen asked, feeling confused. That is Nalanda Temple. Bodhisattva Lien Xing replied solemnly. The spiritual mountain's former main sect? Shangguan Hen said in shock. That is Nalanda Temple? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. The Tathagata heavenly demon was a monk who left Nalanda Temple in the past. He was also my senior brother. Later, Nalanda Temple declined and I guarded it. However, the spiritual mountain's holy land was opened by the Tathagata heavenly demon, becoming the largest land for monks and Buddhas in the world, Bodhisattva Lien Xing explained. 3 Buddha inquirers? You, Jiang Rulai, and the other one is the current future Buddha? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. That's right. 1,200 years ago in the Divine Continent, the 3 of us agreed to reunite. The 3 of us agreed to reform the 3 generations of Buddhas, replacing the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land's 3 generations of Buddhas. That time, it was very miserable. Blood flowed like rivers, and cries shook the sky. In the end, the good Buddha's Buddhist heart was damaged, and the great nirvana vanished. From then on, the Spirit Mountain was replaced by Jiang Rulai. The former future Buddha's body and soul were destroyed. What about the past Buddha? You should be aiming for the past Buddha's seat, right? Gu Hai asked with a frown. The past Buddha? He betrayed us, which led to the future Buddha's miserable death. Bodhisattva Lien Xing smiled bitterly. That is to say, the past Buddha betrayed the good Tathagata, and Jiang Rulai and the future Buddha betrayed you? The 3 of them went to Buddha Inquirer together, and the 2 of them snatched the seat while you were excluded? Gu Hai asked seriously. Bodhisattva Lien Xing sighed softly and nodded. You harbored resentment and went to find my son, Gu Han. When you discovered that he was the good Tathagata's reincarnation, you wanted to use him to take revenge. Gu Hai asked coldly. Bodhisattva Lien Xing nodded bitterly. Indeed. Originally, Gu Han and I started to rebuild Nalanda Temple, but Gu Hai stared at Bodhisattva Lien Xing for a while before letting out a long breath. Gu Han is safe? Yes, Mr. Good. Sorry. Bodhisattva Lien Xing bowed to Gu Hai with a bitter expression. Never mind. If Gu Han is really the good Tathagata's reincarnation, even if you did not bring him away, he would be taken away by another monk sooner or later. No wonder. No wonder all the Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and protectors did not complain when Jiang Rulai was in charge of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land. It turns out that Jiang Rulai and the good Tathagata were the same person in the first place. It was just the difference between good and evil. Gu Hai sighed softly. Bodhisattva Lien Xing nodded. Mr. Good, we had better leave quickly. Not long ago, I gave Gu Han the power of enlightenment. Right now, my cultivation is only at the Middle Heavenly Palace. If the future Buddha returns, we won't be able to leave. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said. Leave? Do you know how to leave? I heard that one can only leave through the cycle pool? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. The cycle pool? That was Nalanda Temple's cornerstone treasure in the past. Now, it is in Jiang Rulai's hands. However, I have a way to get out, Bodhisattva Lien Xing said solemnly. Xiao Chen saw Bodhisattva Lien Xing take out a white jade bottle and gently uncorked it. Beams of rainbow light immediately came out of the bottle. Gu Hai looked down and saw a rainbow lotus flower in the bottle. There was also a rainbow lotus bud in the bottle. It was nourished in a bottle of liquid. This is? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. The water in this bottle is the cycle pool's source water. This rainbow lotus flower grew in the cycle pool in the past as well, Bodhisattva Lien Xing explained. Oh! As long as you pluck this cycle lotus flower and let it wither, you will be able to open the entrance to the cycle mystic realm and leave. The exit will be random. You won't know where it is, but you can get out. Bodhisattva Lien Xing said solemnly. The cycle lotus flower? Get out? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Then, Bodhisattva Lien Xing reached out and plucked it. Clack! The rhizome that was plucked instantly withered and disappeared. However, the plucked cycle lotus flower trembled slightly and shot out a beam of rainbow light. Ripples appeared in space as the rainbow light enveloped the place. Then, a huge entrance appeared. It looked like a passageway. The lotus flower floated in the air, but it quickly withered. Mr. Good, there is only one incense stick's worth of time. Let's leave quickly, Bodhisattva Lien Xing invited. Gu Hai looked at the mysterious entrance before him, and his expression changed. Bodhisattva Lien Xing, I still have a friend in hell. Is that possible? Bodhisattva Lien Xing's expression froze. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Good, you are too late. There is only one incense stick's worth of time left. Once the cycle lotus flower withers, everything will be too late. Do you have enough time to call for your friend? There's no time. I don't know where he is for now, Gu Hai said bitterly. In that case, there is no other way. Mr. Good, let's go first. We will come back in the future, Bodhisattva Lien Xing said bitterly. However, I see that there is still a flower bud in your bottle? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Bodhisattva Lien Xing looked at the 7-colored flower bud and smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, I don't know how long I have to wait for it to bloom. Back then, when this cycle lotus flower was moved from the cycle pool to this bottle, it was also a flower bud. Furthermore, it was twice as large as the one in the bottle. That was 800,000 years ago, Bodhisattva Lien Xing said bitterly. What? This cycle lotus flower bloomed after 800,000 years? Shangguan Hen's expression changed. Bodhisattva Lien Xing nodded. Hence, it will take even longer to wait for this flower bud to bloom. 800,000 years? No, it might not even open after 1,800,000 years. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched wildly. Thud. At this moment, a petal fell. Bodhisattva Lien Xing's expression changed. Mr. Good, quickly come with me. Otherwise, it will be too late. Immortal 6 pads sealed off the 18 layers of hell. There is no other way out. Gu Hai remained silent for a while. Bodhisattva Lien Xing, can you give this flower bud to me? Huh? You're not leaving? Bodhisattva Lien Xing felt slightly stunned. I want to continue searching. Furthermore, time here is not symmetrical with the outside world, right? Gu Hai smiled. Even so, you have to endure it. Can you endure it? Bodhisattva Lien Xing asked in shock. I want to try. Gu Hai said solemnly. Naturally, it is fine to give it to you. However, once the future Buddha returns, he will definitely do his best to find you. How can you? Bodhisattva Lien Xing said worriedly. There is always a way, right? Gu Hai smiled. Bodhisattva Lien Xing remained silent as he looked at Gu Hai strangely. Alright then. This white jade bottle is for you. I wish you good luck, Mr. Good. Bodhisattva Lien Xing sighed softly. Many thanks, Bodhisattva Lien Xing. Gu Hai received the bottle gratefully. Haha. Mr. Good, there is no need for me to stand on ceremony. You are the one who saved me. Never mind. Take care. Bodhisattva Lien Xing shook his head. Bodhisattva Lien Xing, when you go back, please help me pass a message to Gu Han. Just say, do not be pleased by external gains or grieved by personal losses. Even after losing the Spirit Mountain Holy Land, you are still the second crown prince of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Gu Hai said solemnly. Bodhisattva Lien Xing's expression changed slightly. In the end, he nodded. I will pass the message. Take care. After saying that, Bodhisattva Lien Xing stepped into the exit and vanished from Gu Hai's sight. Your Majesty, are we not leaving? Shangguan Hen asked worriedly. We are not leaving. You don't need to leave either. The 18 layers of hell are a blessed land. We can help you recover your cultivation, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Shangguan Hen nodded. Sure enough, in the time for an incense stick to burn, the reincarnation lotus had completely withered and transformed into ash, and the passageway had suddenly vanished as well. Let's go. Gu Hai turned his head and led Shangguan Hen out of the hall. Chapter 760. Your Majesty, who are we looking for? Shangguan Hen asked curiously. Kong Xian. Gu Hai said solemnly. Kong Xian? I remember that Kong Xian has tried to harm your Majesty several times? Shangguan Hen asked with a frown. Yes, it's all in the past. Now, Kong Xian owes me a life. Gu Hai said suddenly with a smile. Oh! Shangguan Hen was slightly surprised. In the past, in the Heaven Realm, Kong Xian's most beloved Eastern Emperor Tai Yi wanted to kill him and take his celestial force. I ruined Tai Yi's plan. Gu Hai said with a smile. But Kong Xian is too arrogant. Will he? Shangguan Hen asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. There's plenty of time. Gu Hai said confidently. That's right. A day in the outside world is at least 1,000 years in here. Shangguan Hen nodded. But I need you to accompany me. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. Your Majesty, have you forgotten about my original body? Shangguan Hen asked with a smile. Oh? Black tortoise? Art of tortoise breathing? Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, I have the art of tortoise breathing. This is my innate ability. It's not a big deal to me. I can sleep for 1,000 years. Shangguan Hen shook his head. That's great. Let's go. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and rolled. Whoosh. He wrapped Shangguan Hen and flew toward the entrance to the second level of hell. The entrance to the second level was in the sky above a huge thundercloud. Below it was a vast world, and directly below it was a battlefield. Countless ghosts were killing each other. It was a tragic scene. The air was filled with an irritable aura. The ghost soldiers were full of hatred. There were volcanoes erupting everywhere. What a violent aura! Your Majesty, I feel very irritated. Shangguan Hen frowned. The feeling of slaughter? It's because you haven't been to the Azure realm before. There's a lot of killing there, and it's easier to get lost than here. Last time, I passed you the Book of Taoism. Recite the Book of Taoism, and you should feel better. Solemnly Gu Hai said. Yes. Shangguan Hen nodded. Sure enough, as he recited the sutra, the irritation disappeared. The time here is twice as long as above? Let's go. The entrance to the third level is over there. Gu Hai said solemnly. As he spoke, he flew towards the entrance of another giant cloud. The two of them stepped inside. The third layer of hell. This place was infinitely colder than the first layer of hell. Snow was falling and the chill was bone-piercing. The irritable feeling of wanting to kill was even stronger. Shangguan Hen could also tolerate it if he recited the Tao Te Ching. There were still countless ghosts fighting each other in all directions, and the situation was getting more and more intense. Keep going, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The two of them rushed straight to the fourth level of hell, the fifth level of hell. The further down they went, the harsher the environment became. Cold and hot alternated, and the interference of hell on one's emotions became greater and greater. If not for the suppression of the Tao Te Ching, Shangguan Hen would have been unable to take it. On the fifth level, King Yama did not dare to come down. However, on the fifth level, there were still a large number of evil spirits fighting each other. On the sixth level, on the huge volcanoes, countless evil spirits were cruelly roasting other evil spirits. On the seventh level, the evil spirits were killing each other more and more crazily. On the eighth level, the evil spirits' eyes were bloodshot. They no longer had any consciousness. They only knew kill, 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 kill. On the ninth level, the 10th level, all the way to the 12th level, the evil spirits finally decreased. On the 13th level, the evil spirits had all turned into stones. It was as if too much time had passed, and they had already forgotten that they were living beings. He stood there motionless. On the 14th level, there were no evil spirits, only stones. On the 15th level, there were no evil spirit. At this moment, Shangguan Hen couldn't take it anymore. As long as he opened his eyes, he wanted to kill, kill, kill. Recite the Tao Te Ching and use the turtle breath technique until you can withstand this evil qi, then wake up, Gu Hai said. Shangguan Hen fainted. Gu Hai took out a coffin and brought him along. 15th level? Between heaven and earth, everything was frozen. It was like the ice age that Gu Hai had seen on TV in the past. The earth was frozen, and the sky was covered in snow. The visibility was extremely pitiful. Gu Hai quickly shuttled through the interior, searching for the place where Kong Xian was sealed. Something's wrong. Gu Hai's expression changed. He saw a huge crater in the distance. In the crater, there seemed to be a huge group of icebergs. Now it was uprooted? Along the way, there were even some small icebergs. Not icebergs, but fragments of icebergs? Gu Hai followed these fragments and quickly came to another entrance. Kong Xian has been brought to the 16th level of hell? Gu Hai's expression changed. Without hesitation, he stepped in. Boom. Then, boundless flames soared into the air and instantly surged towards Gu Hai. As soon as the true fire gourd appeared, it instantly absorbed the fire around him. Only then did Gu Hai see the appearance of the 16th level of hell. Magma, an endless amount of magma. In the sky, there were even more enormous fireballs falling one after another. It was an extremely disastrous world. The temperature of the flames was too high. If Gu Hai didn't have the true Samadhi fire, he couldn't suppress this terrifying fire. The 16th level of hell? What a terrible environment! Gu Hai's face darkened. Shangguan Hen had been unable to bear it for a long time, but Gu Hai had been able to resist it. That was because Gu Hai had inherited Laozi's teachings and had a very deep understanding of the Tao Te Ching, so he could suppress this irritation. However, at this point, even the Tao Te Ching couldn't hold on. Gu Hai started to look around. From afar, he saw 5 huge black stone mountains erected on the sea of magma. From afar, he could hear the sound of chains clanging. Swish! Gu Hai stepped forward and flew towards the 5 enormous mountains. Magma filled the sky and rushed to the center of the 5 huge mountains like a tsunami. The 5 huge mountains were like a palm, slightly holding a huge bird in the center. It was a super huge peacock that was 3,000 feet long. On the peacock's legs and back, there was a huge chain that connected to the 5 huge mountains. It locked the peacock and didn't let it leave. The 5 huge mountains seemed to be in the shape of a hand, forming a golden phantom of a huge mountain in the void and suppressing the peacock's back. What a great ceiling formation! It's even more powerful than the 5-finger mountains? Gu Hai's eyelids twitched as he said in surprise. The tsunami of magma hit the peacock repeatedly, and the rain of fire burned the peacock continuously. However, the peacock closed its eyes and didn't move. Until Gu Hai spoke, the peacock suddenly opened its eyes. The peacock's eyes emitted a dazzling golden light, and a monstrous murderous aura burst out of its eyes. This murderous aura was similar to that of Tai's eyes in the past. At that time, Kong Xian was much weaker than Tai. Gu Hai? Why are you here? The peacock retracted its murderous aura and asked in surprise. Great Myojin, Kong Xian. Long time no see. You've become stronger again? Gu Hai said solemnly. It's been a long time. More than 30 million years. Ha 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 ha, I almost didn't recognize you. What are you doing here? Kong Xian said coldly. It seems that you've been sealed by the future Buddha from the 15th level of hell? Gu Hai said in a low voice. So what if I am? What are you doing here? Kong Xian said coldly. Do you want me to undo the seal on you? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Undo? Ha 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 ha, you won't be able to undo it. This is formed by the 9th grade golden lotus. Only the present Buddha can undo it. Besides, did I ask you to undo it? Kong Xian said coldly. Oh? I'm going to undo it for you, but you're not willing? Gu Hai said with a slightly changed expression. Gu Hai, I know you the best. Why would you be so kind? Help me undo the seal? Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai coldly. Great Myojin, you're quite clear-headed. All right, I'll be frank. When I heard about your whereabouts in the first level of hell, I had a plan. I'm here to save the Great Myojin, so I naturally have a plan. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh, Kong Xian said coldly. I want to invite the Great Myojin to join my Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Gu Hai said with a firm expression. Join your Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Be your subject? Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai, I know that you saved me in the heavenly realm back then. However, do you think that I'll be grateful just because you saved me? That I'll submit to you? Ha 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 ha, that's impossible. I was loyal to Tai in the past. Although he betrayed me in the end, I submit to him. I only submit to him. What about you? You're not worthy. You're not worthy for me to submit to you. Kong Xian said with incomparable arrogance. Why? Is it because of your cultivation? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Cultivation? No, I don't care about your cultivation. If you want me to submit, you have to be stronger than me. Are you stronger than me? Heh, that's right. You're smarter than me. However, I don't believe in brains. I believe in willpower. The 3 lifetime Buddhas want me to submit? I don't, because they're not worthy. They're not worthy either. Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Then, how can I be worthy? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. I've been sealed here for 32 million years. Do you dare? The future Buddha doesn't dare, the past Buddha doesn't dare, and the present Buddha doesn't dare. You want me to submit? Dream on. I, Kong Xian, will only submit to those who are stronger than me. Kong Xian said coldly. 32 million years? That's true. It's really been a long time. Gu Hai frowned. Heh, are you scared? If you're scared, then get lost. I don't need you to save me. Wait for me to recuperate for countless years. With my willpower, I'll be able to break through this rank 9 golden lotus seal. I'll be able to break through everything myself. Kong Xian scolded. What if I'm stronger than you? Gu Hai smiled. Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai with a solemn expression. Great Myojin, just treat it as me forcing you to repay me. After all, I've saved you before. I'm the one who saved your life. I don't expect much from you. 50 years. If you prove that I'm stronger than you, as long as you perform your duties in the Dahan Imperial Dynasty for 50 years, it's up to you whether you stay or leave after 50 years. What do you think? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ha ha ha, how are you going to prove it? Fine, you've saved me before. I'll give you a chance. I'll do as you say. However, how are you going to prove it? Kong Xian said coldly. Just as Kong Xian was looking at Gu Hai with a cold smile, a monk flew out from the entrance to the 15th layer of hell in the distance. Then, he saw Gu Hai carrying a coffin. Gu Hai is here. Buddha, Gu Hai is here. The monk turned around and flew back to the 15th layer of hell excitedly. Prove it? I'm in the lower layer of hell. What do you think? One day in here is 32 million years. One day in the 17th layer is 65 million years. It's the same as your time. Am I right? Gu Hai smiled. What? You want to enter the 17th layer of hell? Kong Xian's face darkened. Gu Hai smiled and flew into the entrance of the 17th layer of hell with Shangguan Hen's coffin in tow. What? Kong Xian's eyelids twitched. Gu Hai really went in? Soon, the 18th layer of hell would be sealed. At that time, he wouldn't be able to come out even if he wanted to. Just as Kong Xian was frowning. Whoosh! A ray of light flew in from the entrance of the 15th layer of hell. It was the future Buddha, who suddenly appeared not far from Kong Xian. Where is he? The future Buddha asked in a low voice. Chapter 761. The entrance to the first and second layers of hell. The future Buddha led the group of monks out of the second layer. That peacock is really stubborn. Humph. The Buddha already spoke to him properly, even giving him the title of Buddha. However, he refused. Humph. He brought this upon himself. The Buddha suppressed him to the 16th layer of hell. One day in the outside world is 32 million years in there. Let's see how long he can last. Will he eventually lose heart and turn to stone? That won't happen. If he loses heart, he might as well join the spiritual mountain's holy land in advance. The Buddha is trying to wear down his pride. He is too arrogant. The group of monks started talking at the same time, all of them feeling indignant. All right, quickly go out. The passageway to the 18th layer of hell will close soon. The future Buddha said. Yes. The group answered. The group followed the future Buddha into the first layer of hell. Something's wrong? The future Buddha suddenly raised his eyebrows. His figure flashed, and he instantly arrived at the entrance of Yama Palace. Buddha, what's wrong? The monks behind rushed over. They saw the Jedong Bodhisattva, the Truth Listener Bodhisattva, and countless ghostly soldiers and ghostly kings tied up at the entrance of Yama Palace. They looked severely injured. Fortunately, this place had a recovery function. The heavy injuries slowly healed. However, everyone was tied up and could not move. What's going on? The future Buddha asked. Although the future Buddha's eyes were closed, he could use his mind's eye to see. He was immediately shocked by the scene before him. It's Gu Hai. Buddha, it's Gu Hai. The Jedong Bodhisattva shouted anxiously. Gu Hai. The future Buddha frowned slightly. Yes. My master captured Gu Hai and sent me to escort him over for you to interrogate. However, Buddha, quick. He seems to be heading for the Buddhists. I don't know. The Jedong Bodhisattva said worriedly. The Buddhists? Lian Xing? The future Buddha's expression suddenly changed. Whoosh! The future Buddha instantly vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he arrived at the large hall where Bodhisattva Lian Xing was imprisoned. The large hall was in tatters, but Bodhisattva Lian Xing was gone. Where is he? The future Buddha suddenly said anxiously. Who saw it? Come out! The future Buddha suddenly roared. Soon after, a group of ghost soldiers were gathered. In the end, there were still some who saw it. Buddha, Buddha, I saw the two of them enter the second layer of hell. A little ghost whispered. Oh? 2? Not 3? The future Buddha's expression darkened. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. I only saw 2, maybe 3. The little ghost said. The future Buddha frowned and pondered for a while. After a while, he suddenly realized something. Oh no, Kongxian? The future Buddha's expression darkened. Everyone, follow me into hell, the future Buddha roared. Search every level. Find Gu Hai. Buddha, the entrance to the 18th layer of hell is about to close. At this time, the monks said in fear. Find him for me. The future Buddha roared. Why yes. The monks braced themselves and followed the future Buddha into the lower levels of hell. Gu Hai might not know where Kongxian is. Search every level. The future Buddha said anxiously. Bodhisattva Lian Xing was the master of the virtuous Rulai. If the virtuous Rulai was not eliminated, the future Buddha would never be at ease. He had to find him. That Gu Hai was truly a scourge. The group searched the floors one by one. However, it was too slow. Spread out and search. The future Buddha said anxiously. Boom. The monks immediately spread out and rushed to the various levels of hell in the 18th layer of hell. Soon, a monk reached the 16th layer of hell. Lava surged into the sky. That monk quickly adapted to this place. He looked at the place where Kongxian sealed and suddenly saw Gu Hai standing in the air, dragging a coffin. Gu Hai. That monk immediately showed joy on his face. Gu Hai is here. Buddha, Gu Hai is here. That monk excitedly turned around and flew back to the 15th layer of hell. That monk did not clash head-on with Gu Hai. After all, Gu Hai already killed the Jedong Bodhisattva and the Truth Listener Bodhisattva. There was no need for him to take the risk. When he shouted, another monk at the entrance of the 15th layer of hell immediately flew to the 14th layer of hell and shouted. Soon, they reached the future Buddha's place. Indeed, he is in the 16th layer of hell. The future Buddha's face suddenly sank. Whoosh! The future Buddha immediately turned into a beam of light and traveled through the layers of hell. Soon, he arrived at Kong Xian's place. Where is he? The future Buddha asked. Kong Xian looked coldly at the future Buddha and scoffed, Ha! Kong Xian, where is Gu Hai? The future Buddha asked anxiously. Look for him yourself. Kong Xian said coldly, ignoring the future Buddha. Buddha, it's almost time. A group of monks flew over and said anxiously. No, we have to catch Gu Hai before we leave. You guys search the 16th layer of hell, I'll go to the 17th. The future Buddha's face darkened. Whoosh! In an instant, the future Buddha flew into the 17th layer of hell. The 17th layer of hell, the hell of solitude. As soon as Gu Hai entered, he looked at this hell in confusion. It was neither hot nor cold, just a vast land. However, there was no source of light, only darkness. The only light was from two entrances. Once the entrances are sealed, you will be imprisoned here for more than 60 million years, accompanied by darkness. More than 60 million years? It's really lonely. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with horror. He used the true samadhi fire to illuminate the surroundings and immediately saw the ground below. At this moment there were statues standing there. They were the statues of people who had been imprisoned here in the past. In the end, they died of loneliness and became fossils. The future Buddha is coming? Am I going to stay in the 17th layer of hell for a while? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He could not hide. This place was too clear. As long as there was a source of light, he could see everything clearly. As long as the future Buddha arrived, he would have nowhere to hide. The 18th layer of hell? After a moment of silence, Gu Hai stepped forward and entered the 18th layer of hell. The 18th layer of hell was boundless. This place was like a universe of stars, boundless and without end. There were countless planets and some stars. The stars provided light, and the planets provided places to hide. Whoosh! Gu Hai instantly flew behind a planet and hid. At the same time, the future Buddha stepped into the 17th layer of hell. The future Buddha did not need a source of light to find someone. He looked with his heart and could see more clearly. He scanned with his heart's eye but found no trace of anyone. Impossible. Gu Hai went to the 18th layer of hell? The future Buddha felt a chill in his heart. Even the future Buddha did not dare to enter the 18th layer of hell casually. He could still see through the 17th layer of hell with his heart's eye. However, the 18th layer was boundless. Even the heart's eye could not see through it. After a moment of silence, the future Buddha stepped into the 18th layer of hell. As soon as he entered, the future Buddha felt a chill in his heart. He saw boundless with his heart's eye and could not find Gu Hai at all. In fact, the future Buddha did not dare to enter, fearing that he would get lost and not be able to return. Rumble! Suddenly, the entrances of the 17th and 18th layers trembled and shrank slightly. Not good! The future Buddha's expression changed. Whoosh! The future Buddha turned around and flew back to the 17th layer, then back to the 16th layer. At this moment, the monks on the 16th layer were also extremely anxious. Not good, it's going to close. What should we do? The monks were anxious. Whoosh! The future Buddha suddenly appeared. Buddha, it's great that you're back. Have you found Gu Hai? The monks asked anxiously. Are you sure you saw Gu Hai just now? The future Buddha asked solemnly. Yes, he must have entered the 17th layer of hell, the monk said with certainty. He didn't enter the 17th layer? A monk said blankly. The future Buddha said with a gloomy expression, he has entered the 18th layer of hell. The 18th layer? Not far away, Kong Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. The entrance is closing now. What should we do? The monks asked anxiously. Return to the first layer of hell first. Hurry! The future Buddha flicked his sleeve. Whoosh! The monks were swept up by the future Buddha and instantly turned into a stream of light that shot out. They quickly passed through the layers of hell and entered the first layer of hell. Boom! The moment the future Buddha flew into the first layer, the entrance from the first layer to the second layer suddenly closed. Bam! The future Buddha landed at the entrance of the Yama Palace. At this moment, Daiding Bodhisattva and Jedong Bodhisattva had both recovered. Buddha, did you find that thief Gu Hai? Daiding Bodhisattva was puzzled. Gu Hai has entered the 18th layer of hell, the future Buddha said with a gloomy expression. That can't be right. He has a death wish? Everyone was shocked. Every time it's sealed, it'll be 130 million years? Jedong Bodhisattva's eyelids twitched. Won't he turn into a fossil the next time the entrance opens? Daiding Bodhisattva was puzzled. Stand guard. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Yes. The 16th layer of hell. Kong Xian narrowed his eyes as he watched the entrance disappear. The 18th layer of hell? Haha, Gu Hai, you're really daring. 130 million years? Ha 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 ha, you're dead meat. No one will survive. Kong Xian sneered sinisterly. Rumble. Kong Xian flapped his wings and slowly closed his eyes. He cultivated his energy and allowed himself to grow. Kong Xian's cultivation did not decrease in the 32 million years he was sealed. Instead, it increased because of the accumulation of time and energy. The Middle Heaven Palace cultivated essence, while the Upper Heaven Palace cultivated qi. The accumulation of essence could be refined into qi to increase the power of the Upper Heaven Palace. Although it was a good place for cultivation, it was also the place with the heaviest hostility. Only a ferocious person like Kong Xian could barely suppress the irritability in his heart. Being sealed and cultivating, the irritability of killing was accumulating, causing Kong Xian's demonic nature to become stronger and stronger. His body slowly emitted a monstrous black aura. Kong Xian waited patiently. In the 18th layer of hell, Gu Hai looked at the closed entrance in the distance and sighed softly. One day outside the 18th layer of hell is equivalent to 130 million years inside? I hope I'm right. Don't be driven crazy. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Chapter 762. Gu Hai shaved off a mountain peak and took out a huge palace from his storage bracelet. Then, he squared it down. The baleful aura had already reached its peak. However, Gu Hai could suppress this hellish baleful aura. Not to mention the sacred text of Taoism, back on Earth, Gu Hai had learned some methods to suppress heart demons from many immortals. The murderous aura could not affect Gu Hai. This place was like Earth in the past. However, there were no animals or plants here. It was a barren, dead world. There were stars all around, but there was no life. It was boundless. The next time the entrance to this world opened would be 100 million years later. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. One day outside was 130 million years here? Would he be able to take it? Shangguan Hen was still suppressing the irritation in his heart. He was lying in the coffin, using the tortoise breathing technique. No one knew when he would wake up. Gu Hai took out many jade slips. The jade slips recorded the secret techniques of countless gods and Buddhas on Earth. Gu Hai needed to study them carefully. Because the Tao of cultivation was different, unless one started from scratch, they could not be cultivated. However, it did not mean that they could not be used as references. They could be studied slowly. He sorted out the techniques. Gu Hai organized them into a book, so that he would not be too bored in the following time. Then, Gu Hai took out the Earth Spirit Book. Earth Spirit Book? It can absorb the energy of heaven and earth. In the following time, it can help me absorb energy to cultivate the heavenly palace. Therefore, the first step is to refine the Earth Spirit Book, Gu Hai said solemnly. The Earth Spirit Book was held in the hands of the Earth Spirit Book to be refined slowly. In addition to these techniques, there is also the 33 Heavens and Earth chess game. Gu Hai took out the 33 Heavens and Earth chess game. This was the map of the Thousand Islands Sea. It was not easy to see the 33 Heavens and Earth chess game through this map because the Thousand Islands Sea could not tell who was the white piece and who was the black piece. There were countless changes. Gu Hai needed to figure it out slowly. However, to Gu Hai, what he didn't lack the most now was time. In the 18 layers of hell, one could be resurrected after death. Exhausted stamina and soul power would be slowly replenished, so Gu Hai wasn't worried that he would die from exhaustion. Shangguan Hen used the great tortoise breathing technique and recited the classic of Taoism. After 100 years, he finally woke up. After waking up, Shangguan Hen still couldn't take it. He lay in the decaying coffin for a long time before he could catch his breath. Slowly, Shangguan Hen sat up. This was a huge square, and the coffin he was lying in was in the center of the square. In the distance, the sun was rather dazzling. There were close to 1,000 planets orbiting around it, rotating slowly. The arrangement of the Thousand Islands Sea's islands? Shangguan Hen was slightly taken aback. After all, Shangguan Hen had lived there for too long. At this moment, 1,000 stars were arranged to form the Thousand Islands map. Shangguan Hen instantly understood that it was done by Gu Hai. "Your Majesty?" Shangguan Hen called out curiously. Turning his head, he happened to see a large rock not far away. On the rock, there was a white-haired old man in white sitting cross-legged. The old man raised his head and sat quietly, looking at the arrangement of the stars in the distant starry sky. Your Majesty? Is that you?" Shangguan Hen was stunned, revealing a look of shock. The white-haired old man's eyebrows moved slightly, as if he was slowly waking up. "Shangguan Hen, you're finally awake." The old man smiled slightly. "Your Majesty, what happened to you? How did you become like this?" Shangguan Hen immediately asked worriedly. "It's fine. I'm just a little mentally and physically exhausted. I'll be able to recover after 10 days of rest." The white-haired old man smiled slightly. The white-haired old man was Gu Hai. In order to study this chess game, Gu Hai could be said to have racked his brains, mentally and physically exhausted. However, Gu Hai was not worried. The 18 levels of hell had their own recovery ability. As long as he stopped using his brain like this, he would be able to recover quickly. Is that so? Your Majesty, how long have I been sleeping?" Shangguan Hen walked out of the coffin and asked. "The orbit of this star is about the same as the orbit of the outside world. It's been 100 years. Gu Hai looked at the 100 small stone marks beside him, and said with a smile. Sure enough, in this short period of time, a few strands of Gu Hai's white hair slowly turned black. 100 years? Shangguan Hen was slightly stunned. "How do you feel now?" Gu Hai asked. "Much better, but this irritating feeling is still there," Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. "This is a good thing. It will help you temper your temperament," Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes." Shangguan Hen nodded. "You have lost all your cultivation?" Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen nodded. "Yes, but I'm satisfied that I'm still alive." "It's good that you have lost all your cultivation." Gu Hai nodded. It seemed that the heaven-mending power in the past was still insufficient and could not be completely restored. It could only be seen on the surface but not the essence. During this period of time, I have chosen a cultivation method for you. In the following time, you should practice it well, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Gu Hai handed over a jade scroll. Shangguan Hen immediately took it and read it. The 8-9 mysterious art has 72 changes. It is a cultivation method that specializes in the cultivation of the physical body and has the strongest defense. It is a fusion of various cultivation methods of shaman, Buddhism, Taoism, devil, ghost, and monster. It is a divine cultivation method that was jointly developed by a group of Buddhists, Taoists, monsters, and devils in the past. Gu Hai said solemnly. Shangguan Hen glanced at it and immediately revealed a joyful expression. Your Majesty, is this Sun Wukong's cultivation method? Shangguan Hen asked in surprise. That's right, Gu Hai said with a smile. The 8-9 mysterious art has 72 changes, 8, 9, and 72 changes. How many levels has Sun Wukong cultivated? Shangguan Hen asked curiously. I heard that he has cultivated to the 54th level, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. 54th level? Is he that powerful? Shangguan Hen asked in confusion. Gu Hai sighed softly and said, Monkey's temperament is too impatient. He was born as a stone monkey and has extraordinary talent. His cultivation speed is extremely fast. In just 7 years, he has cultivated to the 50th level. Unfortunately, the following cultivation requires a strong temperament. He is extremely intelligent, but he is also impatient. It is difficult for him to improve further. Even so, he is very powerful. Unfortunately, Sai. Your Majesty, don't worry. This subject will cultivate well. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen and nodded. Your talent is not as good as Sun Wukong's, but you have perseverance. The 18 levels of hell will help you sharpen your will. If he takes 7 years, you can take 70, 700, 7,000, or even 70,000 years. It doesn't matter. You have all the time in the world. This is the 18 levels of hell? Shangguan Hen's expression froze. Why? Are you scared? Gu Hai asked with a smile. No, as long as your Majesty is here, it will be fine. If I really can't stand it, I will stop, Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. When Sun Wukong finished his apprenticeship, he only cultivated to the 50th level. Every 9 levels is a qualitative leap. Back then, Sun Wukong ate countless peaches of immortality and golden cores and refined them in the 8 trigrams furnace for a long time before he broke through to the 60th and 9th level. If you want to reach the 80th and 9th level, you will need to put in a lot of effort, Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will work hard. However, the 18 levels of hell don't seem to have much spiritual energy? Shangguan Hen said worriedly as he hugged the cultivation technique. That is why I chose this cultivation technique. This cultivation technique focuses on cultivating the physical body and does not have a high demand for spiritual energy. I have the immeasurable spirit stones here. They can provide you with spiritual energy, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty, Shangguan Hen replied. The lower celestial palace cultivates the spirit. You are the supreme Xuanwu, and you have the god Xuanwu. It can help you, so you don't need to worry. The middle celestial palace cultivates the essence. The 18 levels of hell are a place to collect energy. In the next few years, won't you have enough energy? As for the upper celestial palace cultivates the qi, it doesn't matter if you don't have qi. You can cultivate the essence into qi, which is purer and more beneficial to the cultivation of the 8 and 9 mysterious arts. Gu Hai analyzed. Yes, Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen hugged the cultivation technique happily. In the next few days, Gu Hai taught Shangguan Hen the cultivation method of the 8 and 9 mysterious arts. The old Gu Hai also quickly regained his youth. His white hair and wrinkles were restored. Gradually, he was back to normal. Here are 100 million upper-grade spirit stones. Use them first. Gu Hai handed over a storage bracelet. Yes, Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen nodded gratefully. Gu Hai nodded and no longer paid attention to Shangguan Hen. He was busy with his own business. Gu Hai used a year to analyze the chess game of the 33 heavens and earth. However, the next game was the most terrifying. This game of chess was indeed very difficult. Even with Gu Hai's 32 points of chess skill, it was extremely difficult for him to deduce it. As a result, he had not been able to deduce it completely after 100 years. No wonder the game between Old Man Guanxi and the Immortal of the Six Paths is so complicated. Could it be that this is the limit? Gu Hai frowned. After 100 years of research, Gu Hai decided to take a break. He sank his mind into his body. In the Middle Celestial Palace, although he had accumulated a lot of energy, compared to the huge Earth Soul, it was pitifully little. It was like a drop of water in the sea. It did not help. The Middle Celestial Palace. As expected, if I only rely on normal cultivation methods, I wonder how long it will take to reach the Upper Celestial Palace? No, perhaps I won't have the chance in this lifetime. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Fortunately, Gu Hai had refined the Earth Soul Book. The Earth Soul Book absorbed the wandering energy of heaven and earth. When it reached the 18th level of hell, it seemed to have a sudden reaction. The suction force suddenly increased by several times, or even 100 times, or even 1,000 times. Others could not see it, but Gu Hai could. There seemed to be a huge whirlpool around the Earth Soul Book. It was crazily sucking in the energy of the entire Hell Path mystic realm. The billowing energy was pouring into the Earth Soul Book. In a short 100 years, it had reached the state of the Earth Soul Book when Gu Hai saw it last time, which was 800,000 years. Losing it last time was nothing. You got it back here? You have 800,000 years of accumulated energy? Gu Hai smiled. 1. The Earth Soul opened its mouth and sucked in all the energy. Gu Hai waited for the breakthrough. However, after a while, Gu Hai was stunned. Ordinary talented people can't break through one level even after 800,000 years of accumulated energy? Gu Hai was stunned. The first level of the Middle Celestial Palace was still the first level of the Middle Celestial Palace. Not enough energy? Gu Hai was speechless. Smiling bitterly, Gu Hai was helpless. Forget it, I'll take it slow. Is it so difficult to cultivate the Earth Soul? Fortunately, there is still time. Sighing slightly, Gu Hai took out the cultivation methods of the Earth Immortals and studied them carefully. Chapter 763. 5 million years later. 18 layers of hell. Roar! A deafening roar resounded. Shangguan Hen's body glowed with golden light as he punched a huge planet. Hong! Before Shangguan Hen's dazzling golden fist, that planet exploded. I can't take it anymore. Roar! I can't take it anymore. Shangguan Hen roared in frustration. Boom! 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 Shangguan Hen punched the surrounding stars crazily, and his eyes turned red. The loud noise seemed to have awakened Gu Hai on the distant planet. Gu Hai's hair turned white again, and his face was full of wrinkles. Stopping looking at the arranged stars, Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen! Gu Hai shouted. In the distance, Shangguan Hen shuddered and woke up. Swish! Shangguan Hen flew to the square where Gu Hai was. Bang! When he landed, he stomped on several stones in frustration. How's your cultivation? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty, I've already reached the 6th or 9th level, the 54th level. However, I can't break through anymore. In the past 1 million years, I haven't broken through a single level. Shangguan Hen said anxiously. 54th level? That means you're the same as Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong trained in the 8 trigrams furnace, and I let you train in the True Fire Gourd. Is that the limit? Gu Hai fell into deep thought. Your Majesty, I'm so frustrated. Shangguan Hen said bitterly. Forget it. It's been 5 million years. It's understandable that you can't take it. Go to sleep first. Sleep for a while with the tortoise breathing technique. Maybe you'll feel better after that. At that time, I'll use the immortal slaying gourd to kill you. I'll help you continue to train the indestructible golden body, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. 5 million years, as boring as a day of cultivation. What kind of torment was this? Back then, when he first started cultivating the 8 and 9 mysteries art, he was full of enthusiasm. But now, when he started cultivating again, he felt like puking. However, Gu Hai did not allow him to sleep forever. Shangguan Hen knew that this was for his own good, but it was very uncomfortable. At this moment, he could finally sleep. Shangguan Hen suddenly realized that sleeping forever was the most blissful thing. Shangguan Hen quickly chiseled a coffin and lay in it. Then, he fell asleep. Looking at Shangguan Hen sleeping, Gu Hai smiled wryly. This is just the 6 Tao Immortal Dome's 18 levels of hell. Do you know how terrifying the 30 Tao Immortal Dome's 18 levels are? Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai looked up at the sky. The arrangement of the 1,000 planets changed again. 33? It is indeed complicated. Is this also the limit of my Go skills? No, we will definitely figure it out. There are still over 100 million years, we have an immeasurable amount of time. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with determination. At the same time, Gu Hai sensed his own body. The Earth Spirit Book absorbed a large amount of energy, and another batch was harvested. 1. The Earth Spirit Book trembled, then calmed down. Gu Hai was speechless. The first level of the Middle Heaven Palace? Are you kidding me? The Earth Spirit Book has been absorbing for 5 million years. Gu Hai said bitterly. Gu Hai frowned suddenly. Something happened to the transformation pool and the heaven mending pool? Gu Hai's expression changed. The heaven mending pool and the transformation pool were originally back to back, but now they were eerily separated. They slowly flew towards the Spirit Mother God. Could it be? Gu Hai's face lit up with joy. The Spirit Mother God instinctively felt a huge threat. However, the transformation pool and heaven mending pool were refined by Gu Hai himself. How could they be a threat? Gu Hai suppressed the shock in his heart and allowed the transformation pool and heaven mending pool to fly towards the Spirit Mother God. They slowly flew towards the Spirit Mother God's eyes. The two pools gradually became smaller, smaller, and smaller, as they flew towards the Spirit Mother God's eyes. Boom! In an instant, the transformation pool and heaven mending pool merged into the Spirit Mother God's eyes. A majestic power rushed straight for the Spirit Mother Divine King with a loud rumble. Ah! Gu Hai screamed in pain. The Spirit Mother God was in even more pain. The transformation pool, heaven mending pool, and Spirit Mother God seemed to be melting rapidly. Even Gu Hai felt unbearable pain. One had to know that Gu Hai's endurance was incomparably strong, but even so, he still screamed in pain. Pain, 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 pain. If it was anyone else's nascent soul, it would have collapsed long ago. Only Gu Hai's Spirit Mother God had such great endurance. In the world, there were only a few nascent souls as strong as the Spirit Mother God. The Spirit Mother God was definitely the pinnacle of nascent souls. Even the pinnacle Spirit Mother God was almost unable to bear it. However, it was just at that limit. The Spirit Mother God trembled a few times but did not shatter. However, the transformation pool merged into the Spirit Mother God's right eye, and the heaven mending pool merged into the Spirit Mother God's left eye. 1. The Spirit Mother God trembled violently. Ah! Gu Hai also screamed in pain. With a loud roar, the surrounding void trembled violently. This pain was tormented for nearly a month before it slowly subsided. The Spirit Mother God seemed to wither in an instant. After a long time, almost a year, the Spirit Mother God regained her vitality. At this moment, the heaven mending pool and the transformation pool turned into the Spirit Mother God's two eyes. The Spirit Mother God's left eye emitted a gentle white light, while the Spirit Mother God's right eye emitted a gentle black light. Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth, Third Heaven? Life and Death Eye? Gu Hai said with a shiver. The reason why the heaven-mending pool and the transformation pool were formed in the Dantian was so that they could merge into the nascent soul's eyes one day. Now they merged into the third heaven. This was also the result of endless accumulation. Fortunately, I cultivated the Spirit Mother God. If not for the Spirit Mother God, I wouldn't have been able to survive the third heaven of the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. So close, so painful, I almost exploded my nascent soul. Great compassion poem of heaven and earth? What kind of cultivation technique is it? Gu Hai revealed a trace of confusion. Ninth heaven? He had only cultivated to the third heaven? In the past, I also investigated the heaven-mending sect. Only the sect master of the heaven-mending sect cultivated to the second heaven. The effect should be the second heaven, but no one has ever cultivated to the third heaven. Third heaven? Because they don't have the Spirit Mother God. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Third heaven, life and death eye? I wonder how the effect is? Gu Hai said in a low voice. His mind sank into the Spirit Mother God's eyes. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. It was the eyes of the Spirit Mother God. What he saw was actually different from what normal people saw. What he saw were countless transparent black and white lines. His left eye had thin white lines, and his right eye had thin black lines. They were densely packed and endless. This is? Gu Hai revealed a trace of confusion. He opened his mouth and swallowed a broken longsword, sending it into his dantian. First, he closed his right eye and looked with his left eye. Suddenly, in the center of the countless thin lines, a sword-shaped object appeared. This object was also formed by countless thin lines. Vaguely, he could see that some of the broken ends of the thin lines seemed to be able to be repaired. A ray of 9-colored light shot out from his right eye. It was the heaven-mending power, pouring into the broken ends. The broken ends were quickly repaired. In the blink of an eye, it was completely repaired. This magical sword is a broken magical sword. The heaven-mending power connected those thin white lines and repaired it? The broken ends of the thin lines are the broken parts. In that case, the left eye, life eye, can see the essence of the object and the trajectory of existence, just like the genetic strands. It can see the genetic strands clearly and repair them. Gu Hai's expression changed. He closed his left eye again and opened his right eye. 1. This time, he also saw the sword-shaped object, which was also formed by countless thin black lines. However, there were many fewer thin lines this time. The right eye, death eye, only sees a part of the life eye, but it's displayed in black? The death eye doesn't see everything? Gu Hai was slightly startled. The Divine King was slightly curious. He pointed his finger and released a thin beam of energy, but it cut off one of the black lines. Bang! It was just a single black line, but the long sword was shattered into pieces with a loud bang, completely shattering into pieces. It's all shattered? How can this be? Gu Hai was slightly startled. He quickly used the heaven-mending power to repair it. This time, only one black line was cut off, but it consumed more heaven-mending power than before to repair it? What is this black line? Gu Hai was slightly startled. Once again, he cut off a white line that the death eye could not see. But the white line was broken, but the long sword was still as before, as if it was not damaged at all. Gu Hai fell into deep thought. After many attempts, Gu Hai finally understood what was going on. The death eye can see the vital point of an object with a single glance. Once the vital point is broken, it will damage its foundation and almost destroy it. The life eye can see the whole picture of an object, the trajectory of all existences. Can it see everything clearly? Gu Hai frowned. Right, Xianqiong? Gu Hai's expression changed. It was the warring state's Xianqiong that had been thrown into the heaven-mending pool to repair. At this moment, Gu Hai used the life eye to look. Immediately, he saw that the warring state's Xianqiong was densely packed with thin lines. There were too many, so many that Gu Hai was dazzled. The broken parts were also densely packed. The heaven-mending power was slowly repairing it. However, the repair was still quite slow. He threw the Xianxiong into the Death Eye. Immediately, only a huge black frame was left. Although there were many broken black lines, too many were missing. Repair these vital black lines first. Gu Hai's expression changed. Whoosh! Immediately, a large amount of heaven-mending power repaired those black lines first. At the same time, in the warring states Xianxiong, which used to repair all sides, suddenly repaired the important elements. Boom! The broken sun suddenly pieced back together. The sun pieced back together. It was as if there was a demand for heat. Gu Hai immediately flew towards a star. 1. The surging power of the sun was quickly absorbed into the warring states Xianxiong. The sun of the warring states Xianxiong was repaired. At the same time, the Life Eye saw that many broken white lines did not need the heaven-mending power and were actually repairing themselves. I understand now. Ha, as long as the main frame and vital points are repaired, the minor parts can slowly recover on their own. There is no need to consume too much heaven-mending power. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Chapter 764. Immortal Dome? This was what Gu Hai was looking forward to the most. As he refined it, he mended the black lines. Finally, 10 years later. Buzz! A bubble suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's palm. Immortal Dome? This is my immortal dome? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. It was not difficult to refine the immortal dome. The difficult part was repairing it. Fortunately, the 3,000 black lines had been repaired. Although there were countless holes on the bubble, the minor parts had not been repaired. However, the immortal dome bubble did not burst. Those minor elements could be repaired on their own. Go! Gu Hai extended his hand and tossed. Whoosh! The bubble suddenly flew into another planet. The countless holes were like countless small black holes, crazily absorbing the surrounding dust, stones, and light of the sun and moon. Gu Hai had a connection with the immortal dome. Now that he had refined it, he could make the little immortal dome return with a thought. However, Gu Hai did not do so. His vital parts were restored. Next, he would let it recover on its own. Eye of Life and Death? The spiritual Mother Divine King immediately emitted a gentle light that merged with Gu Hai's body. Buzz! Gu Hai's eyes suddenly emitted black and white light. The Eye of Life and Death seemed to have reached the eyes of his physical body in an instant, but it consumed a lot of the spiritual Mother Divine King's power. He looked up at the 33 great arrays in the sky. In an instant, in Gu Hai's left eye, the 33 great arrays turned into countless white lines. They were densely packed. As for his right eye, there were many fewer black lines. What was the overall situation of the array? Where were the vital parts? In an instant, he saw everything clearly. So that's how it is. In this way, it can help me avoid countless detours? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Gu Hai sat cross-legged again and looked at the 33 great arrays in the sky. In the 10,000,000th year. Buzz! In between his eyebrows. Out of the 100 small chessboards, 80 of them suddenly merged together in 4 directions. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, 20 large chessboards merged into one. The chessboard didn't last long, only a year. Ka. The large chessboard quickly shrank, removing the pieces that could be replaced. Once again, it turned into a small chessboard with 19 paths. Together with the original 20, the most complicated chessboard. Now, there were only 40 small chessboards left. The heavenly cycle saber art could slash out the 8 heavenly cycles due to these chess puzzles. Unfortunately, that was only an ideal situation. Gu Hai's current strength was far from enough. 33? It's really complicated. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. It was only because of the Eye of Life and Death that he was able to gain a preliminary understanding of the 33 great formations. How long had it been? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Is that old man Guanxi really that talented? He has lived for thousands of years, yet he was able to comprehend such chess skills? Just as Gu Hai was mocking himself, the energy gathered by the Earth Spirit book in his body paused, and the Earth Spirit trembled. Gu Hai's expression suddenly froze. Boom! A loud sound came from Gu Hai's body. Suddenly, a strong air current surged out from his body. A breakthrough. Gu Hai was stunned. At this moment, he did not know whether to be happy or sad. Congratulations, Your Majesty! You have a breakthrough in your cultivation. Shangguan Hen, who was in a coffin not far away, woke up and said with a smile. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Yes, I have a breakthrough. The second level of the Central Heaven Palace. Shangguan Hen's expression froze. I have been sleeping and waking up nonstop. It has been almost 10 million years, right? Your Majesty, you have a breakthrough? Shangguan Hen said blankly. 10 million years of energy was only enough for you to advance by one level? Gu Hai sighed slightly and nodded. He was too embarrassed to tell Shangguan Hen that he had borrowed the power of the Earth Spirit book. Otherwise, he did not know how long he would have to wait. Shangguan Hen's face twitched, but he did not dare to judge Gu Hai's cultivation. Since you are awake, continue cultivating. Now you need to break through to the 7th or 9th level. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. There is still a lot to go. I am now at the 58th level. However, I have to cultivate when I wake up, cultivate when I sleep, cultivate when I wake up, cultivate again. I am about to throw up. Shangguan Hen said bitterly. Right now, you are already stronger than Sun Wukong. He is only at the 54th layer. Only through hardship can one rise above others. Continue cultivating. How long has it been since you came down? Continue. Gu Hai said seriously. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly and nodded. Oh right, Your Majesty, I wanted to ask last time. There seems to be a black hole in the distant star field, swallowing the surrounding stars. Do you want to investigate? Shangguan Hen asked. Gu Hai looked into the distance. Indeed, there was a black hole in the shining stars, swallowing the surrounding stars. There is no need. That is a formation that I made. You can cultivate on your own. Yes. Shangguan Hen nodded with a trace of horror. That black hole was Gu Hai's immortal dome. After the immortal dome absorbed countless stars, it became bigger and bigger. The holes in it also became black holes. It was not one black hole, but 3,200 black holes, swallowing the stars and mending them. Shangguan Hen continued to cultivate. Gu Hai also continued to study the 33-Go formation. Gu Hai enjoyed his time, but Shangguan Hen was incomparably unbearable. He spent 60% of his time in the Great Tortoise breathing technique. Now, the Great Tortoise breathing technique was becoming more and more powerful. Just like that, more than 100 million years passed. The first level of hell. Almost 1,000 years. The future Buddha looked coldly at the entrance to the second level. Everyone, listen up. Seal all the entrances to hell. No one is to come out. If you find Gu Hai, the Buddhists, and Shangguan Hen, report immediately. Yes. Everyone answered. Buddha, Gu Hai should have turned into a fossil by now after going to the 18th level of hell, right? Jiedong Bodhisattva laughed. Let's take a look first. Also, the Buddhists search carefully. The future Buddha said in a low voice. Yes. The 16th level of hell. Almost 30 million years. Kong Xian exuded a monstrous demonic aura. On his back, the huge mountain that was suppressing Kong Xian shook, as if it could not suppress him anymore. Kong Xian's eyes were also spewing black gas, accumulating over time. The demonic aura had almost dyed half the sky black. With great difficulty, Kong Xian's pupils shrank. It's almost time. Is the entrance to the 18th level of hell going to open again? Kong Xian's consciousness returned. Looking at the entrance to the upper level, Kong Xian's face turned ferocious. Future Buddha? Present Buddha? Past Buddha? Your plan is going to fail. Wait until I get out, watch me devour you. Roar. Walla lala. Kong Xian's vibrating chains shook violently, as if trying to break free from the huge imprisonment. However, suddenly, Kong Xian paused and looked at the entrance to the 17th level of hell. Gu Hai. You've already turned into a fossil after entering the 18th level of hell, right? I'm not going to wait for you, Kong Xian said coldly. But in the next moment Kong Xian paused, thinking of the bet he made with Gu Hai. There was a moment of silence. Alright, I'll wait for you for a while. Anyway, I don't care about this time. Let's see if you can still survive after the 18th level of hell is unsealed, Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian slowly calmed down. However, Kong Xian was extremely irritated at this moment. Kong Xian could no longer suppress the overflowing demonic aura. Although his energy had increased a lot, the demonic aura was distorting his mind. Although he was not lost, he would be affected in the long run. He could not stay in hell any longer. Just as Kong Xian was waiting. Boom! All of a sudden, a huge boom rang out as the entrance to the 18 hells opened. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared from the first level of hell to the 16th level of hell. It was the future Buddha, who had arrived immediately. In the 16th level of hell, endless demonic aura dyed the sky black for a moment. As soon as he entered, the future Buddha felt a strong evil aura emanating from Kong Xian. The evil aura was so strong that the future Buddha felt a chill in his heart. Kong Xian, have you thought it through? The future Buddha said with an ugly expression. Future Buddha, why don't you try sending me to the 17th level of hell? Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. No, the demonic aura in your body? I can see it. Ha 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 ha, you can't take it anymore, right? You can't suppress the demonic aura in your heart, right? The future Buddha suddenly laughed. Humph! Kong Xian snorted coldly. He was indeed about to lose control, but he had not been driven crazy. Kong Xian, what's wrong with being the great bright Lord Buddha of Soul Mountain? The Buddha will not restrict your freedom now. The future Buddha persuaded. Get lost, you're not worthy. Kong Xian said coldly. Ha 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 ha, not worthy? Then you can continue to stay here. I can feel that you can't take it anymore. There's no need for the 17th level of hell. Let's see how long you can hold on here. The future Buddha swung his sleeves and snorted. Turning his head, the future Buddha stepped into the 17th level of hell. At this moment, a large number of monks flew over. They also followed the future Buddha into the 17th level of hell. However, there was nothing in the 17th level of hell. The future Buddha stepped into the entrance of the 18th level of hell and looked inside. He did not dare to go deeper. Humph, it seems that Gu Hai has turned into a fossil? That's good, humph. The future Buddha snorted coldly. He flew up to the 16th level of hell. He tried to persuade Kong Xian, but Kong Xian did not care at all. The future Buddha could only dejectedly lead the group of monks away. Kong Xian looked coldly at the future Buddha leaving and sneered. Future Buddha? Just you wait, I'll break the seal of the 9th grade golden lotus and devour you. Kong Xian endured the demonic aura in his body and was about to break free from the chains. Whoosh! Not far away, a figure suddenly flew out from the entrance of the 17th level. Kong Xian frowned. He turned his head to look. Shangguan Hen? Prime Xuanwu? Why are you here? Kong Xian said in surprise. The 18th level of hell. I can't take it anymore. His Majesty sent me to the 16th level of hell to accompany you. Shangguan Hen exhaled deeply. The surrounding flames burned Shangguan Hen, but they could not harm him at all. Last time, you slept in Gu Hai's coffin. Did Gu Hai bring you in? Gu Hai is not dead? Kong Xian said in shock, his expression turning cold. Indeed. His Majesty is still in the 18th level of hell. Earlier, the future Buddha was lucky that he did not go to investigate. Otherwise, he would have fallen into His Majesty's Go ritual array trap. Shangguan Hen sighed softly. Kong Xian's eyelids twitched. Is Gu Hai really not dead? Where is he? Kong Xian said with a gloomy expression. Counting all the time, Kong Xian had been imprisoned in hell for more than 60 million years and could not hold on any longer. Gu Hai had been in the 18th level of hell for 130 million years, twice as long as him? Gu Hai was not crazy? He could not hold on any longer, but Gu Hai was still alive? Didn't that mean he had lost His Majesty? He said that he was still a little short of maturity and wanted to stay in the 18th level of hell for one more round. Please wait for His Majesty, Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. Still a little short of maturity? Kong Xian looked blankly at Shangguan Hen. Don't lie to me. I'm not well educated. Tell me, what do you mean by that? Does Gu Hai not want to come out? His Majesty does not want to leave the 18th level of hell for the time being. He is afraid that you can't wait, so. His Majesty said that if you are bored while waiting, I can talk to you. Shangguan Hen explained. Kong Xian. Chapter 765. Kong Xian could no longer suppress the demonic aura in his body and was ready to break free from the seal and escape. However, Shangguan Hen's words made Kong Xian completely stunned. His former pride seemed to have been severely challenged. One day, Gu Hai stayed for one day, which was equivalent to twice his time. He couldn't stand it, yet Gu Hai said it wasn't enough? Not enough? He wanted him to wait? Wait? Kong Xian's eyelids twitched. Fine, 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 I'll wait for one more round, Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian's remaining pride made him unwilling to admit defeat. However, even if he didn't admit defeat, he still lost. Perhaps it was his pride that held him back. At first, he laughed complacently and despised Gu Hai. Now that Gu Hai had spent 4 times his time with him, how could he not dare? That's good. Sigh, I had enough on the 18th floor. If it wasn't for His Majesty, But it's fine now. I'm on the 16th floor, so it's much better. Just bear with it and it'll be over, Shangguan Hen said with lingering fear. Humph! Kong Xian snorted gloomily. Gu Hai waited for 1 round, Shangguan Hen also waited for 1 round. Could it be that Shanghai Hen's endurance was better than his? During the wait, the future Buddha came several times. Kong Xian looked at him coldly and ignored him. His heart was full of resentment. Until a new round began. Boom! The entrance to the 18th floor closed again with a loud bang. Kong Xian looked coldly at Shangguan Hen, who was in the magma in the distance. At this moment, Shangguan Hen was wandering in the magma. The rolling flames surrounded his body, but he couldn't be harmed at all. Kong Xian, if you're bored, you can chat with me. I'll sleep for a while more, Shangguan Hen said. Humph, tortoise breathing technique. So you've been sleeping all this time? Kong Xian showed a trace of disdain. Yes, I've slept for most of my life, but I've also been awake for tens of millions of years. It's useless even if you try to provoke me. His Majesty gave me the Tao Te Ching, which can alleviate the baleful aura in hell. Do you want to learn it too? Shangguan Hen smiled. Humph, I don't need it. This baleful aura can temper me. Humph, sleep? Go to sleep, I thought you guys were so powerful. Kong Xian said coldly. I sleep, but your Majesty has never slept before. His Majesty doesn't even have enough time for 1 round, so how could he sleep? If you don't want to admit it, just say so. Why do you have to slander His Majesty? Shangguan Hen sneered. Humph! Kong Xian snorted and turned his head away. Shangguan Hen fell into a deep slumber once again. A new round began. Kong Xian's eyes were gradually bloodshot, and the demonic aura around him grew stronger. The demonic aura that had previously dyed half the sky black was now expanding at full force. Time passed slowly. The more time passed, the more unbearable Kong Xian became. The 18th layer of hell was not a place for humans. Even with Kong Xian's strong willpower, He could barely withstand it. Roar! Kong Xian let out a deafening roar, and the entire magma sea was filled with endless waves of fire. Shangguan Hen, who was in the depths of the magma sea, was awakened by the roar. He looked at Kong Xian's red eyes, as if he was about to lose himself. Kong Xian! Shangguan Hen shouted angrily. Boom! Kong Xian quivered and woke up. Was he about to turn into a demon? You lost your consciousness? Shangguan Hen stared at him. Roar no! Kong Xian defended himself. I'll teach you the Tao Te Ching. Shangguan Hen persuaded. No need. Kong Xian stubbornly refused. After a few more times, Kong Xian finally admitted that if Shangguan Hen did not wake him up time and time again, he would have completely lost himself. At this moment, Kong Xian finally saw how abnormal Gu Hai was. His Majesty's one day is longer than yours, not to mention the baleful aura of the 18th layer is even more. Shangguan Hen bitterly smiled. Humph! Kong Xian coldly snorted. Do you want me to teach you the Tao Te Ching? Shangguan Hen smiled. No need, this round is about to end, and the entrance to the 18th layer of hell is about to open. You go and call Gu Hai out. If he doesn't want to go out, I'll go first. I'm not like you, who can sleep all the time. Kong Xian ferociously said. Ha 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 ha, good. Shangguan Hen laughed. Kong Xian's words were very clear. At this moment, he finally lowered his head. The 18th layer of hell. Gu Hai sat cross-legged at the entrance of the dilapidated palace. His consciousness entered the central heavenly palace. The whirlpool-like suction force from the Earth Spirit Book had disappeared. The Earth Spirit Book can absorb the wandering energy of heaven and earth. Although hell is divided into 18 layers, it is still the Hell Dao secret realm. This is a whole. Therefore, the Earth Spirit Book absorbs the energy of the entire Hell Dao secret realm. But now it can't absorb even a trace of it? Gu Hai bitterly said. In that case, all the energy in the Hell Dao secret realm has been absorbed by the Earth Spirit Book? In other words, all the energy accumulated in the 18th layer of hell has been absorbed by me? It's useless for me to stay here any longer. But what about my cultivation? Gu Hai bitterly said. The 8th layer of the central heavenly palace? Even after absorbing all the energy in hell, he still couldn't complete the central heavenly palace? The 8th layer of the central heavenly palace? Gu Hai felt uncomfortable all over. Continue to stay here? What a joke. If he continued to stay here, Gu Hai felt like he would turn into a fossil. He couldn't take it anymore. But what about his earth spirit? All the energy in the Hell Dao secret realm had been absorbed, but it still couldn't fill up his earth spirit. The remaining ones would definitely be harder to cultivate. What would he do if he left the 18th layer of hell? In the past, the Long Zhangua had also told Gu Hai about his energy. The Long Zhangua had cultivated to the central heavenly palace. He used qi to return essence to the central heavenly palace. Then, he used essence to return essence to the lower heavenly palace. He made the lower heavenly palace complete. Then, from the lower heavenly palace, he used essence to return essence to the upper heavenly palace. But Gu Hai wasn't like that. Instead, he rushed up one heavenly palace after another. He didn't have the Long Zhangua's cycle, but it was the most solid foundation. But this was the hardest to cultivate. The Earth Spirit grabbed the Earth Spirit Book and sat back down in the palace with a gloomy expression. Gu Hai also returned to his body with a slightly bitter consciousness. Sigh, the 8th level of the central heavenly palace? Forget it, there's no point in staying any longer. It's about time. Gu Hai sighed softly. He got up and waved his hand. Boom. In the distant starry sky, a huge object suddenly floated over. It was as if it was dragging an entire galaxy towards Gu Hai. As it got closer, those galaxies slowly became smaller. It slowly shrank. Soon, it shrank into a bubble and returned to Gu Hai's right palm. A bubble. The bubble was faintly discernible, emitting gentle starlight. Immortal Dome? From today onwards, you'll be called the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Gu Hai took a deep breath and gave it a name. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients trembled slightly. It was as if it had given Gu Hai life from this moment on. Gu Hai waved his hand. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients disappeared. However, at this moment, only Gu Hai could see it. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients was around him, right in front of him. Others couldn't see it, but it was there. Only he could see it. A world that only he could see, a world that belonged only to him. He took a step forward. Buzz. Gu Hai disappeared from his original spot, but stepped into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Once he entered the world, Gu Hai stepped on the air and looked down. The Immortal Dome of the warring states of the past had long changed, and everything had changed. At this moment, there was a vast land with countless starry skies. The common people were almost extinct, but they didn't completely disappear. After all, there were still some who survived. Human civilization was destroyed, and everything turned into nothing. Some humans had entered the era of eating raw meat and drinking blood, just like the Stone Age that Gu Hai saw on Earth in the past. There were also some dinosaurs. Gu Hai raised his head and waved. Whoosh! The stars above his head immediately lined up, forming a 33 large array. The moment the array appeared, buzz! The array seemed to form a suction force that led to the outside world. Suddenly, spiritual chi surged into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Of course, this spiritual chi was pitifully little. After all, there wasn't much in the 18 levels of hell. However, Gu Hai believed that as long as he reached the divine continent, there would be endless spiritual chi gathering. When the Immortal Dome of the Ancients was repaired, it integrated a trace of the attribute of the Hell Dao secret realm. The time inside is countless times faster than the outside world. I have spread the cultivation techniques of Earth in the past. I hope there will be some changes, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. He waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, on the ground of the Immortal Dome of the Ancients, huge mountains rose from the ground. On the mountains there were pages of cultivation techniques from Earth. After doing all this, Gu Hai took a step out of the Immortal Dome of the Ancient. The moment Gu Hai stepped out of the Immortal Dome of the Ancient, boom! Suddenly, not far away, there was a loud bang in the void. The entrance to the 18 levels of hell opened again. Gu Hai took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, the planet under his feet was dragged into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Just as he was about to step out of the entrance of the 18 levels of hell, Gu Hai suddenly frowned and turned to look at the largest star not far away. At this moment, a large number of stars were arranged around the star. It was a super chess game. This chess game was different. The horizontal was 34, and the vertical was 35. Gu Hai swung his sleeves. Boom! This strange chessboard suddenly exploded into pieces. It was chaos. After looking coldly at it, Gu Hai stepped into the entrance to the 17th level. The 16th level of hell. Roar! The moment the passage to the 18th level of hell opened, Kong Xian roared and endless demonic qi filled the entire 16th level of hell. In the black qi, Kong Xian's eyes were red. He flapped his huge wings and the surrounding magma rose into huge waves. Shangguan Hen stood in the distance and watched quietly. Chains break. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 chains suddenly exploded, and the 5 mountains also trembled violently. The Dharma mountain that was suppressing Kong Xian also shook and broke free. Kong Xian roared and seemed to be about to break free from the seal of the rank 9 golden lotus. At this moment, the future Buddha led a group of monks into the entrance to the 15th level of hell. As soon as they entered, demonic qi surged toward them. The faces of the monks changed, revealing looks of horror. The future Buddha opened his eyes and his expression changed. Kong Xian? How dare you? The future Buddha suddenly shouted. Chapter 766. The future Buddha led the monks into the lower levels of hell as soon as the 18th level of hell opened. They soon arrived at the entrance of the 16th level of hell. Buddha, it's another round. Will Kong Xian be able to take it? One of the monks asked worriedly. I saw that he was on the verge of death the last time. It's another round. It'll be 32 million years. I hope he won't go crazy. Hurry! The future Buddha said solemnly. I'm guessing that he can't wait to join the spirited mountain's sacred ground. The monk beside him laughed. Although the future Buddha did not respond, a smug smile appeared on his face. The group stepped into the 16th level of hell. Boom! The moment they entered, they were greeted by rolling black demonic aura. The demonic aura was so ferocious that all the monks shuddered. Demonic aura? How can it be so dense? It wasn't so exaggerated the last time. The 16th level of hell is covered by demonic aura? How can this be? Oh no! Buddha, the chains! The chains are broken! Roar! Kong Xian's expression was ferocious as he let out a roar. After breaking free from the chains, he tried to break free from the 5 mountains. As he roared, the surrounding magma shot up into the sky. The FA mountain on his back trembled violently as though it was going to break free at any moment. The future Buddha opened his eyes wide and his expression changed drastically. Kong Xian? How dare you? The future Buddha suddenly shouted. Kong Xian's current strength had completely exceeded the future Buddha's expectations. Was he going to break the seal and come out? Once he came out, it would be bad. Boom! The future Buddha took a step forward and was about to charge toward Kong Xian to stop Kong Xian. However, at that moment, an aura of a fist suddenly emerged from the magma and crashed toward the future Buddha. A golden fist punched out, causing the void to tremble violently. What? There's someone else? The future Buddha's expression changed. He extended his hand and threw a punch, colliding with the golden fist with a loud bang. Hong! There was a deafening sound as a powerful spatial wave rippled out from where the 2 fists collided. The future Buddha took a step back with a look of horror on his face. They saw a super vortex forming below the rolling magma. It revolved around a man shining with golden light. That man raised his head with a ferocious look on his face. Shangguan Hen? Suddenly, a monk exclaimed. Impossible! That was Shangguan Hen's fist? The monks exclaimed in shock. The future Buddha's expression also darkened. Shangguan Hen? You're not dead? Why do you think I will die? Shangguan Hen smiled coldly and immediately stepped into the air. He flew in front of the future Buddha and looked at him with a cold smile. That fist just now? No, aren't you even inferior to Sun Wukong? When you first entered the heavenly palace, did you remember your fist? The future Buddha said with a gloomy expression. You don't need to know. Shangguan Hen sneered. Gu Hai. What about Gu Hai? Is he dead? The future Buddha suddenly thought of something. What do you think? Shangguan Hen said coldly. Roar. In the distance, Kong Xian roared again. Rumble. The 5 mountains shook, and cracks appeared on the mountain of Dharma above them. Not good. The future Buddha's expression changed. 1,000 Buddha hands of compassion and sorrow. The future Buddha struck out with his palm. Boom, 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 boom. In the void, thousands of golden palms appeared in an instant and struck at Shangguan Hen. Petty tricks. I'll defeat 10,000 palms with my strength. Shangguan Hen glared and shouted as he punched out again. Boom! Suddenly, one of the golden palms exploded, and the remaining 999 palms landed on Shangguan Hen's body. At this moment, Shangguan Hen was surrounded by golden light. His invincible Vajra body was activated. Nearly 1,000 palms hit Shangguan Hen, but Shangguan Hen was only pushed back slightly. What? The future Buddha's expression changed. At this moment, Shangguan Hen's fist was right in front of the future Buddha. Dong! It was as if a golden hammer had struck a bell. With a resounding boom, The future Buddha was pushed back 1,000 feet before he could stop himself. Shangguan, how did your cultivation increase so much? What technique is that? Why is it so similar to Sun Wukong's? No, you're stronger than Sun Wukong. The future Buddha was shocked and angry. It was also at this time that Kong Xian unleashed his greatest power. Roar! With a loud roar, the demonic aura around him increased by more than 10 times. Boom! The huge Dharma mountain on top of him exploded. Below him, the 5 mountains changed shape and turned into a dazzling 9th-rank golden lotus. Kong Xian broke free. Screech! A clear roar of freedom seemed to spread throughout the 18 levels of hell in an instant. Kong Xian is out of the seal. The demon has broken the seal of the 9th-rank golden lotus. Buddha, save us! The group of monks screamed in fear. The future Buddha was also shocked. Kong Xian, don't be so stubborn. Roar! Kong Xian was surrounded by demonic aura. He didn't care about the future Buddha at all. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Boom! The huge 9th-rank golden lotus was swallowed by Kong Xian. What? How dare you? That's the 9th-rank golden lotus of the spirited mountain. Spit it out now. Otherwise, no one can save you. The future Buddha's expression changed. Screech! Kong Xian shouted. He flapped his wings. Shangguan, you're too kind. Don't be soft-hearted to this bald donkey. You can't do this to me. Kong Xian shouted with a ferocious expression. With a loud shout, Kong Xian flapped his wings. Immediately, a gust of black wind rushed towards the future Buddha. Bastard! The future Buddha struck his palm towards Kong Xian. However, Kong Xian opened his mouth. As the black wind rolled over, he took a deep breath. Boom! The future Buddha was swallowed by Kong Xian. In the distance, the group of monks was scared out of their wits. Kong Xian swallowed the Buddha? My eyes are playing tricks on me. That's the future Buddha. The future Buddha was swallowed by Kong Xian? No help! The monks screamed in fear. Not only did I swallow the future Buddha, but I also want to swallow the past Buddha and the present Buddha. I want to swallow everything in the spirited mountain. Swallow, swallow, swallow! Kong Xian roared. He flapped his wings again and released a black wind. The black wind swept the escaping monks into Kong Xian's mouth. The giant peacock swallowed all the monks in the blink of an eye. Shangguan's expression froze. Was Kong Xian possessed by the devil? Why was he so fierce? That was the future Buddha. He swallowed him just like that? At this moment, Kong Xian's heart was filled with anger. Swallowing the future Buddha had eased Kong Xian's anger a little. However, the anger that had been suppressed for nearly 100 million years could not be eliminated so easily. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with hatred. He wanted to rush up from the 16th level of hell and swallow everything. Just as Kong Xian's fighting spirit was soaring and his hatred was boundless, a voice suddenly sounded. You swallowed him just like that? Aren't you afraid of indigestion? A voice suddenly sounded. It could be said that it was a provocation to Kong Xian. Who is it? Kong Xian turned his head with a ferocious expression. Your Majesty! Shangguan's face lit up with joy. Gu Hai! Kong Xian's expression froze. Congratulations to the great Myojin for breaking free. Gu Hai suddenly walked over with a smile. Looking at Gu Hai, Kong Xian's face twitched. Although Shangguan had been trapped for a long time, he was mostly opportunistic. Although Kong Xian approved of him, he did not submit to him. However, Gu Hai was different. He did not have the talent of the black tortoise, but he had been trapped for 250 million years. He had been trapped for less than half of Gu Hai's time. Boom! Kong Xian instantly turned into his human form. Gu Hai, are you really still alive? Kong Xian's expression was ugly. Yes. Unfortunately, there is nothing here that I was looking forward to. Otherwise, it would be a perfect place for cultivation. Gu Hai smiled. Kong Xian! Your Majesty, please don't say any more. I'm about to throw up, Shangguan Hen said bitterly. Shangguan Hen, how many have you reached? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen. Barely. More than 7 or 9. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. 63 levels? Not bad. You are much stronger than Sun Wukong. Gu Hai smiled. 64 levels. But I am still far from 72. Shangguan Hen said immediately. Not bad. You are much stronger than you were in the past. Gu Hai smiled. Of course. Shangguan Hen said with a smile. After Gu Hai finished speaking, he looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian's expression was ugly. He remained silent for a while. Gu Hai didn't say anything. He just looked at him. Shangguan Hen smiled and said, Kong Xian, His Majesty saved your life. You made a bet with His Majesty. Why? Are you going back on your words? Shangguan Hen sneered. Kong Xian's face fell. Who said I am going back on my words? That's right. Gu Hai, your willpower is stronger than mine. You are really good. I admire you. We agreed on 50 years. I will enter the Dahan for 50 years. Kong Xian greets your Majesty. Kong Xian immediately bowed. Although he felt that Gu Hai's cultivation had not reached the heavenly palace, Kong Xian didn't care about cultivation anymore. So what if Gu Hai's cultivation had not reached the heavenly palace? He was stronger than him. There was no need to refuse. It was only 50 years. In that case, I will confer Kong Xian as the commander of the 5th Army of the Dahan Empire. You can lead an army and be conferred the title of Viscount Ming. Gu Hai said solemnly. The title of Viscount was only because he had not made any contributions to the Dahan Empire. Now, he had made an exception and was conferred as the commander of the 5th Army. Kong Xian greets your Majesty. Solemnly Kong Xian bowed. Since His Majesty was stronger than him, he could worship him. At this moment, although Kong Xian was still a little uncomfortable, he did what he said. In that case, let's go. Gu Hai said. Your Majesty, I want to seek revenge from the Buddhas of the Holy Land of Mount Numinous. Kong Xian was still brooding. Let's go out first. Gu Hai shook his head and rejected Kong Xian's idea. The group flew towards the first layer of hell. However, Kong Xian still felt somewhat dissatisfied. You did train extremely well in hell. However, are you sure you can compare to the current Buddha? Do you think that he is the same as the future Buddha? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Yes. Kong Xian felt somewhat unconvinced but did not refute. The group soon arrived at the first layer of hell. Gu Hai reached out and took out the suet jade bottle that Bodhisattva Lian Xing gave him. Chapter 767. The Entrance to the First Layer of Hell. Jedong Bodhisattva, Di Ting Bodhisattva, and the Ghost Kings were waiting. Do you think Kong Xian is obediently waiting for the Buddha's orders now? Jedong Bodhisattva laughed. Of course. What kind of place is the 16th layer of hell? The baleful aura there is countless times more than the first layer. He has been imprisoned there for nearly 100 million years. It's scary just thinking about it. As long as he is not crazy, he must be crying and begging the Buddha. Di Ting Bodhisattva sneered. The 2 bodhisattvas are wise. The Ghost Kings flattered. Just as everyone was waiting at the entrance to the first layer. Whoosh! Suddenly 3 figures flew out. Are they back? So fast? A Ghost King was surprised. No, it's Gu Hai, Shangguan Hen, and that's Kong Xian? Jedong Bodhisattva's expression suddenly changed. How did they come out? However, he saw Gu Hai take out a white jade bottle in the distance. Where's the Buddha? Di Ting Bodhisattva's expression darkened. No, they must have escaped from the Buddha. Gu Hai is still alive? Kong Xian escaped. We must inform the Buddha immediately. Jedong Bodhisattva's expression darkened. Buddha, Kong Xian has reached the first layer. Come quickly! Di Ting Bodhisattva suddenly roared. The sound formed a strange frequency that rushed to the second layer of hell, and then to the third layer of hell. In the distance, Kong Xian, who was suppressed by Gu Hai and was still resentful, suddenly turned around. Huh? Baldy, roar. Kong Xian roared. He waved his hand and a black wind rushed out. Kong Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. Ah! The monks and ghost kings were suddenly swept up by the black wind. Oh no, I can't break free. Save me! Buddha, save me! Ah! Everyone screamed and tried to break free from the black wind. Your Gautama Buddha is in my stomach. If you want to find him in my stomach. Kong Xian inhaled ferociously. Huff! Everyone was sucked into Kong Xian's mouth. Gu Hai was speechless. Kong Xian, why are you so resentful? You want to swallow this bunch of little monks? Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. It's none of your business. Kong Xian added coldly. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly and said nothing more. Gu Hai opened the suet jade bottle. There was originally a reincarnation lotus bud inside. 250 million years. At this moment, that flower bud had completely bloomed. No, it had already bloomed, forming a lotus pod, and even nurturing new lotus seeds. Then, the lotus seeds grew again, growing into 5 lotus flowers. 5 flowers bloomed. It seems that growth is slower in the 18 levels of hell. Gu Hai said with a smile. Only 5 flowers grew in 200 million years? However, it was enough. Your Majesty, when present Buddha opens the exit, we will rush out immediately and swallow him, Kong Xian said with resentment in his eyes. Present Buddha? Kong Xian, you'd better not provoke him for the time being. Gu Hai shook his head. Why? Kong Xian was still unwilling to accept the result. Let's go out first. Gu Hai reached out and plucked a reincarnation lotus. 1. The plucked flower instantly withered. At the same time, the reincarnation lotus also withered rapidly. It withered and emitted a colorful light. Suddenly, a passage appeared in front of the 3 of them. This is? Kong Xian was puzzled. Let's go. We can go out through this passage. Gu Hai explained. The 3 of them stepped out of the passage. Phew! Soon, the 3 of them passed through the passage and appeared on the other side. After exiting for a while, the passage disappeared abruptly. The 3 of them stood on the peak of a mountain and looked at the flat land in all directions. Sniff! The 3 of them inhaled deeply at the same time. This is the spiritual energy. This is the feeling of the divine continent. Ha 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 ha! We are back! Shangguan Hen suddenly felt refreshed. It was too difficult to endure in the underworld. Kong Xian's baleful aura also dissipated somewhat. He was finally back. He felt much more comfortable. This place is? Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked around. Bodhisattva Lian Xing said that one would appear randomly in the divine continent after exiting the reincarnation lotus. This place was not marked, so Xiao Chen did not know where it was. Shangguan Hen, go and investigate. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Whoosh. Shangguan Hen immediately flew to a city in the distance. Soon, he returned. Your Majesty, it is really far. This is the border of the Great Yellow Dynasty. We are already in the southwest of the divine continent. Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. Let's go and meet up with Ao Shun and Chang Ming first. Gu Hai said seriously. Alright. The 2 answered. Bang. The 3 of them turned into 3 beams of light and disappeared into the horizon. Hell Dao Secret Realm, Yama Palace Entrance, 1. All of a sudden, an opening appeared. The present Buddha and the past Buddha led a group of bodhisattvas and arhats into the first layer of hell. Where are they? The past Buddha frowned. The surroundings were a mess. The Yama Palace collapsed, and the ghost soldiers and ghost generals hid in all directions. Buddha? Buddha, you're finally here, you're finally here. A ghost king stumbled over from afar. Yama King? Where are the others? How did you end up like this? The past Buddha asked seriously. Gu Hai, Shangguan Hen, Kong Xian, they escape. They escape. The others were eaten by Kong Xian. Eaten. The Yama king said in horror. Eaten? What eaten? Kong Xian escaped? The past Buddha's expression changed. Future Buddha, I don't know. I went down to take a look. No. Maybe they were eaten by Kong Xian. They escaped. The Yama king said in horror. What happened? Tell me, where is the Buddha? The past Buddha asked anxiously. The Yama king didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he knew. After that, the past Buddha's face darkened. This Gu Hai is really a scourge. The present Buddha closed his eyes, as if he was sensing something. Buddha, has the future Buddha really been eaten? It shouldn't be. He still has the closed eyes world meditation. The past Buddha said anxiously. He is still alive. He used the undying golden body technique. The present Buddha shook his head and said. With their speed, it took them more than 10 days to reach the border of the spirited mountain. Boom! The three of them landed on a mountain peak and stirred up a gust of wind. Countless bats flew out of the forest. Whoosh! Countless bats gathered and soon formed a figure in a black robe. It was Chong Ming. Your Majesty, you are out. That's great. Chong Ming was pleasantly surprised. You are alone? Gu Hai was puzzled. Ao Shun will be back soon. That day when we split up, I saw you in the distance. Ao Shun wanted to rush forward but I stopped him. These days, Ao Shun has been leaving early and returning late at night to inquire about your Majesty. I have been waiting here. Chong Ming immediately said with a smile. The great Myojin? Chong Ming suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian's face was cold, but he didn't say anything. He is now the 5th Army Commander of the Dahan Empire, Gu Hai explained. Chong Ming was startled and nodded his head. While everyone waited patiently, Gu Hai began to set up the array. In the evening, Ao Shun indeed returned. When he saw Gu Hai, he was pleasantly surprised. Shangguan Zun, you have recovered your cultivation? Ao Shun asked in surprise. Yes. Your Majesty imparted me a cultivation technique. It was tough. Shangguan Ji said bitterly. The 18 levels of hell were indeed not a place for humans. However, Ao Shun didn't know that. Tough? You call that tough? In just a dozen days, you went from having no cultivation to reaching the heavenly palace realm. You still have the cheek to call it tough? Ao Shun didn't understand. He had a strange expression, but couldn't bring himself to ask. Your Majesty, what are we going to do now? Chong Ming asked in a low voice. Capture Sun Wukong. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ancient Emperor, I will go this time. Ao Shun immediately requested. Your Majesty, I can turn into a bat and hide my body. I will go. Chong Ming requested. Your Majesty, I will go. It shouldn't be difficult to capture a monkey. Shangguan Hen said confidently. Your Majesty, I will go. Kong Xian also requested. Although Kong Xian requested, Gu Hai could see a different feeling in Kong Xian's eyes. Resentment. A towering resentment. Although he had suppressed it, it was still endless resentment. Persuade Kong Xian, lay out the facts and reason with him? Given Kong Xian's personality, he definitely wouldn't listen. You can go, but I want to ask you, are the future Buddha and the others really still alive? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Crack. Kong Xian opened his mouth and spat out. Instantly, the future Buddha was spat out. However, the future Buddha seemed to have turned into a golden statue. He didn't move, and black demonic chi surrounded him. The other monks and ghostly beings have been digested. Only his invincible golden body technique can survive for now. However, he will be digested sooner or later. He won't be able to hold on for long. Kong Xian said in a low voice. There is still a rank 9 golden lotus? Gu Hai looked at Kong Xian. I want that golden lotus. Your Majesty, you won't steal my spoils, right? Kong Xian frowned and looked at Gu Hai. If you can keep it, then keep it. Gu Hai said with a smile. Kong Xian nodded. Obviously, he couldn't hand over the rank 9 golden lotus. Give the future Buddha to me. You and Shangguan Hen go to Mount Huagua and capture Sun Wukong, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Kong Xian looked at the future Buddha and nodded. Okay. Be careful on the way. Try to keep it a secret. That monkey is very smart, but don't be fooled by his appearance, Gu Hai said solemnly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen nodded. Shangguan Hen knew Mount Huagua. Shangguan Hen also knew Monkey. Monkey's 72 transformations might be able to fool others, but Shangguan Hen also cultivated the art of 8 and 9 mystic arts. Moreover, his cultivation level was even higher than Sun Wukong's. Naturally, he couldn't escape Shangguan Hen's grasp. Whoosh! The two turned into streaks of light and disappeared. Ancient Emperor, Shangguan Hen's cultivation level has increased by a lot, Ao Shun said in a low voice, looking at Shangguan Hen's back. That's right. Crown Prince Ao Shun, what are your future plans? Gu Hai looked at Ao Shun and asked. My future plans? Ao Shun was silent for a while. Right now, Ao Shing is the North Sea Dragon King. If you don't mind, why don't you join the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Like Shangguan Hen, you will be the king of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's national beast. I remember that a country can have more than one national beast. Gu Hai looked at Ao Shun and invited. Chapter 768. When Gu Hai invited Ao Shun did not reject. Instead, he fell into deep thought. After a moment of silence, Ao Shun smiled bitterly and said, Ancient Emperor, although Ao Shing is bad, he is still my younger brother. I don't want to compete with him. You misunderstand. I didn't ask you to compete with Ao Shing. Don't feel burdened. Are there only the North Sea Dragon Tribe dragons in the world? Can't you form a new Dragon Tribe army? Just like that, Sakura? Gu Hai said solemnly. Ao Shun frowned slightly. Besides, I feel that although Ao Shing is much stronger now, he is not a wise ruler. In the North Sea Dragon Palace, there are many dragons who grew up with you. They fought with you and were injured for you. Can you really bear to let Ao Shing mess with them and kill them one by one? Gu Hai said solemnly. No, I don't think so. Ao Shun frowned and said. Whether you will or not, I'm not sure. But at the very least, when they have nowhere else to go, you can give them a place to stay, right? Isn't that so? Gu Hai asked. Ao Shun fell into deep thought. Of course, the sovereign of the nation's beast, if you're not willing to forcefully pull the group of dragons to become your subordinates, I won't force you either. Having you alone is enough. You've also seen it for yourself, Sakura and Ao Shing, they were eyeing your bloodline previously. This is just the beginning. Will there be more enemies in the future? You are the supreme beast of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. At the very least, we can be allies and help each other. Unless you look down on the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. In that case, just pretend I didn't say anything. Gu Hai said with a smile. How could that be? How would I dare to look down on the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? It's just that I will cause a lot of trouble for the ancient emperor in the future. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. You agreed? Ha 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 ha, trouble? This emperor is least afraid of trouble. Gu Hai laughed happily. Since your majesty doesn't mind, I, Ao Shun, will be thick-skinned. Ao Shun said with a smile. No, why would I? Ha ha, this emperor is overjoyed. Obtaining Ao Shun's help is like obtaining an arm. Gu Hai immediately laughed. Congratulations, Supreme Ao. You've managed to recreate the glory of Supreme Ao Tianhuang. Chong Ming said with a smile. Flower Fruit Mountain, Water Curtain Cave. Get out, get out. Sun Wukong angrily drove the monkeys out of the Water Curtain Cave. My king, what happened to you? One of the monkeys mustered up the courage to ask. Scram. I get annoyed whenever I see those bald donkeys. You guys are their eyes and ears. Don't think that I don't know. Scram, scram, scram. Sun Wukong shouted gloomily. A group of monkeys immediately swarmed out. They even sent a group of demon kings to surround my flower fruit mountain. Are they monitoring me? Sun Wukong shouted angrily. No one knew who he was scolding. Just as the group of monkeys stepped out of the water curtain cave gloomily, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly changed. Who's there? Shangguan Hen and Kong Xian quickly flew to Flower Fruit Mountain. Here. Kong Xian's expression darkened. That's right. Shangguan Hen nodded. Whoosh! Kong Xian immediately waved his hand, and billowing black gas instantly enveloped Flower Fruit Mountain. Who's there? An angry shout suddenly came from within Flower Fruit Mountain. It was Sun Wukong who flew out of the water curtain cave. Kong Xian, you stay behind. I'll catch him. Shangguan Hen said in a deep voice. Whoosh! Shangguan Hen immediately rushed down and flew towards the water curtain cave. Boom! A gust of wind blew past, and Shangguan Hen suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Stinky Turtle? Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai escaped? Where is he? Sun Wukong stared at Shangguan Hen, his eyes emitting a golden light. His Majesty is not here. Great Sage, Heaven's equal, please come with us, Shangguan Hen said in a deep voice. He's not here? Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up. As long as Gu Hai was not here, Sun Wukong was not afraid of anything. Please, Shangguan Hen said in a deep voice. Please? Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai is not here. You stinky turtle, you want to take me away? Eat old Sun's stick. Sun Wukong suddenly shouted. He took out the Jingu Bang from his ear and enlarged it countless times. Sun Wukong's face was ferocious, and he slammed the staff towards Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen's eyes flashed with a desire to fight. He took a step forward and met the attack with a punch. Use the 8 or 9 mysteries art. You know it, so do I. Do you think you have an indestructible Vajra body like me? Beat me up. Sun Wukong shouted with a ferocious face. Clang! A loud sound rang out as Shangguan Hen's golden fist collided with the Jingu Bang. The Jingu Bang was instantly knocked back. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions. The entire Flower Fruit Mountain was instantly enveloped in a storm. The rebound of the Jingu Bang made Sun Wukong's hands numb. What? How did you become so strong in such a short time? Sun Wukong's face changed. Xiao Chen's staff strike had killed countless fiendish demons. However, Shangguan Hen's fist actually blocked his staff strike. Before the golden light on the fist faded, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly shrank. 8 or 9 mysteries art. You know it too? Sun Wukong's face suddenly changed. His Majesty taught me it. Just like you. Shangguan Hen sneered. Humph, just like me? No one is more powerful than me in the 8 or 9 mysteries art. Even Yang Jian was no match for me. Humph again. Sun Wukong shouted coldly. Shangguan Hen took a step forward and instantly approached Sun Wukong. Boom. With a punch, Sun Wukong was immediately sent flying. It was so fast that Sun Wukong was caught off guard. Impossible, how many levels are you? Sun Wukong stared and shouted. 64. Shangguan Hen shouted coldly and instantly appeared in front of Sun Wukong again. Boom. Sun Wukong was instantly smashed into the ground. The entire Mount Huagua shook violently, and the surrounding sea water rose up. Kong Xian stood in the sky and looked coldly at Shangguan Hen, who was suppressing Sun Wukong. He frowned slightly. Obviously, he was also curious about the 8 or 9 mysteries art. However, at the next moment, Kong Xian suddenly squinted his eyes and looked at the surrounding island. Come out, old brothers, Kong Xian said coldly. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, more than 10 figures rushed into the sky with different expressions and surrounded Kong Xian. They were the group of grand demons who had been captured by the Buddha together with Kong Xian. They had also accompanied Kong Xian to set up the cosmic stars formation. Kong Xian, you really came out, the leader of the bull demons said coldly. Oh, in that case, old brothers, you have been waiting for me for a long time? Kong Xian squinted his eyes and said. That's right, Kong Xian. The Buddha asked us to come here to prevent Gu Hai from catching Sun Wukong again. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Kong Xian, the Buddha favors you a lot and is even willing to confer the title of Buddha on you. Why did you? The bull demon frowned and said. Shut up. Kong Xian stared at him, and a murderous aura flashed around him. The surrounding demons frowned slightly. I am the bald donkey of the holy mountain. So what? What great bright Buddha? I don't care. So what if you are loyal to the holy mountain? That little Arhat? Little Bodhisattva? Ha 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 ha, I don't care, but you do. Our paths are different, so we can't work together. Seeing that we were brothers in the past, I won't make things difficult for you. Go back to where you came from. Kong Xian suppressed his anger and said coldly. Kong Xian, what are you talking about? In the past, you were able to command this group of monster kings because Tai favored you. You were not able to command us because you were stronger than us. Brother? Haha, you entered the holy mountain, so you are our brother. If you don't, you are our enemy. A leopard demon said coldly. Leopard head, say that again? Kong Xian looked coldly at the monster king who spoke. Follow me back to the holy mountain to receive your punishment. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Leopard head said coldly. Ha 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 ha, good good. Until today, I still want to let you go because of our brotherhood. But you have completely become the lackeys of the holy mountain? Just to be promoted? You want to capture me for rewards? Ha 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 ha, I, Kong Xian, am ashamed to be in the same group as you. Kong Xian glared at Leopard Head. Bastard! The group of monster kings' faces turned cold. Kong Xian, don't be ungrateful. Humph, you were in the top 10 of the 361 monster kings in the past, but you are not the first. You are not even comparable to me. What is there to be proud of? Today, I will teach you a lesson. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Leopard Head immediately pounced on Kong Xian. Leopard Head's expression was ferocious. He was extremely fast and arrived in front of Kong Xian in the blink of an eye. He stretched out his palm, creating a ripple in the void. He wanted to capture Kong Xian in one strike. Roar! Kong Xian glared and opened his mouth to let out a roar. In the midst of his roar, billowing black chi rushed out. Leopard Head was swept away. What? Leopard Head's expression changed. However, Kong Xian suddenly opened his mouth wide, and a huge suction force came from his mouth. That palm strike was instantly sucked into Kong Xian's mouth. The suction force even increased, and a black wind blew wildly. Ah, Kong Xian, how dare you! Leopard Head's expression changed as he screamed. What? The other monster kings' faces changed. Whoosh! Kong Xian closed his mouth and swallowed Leopard Head. Kong Xian, how dare you! The group of monster kings' faces changed. That is Leopard Head. How did your cultivation increase so much after you swallowed Leopard Head? Are you Kong Xian? The group of monster kings exclaimed in shock. After swallowing Leopard Head, Kong Xian glared at them and said, From now on, you bunch of mystical mountains lackeys are no longer my, Kong Xian's brothers. Roar. You. The group of monster kings' faces changed. Surround him. The Minotaur from before ordered coldly. Boom. Below, a loud explosion sounded. Sun Wukong was caught by Shangguan Hen with disbelief. Shangguan Hen grabbed the sealed Sun Wukong in one hand and the Jingu Bang in the other, and soared into the sky. Kong Xian, it's time to go. Shangguan Hen shouted. The group of monster kings not far away were shocked. This Shangguan Hen was so powerful? That Sun Wukong was a powerful character, and he was caught just like that? You go, Shangguan Hen, I'll help you stop them. Kong Xian shook his head. No need, they won't be able to catch up to us. Shangguan Hen frowned. I said, you go first and bring Sun Wukong back. This group of monster kings is just the beginning. Soon, the people from Spirited Mountain will be here. The present Buddha and the past Buddha will be here soon. I'll stop them, you go first, Kong Xian said solemnly. Shangguan Hen's eyes were filled with uncertainty. He saw Kong Xian's determination and nodded. Swish! In an instant, Shangguan Hen shot into the distance. Stop right there! The Minotaur stared and wanted to stop him. Roar! Kong Xian opened his mouth and roared. Once again, a gust of black wind engulfed the Minotaur. He opened his mouth and sucked the Minotaur into his stomach. What? Kong Xian, you swallowed the Minotaur? The Buddha will not let you go. Another wolf demon stared and roared. Ha 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 ha, Buddha? Today, I'm not leaving because I want to wait for them to come. Not only will I devour you, but I'll also devour the entire Spirit Mountain Holy Land. The Buddha of the past and the Buddha of the present won't be able to escape. I'll devour them all. Boom! Kong Xian turned into a giant peacock that was 3,000 feet long. Demonic chi burst out from his body and dyed the entire sky black. Chapter 769. Boom! The peacock spread its wings and the demonic aura instantly dyed the sky black. The demonic aura carried a monstrous resentment and burst out as if there were thousands of demons howling inside. The Monster King's expressions changed instantly. Kong Xian, how did your strength change? Why do I feel like I'm looking at the Eastern Emperor Tai? Let's attack together. The holy grounds of the spiritual mountain will know soon. Quick, take him down. The Monster Kings immediately transformed into their monster forms. The aura around them surged and huge waves suddenly rose around the Flower Fruit Mountain. Ha 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 ha, what a dog of the spiritual mountain. You're courting death. You can't blame anyone. Kong Xian stared. He flapped his wings and a black storm formed around him. It swept towards the Monster Kings. Let's attack together. One of the toads shouted angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a long tongue towards Kong Xian. Swoosh! Kong Xian spread his wings and shot out a ray of 5-colored divine light. As the divine light brushed past, the toad's tongue disappeared. The toad exclaimed. Kong Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. Swoosh! The toad was swallowed by Kong Xian. All the Monster Kings attacked almost at the same time. Their beast claws and bird claws turned into divine weapons and charged towards Kong Xian, as if they were going to tear Kong Xian apart. Swoosh! Kong Xian flapped his wings again. As the 5-colored divine light passed, all the beast claws and bird claws disappeared. Ah, my leg! The Monster Kings exclaimed. Roar! Kong Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, 3 more Monster Kings were swallowed into his stomach. The demon monarchs lost a leg and were inexplicably terrified. Kong Xian really has the strength of Tai. Run, run! The Monster Kings exclaimed. No one would have thought that Kong Xian's strength would be tyrannical to this extent. Tai's strength? All the Monster Kings trembled. They turned around and fled in all directions. Escape? It's too late to escape now. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. They flapped their wings and chased after the most demon kings. Among the demon kings, the slowest one was sucked into Kong Xian's stomach in the blink of an eye. Up ahead were some bird-type demon kings. Quick, over there, that's Tianning Temple, a subsidiary temple of the Holy Land of Mount Numinous. Tianning Bodhisattva is inside. Hurry, Tianning Bodhisattva, help! A few bird-type demon kings pounced over in surprise. In Tianning Temple, a white-robed monk was instructing his disciples when he suddenly heard a loud shout in the sky. Moreover, an enormous wave of vicious chi rushed towards him. The white-robed monk's expression changed. Quick, activate the formation. Buzz! Tianning Temple was immediately enveloped in a great array of golden light. Boom! The group of demon monarchs in front were immediately stopped. Let us in, Tianning Bodhisattva, let us in! The demon kings cried out in alarm. Go, go! Tianning Bodhisattva ignored him. Behind them, Kong Xian didn't fly fast, neither fast nor slow. There was a hint of hatred in his eyes, like a cat catching a mouse. Bah, Tianing old bald donkey, I didn't say a word when you asked me to help you find the spiritual treasure last time. Now that we're in trouble, you're ignoring us? The leader of the demon monarchs roared in grief and indignation. Bastard Scram, don't cause trouble for me. Tianing Bodhisattva glared at him. The demon monarchs flew into the sky resentfully. Kong Xian, on the other hand, was right in front of them. The entire sky was instantly dyed black. Tianing Bodhisattva's expression changed. Then, he saw Kong Xian flapping his wings. Swoosh! Tianing Temple's great array exploded with a bang. What? Tianing Bodhisattva's expression changed. Roar! He opened his mouth and inhaled. The black wind swept up all the monks of Tianing Temple and instantly entered Kong Xian's stomach. No! Tianing Bodhisattva had nowhere to run and was instantly swallowed by Kong Xian. Tianing Temple was empty. The fleeing demons in front suddenly changed their expressions. This is only the beginning. As long as it's related to the holy mountain, I'll eat it all. Kong Xian flapped his wings with a ferocious expression. The demons in front fled while Kong Xian ate at the back. Tianing Temple, Ningguo Temple, Daming Temple. Kong Xian's stomach was like a bottomless hole that kept swallowing. The demon monarchs in front were terrified. 500 Arhat formation, quick, stop Kong Xian. The 500 Arhat formation was eaten by Kong Xian too. Demons are rampant, Bodhisattva, save us. Bodhisattva was eaten by Kong Xian too. For a moment, the holy mountain seemed to have encountered an unprecedented calamity. The demons were ferocious, and Kong Xian swallowed the heavens and the earth. The entire holy mountain was alarmed. Countless bodhisattvas, arhats, bhikkhus, and vajras looked from afar and felt a chill in their hearts. This was an unprecedented calamity. Kong Xian was too strong. He was so strong that as long as the monks rushed over, they would all be swallowed into his stomach. Formation? They couldn't resist Kong Xian's 5-colored holy light. All the magic treasures disappeared in the 5-colored holy light. The black wind blew wildly, and Kong Xian's mouth was like the 18th level of hell. Countless bodhisattvas, arhats, and bhikkhus flew to the holy mountain and the entrance of the Mahavira Hall in horror. Ancestral Buddha, the demons are too arrogant. Ancestral Buddha, please uphold justice. Buddha, the demons are attacking and destroying our holy mountain. Buddha. More and more monks gathered. At the entrance of the holy mountain, the present Buddha, the past Buddha, the South Dragon Maiden, and a group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were all looking into the distance. Amateus Buddha, this Kong Xian's heart is full of resentment. The past Buddha frowned. The present Buddha also frowned at Kong Xian in the distance. Buddha, Kong Xian has completely turned into a demon. Buddha, please don't be lenient. The past Buddha smiled bitterly. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. The present Buddha put his palms together. But the past Buddha was worried. I can only enlighten him personally. The present Buddha's eyes flashed with a ray of light. Yes. The group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats said respectfully. The present Buddha took a step and disappeared. The past Buddha led all the Bodhisattvas and Arhats to stand on the square, watching how the present Buddha subdued Kong Xian. Huagua Mountain. Shangguan Hen saw that persuading Kong Xian was ineffective, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. After all, Kong Xian wouldn't listen to him. Moreover, His Majesty was most concerned about Sun Wukong. He had to send Sun Wukong to His Majesty as soon as possible. Therefore, Shangguan Hen didn't try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he took Sun Wukong and instantly shot into the distance. Kong Xian had a falling out with the group of demon kings. His ferocious aura was spreading everywhere, and his demonic aura was overflowing. However, there was another person watching from afar. It was the head of the demigods and semi-devils, Di Tian. Di Tian squinted his eyes. Kong Xian? He came out this time with such a ruthless aura. His strength actually soared so much? Could it be that the 18 levels of hell have such benefits? It seems that I have to enter the 18 levels of hell to train myself. Di Tian didn't stop Kong Xian, because he understood that Kong Xian was at his peak now. He might not be able to stop him. Moreover, Kong Xian was so arrogant. The present Buddha, the past Buddha, and the rest must be watching from afar. Di Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at the direction where Shangguan Hen left. Shangguan Hen? His cultivation was already crippled the last time, but now, he's so powerful? Even Sun Wukong isn't his opponent? What happened to them in the 18 levels of hell? I'll catch them and interrogate them properly. Di Tian's eyes turned cold. Xiao! Di Tian instantly chased after Shangguan Hen. After half a day, Shangguan Hen finally returned to the previous place with Sun Wukong. Your Majesty, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Shangguan Hen smiled. Where's Kong Xian? Chong Ming asked curiously. A group of monster kings set up an ambush at Huagua Mountain. Kong Xian asked me to leave first, so he stopped them. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. I knew that Kong Xian wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't get rid of this resentment. Sigh. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Gu Hai, ha ha ha, you really don't give up. You insist on sending me back. Sun Wukong was restrained by Shangguan Hen and said with grief and indignation. At this moment, Gu Hai waved his hand. The void trembled slightly and the array reappeared, forming a huge black hole behind Gu Hai. Sun Wukong, I'm sorry. When I was a child, I heard of your deeds of causing havoc in the heavenly palace and worshipped you. If it was another time, I would be very willing to be friends with you. However, I'm no longer a child, so I can only offend you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ha 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 ha, worship? Ha ha ha, put away your hypocrisy, Sun Wukong said coldly. You can go back and find Ancestor Bodhi. He will tell you everything. I have no choice but to send you back. At the same time, you don't have to be too angry. This may not be a farewell forever. Perhaps you will be back soon. Gu Hai shook his head. You're lying to me. Do you think I will believe you? Sun Wukong glared and roared. Sorry, Gu Hai said solemnly. At the same time, he gave Shangguan Hen a look. Shangguan Hen immediately flew over and wanted to throw Sun Wukong into the void. Ka 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 ka, let me go, stinky turtle. Sun Wukong was still unwilling. However, the cruel fact was that he was really powerless. He thought that he was the strongest in the 8 and 9 mysterious arts. Who would have thought that this stinky turtle would be better than him in just a few days? Just when Shangguan Hen was about to send Sun Wukong into the 2 passages. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed over, and a figure instantly appeared on top of a mountain peak not far away. Who is it? Chong Ming and Ao Shun immediately stared and became alert. Sakura? Gu Hai's face darkened. Sakura, quick, save me. Sun Wukong was suddenly happy. Oh? This passage again? Where did Sun Wukong come from? Where are you going to send him? Sakura stared and asked. Your Majesty, sorry, I didn't notice that Sakura was following me. Shangguan Hen frowned. He didn't expect that he would attract Sakura. No need to apologize. Leave Sun Wukong to me. You go and stop him. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Shangguan Hen replied. After handing Sun Wukong and the Jingu Bang to Gu Hai, Shangguan Hen immediately rushed towards Sakura. At this moment, Sakura also rushed over and met Shangguan Hen head-on. Oh? You want to stop me too? Sakura revealed a cold smile. My mistake, naturally, I will solve it. Shangguan Hen stared. The two of them faced each other and raised their fists. Hong! Chapter 770. When Shangguan Hen punched over, Sakura revealed a trace of malevolence. Although Shangguan Hen's cultivation wasn't obvious in the past, Sakura saw it clearly when he defeated Sun Wukong previously. Hence, he was extremely careful with Shangguan Hen and punched with almost all his strength. Boom! Both of their fists collided in the void. A huge airwave rushed in all directions, and even the void was distorted. Both of them didn't take a step back when they clashed head-on. A strong wind blew from all directions. Ao Shun and Chong Ming immediately flattened the void to prevent Gu Hai's formation from being destroyed. Bang! Shangguan Hen and Sakura each took a step back. Sakura's eyes flashed with bewilderment. Increased by so much? Sakura looked at Shangguan Hen in surprise. Sakura? Good ability. Shangguan Hen said with a gloomy face. After the tempering in hell, Shangguan Hen thought that he was already very powerful when he came out. However, when he met Sakura, he was actually on par with him in one punch. Heh, ha 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 ha, it seems that there is indeed a great opportunity in the 18 levels of hell. After this time, I will definitely go in and have a look. Sakura snorted with a malevolent face. Sakura rushed over again. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. He wanted to know how strong this Shangguan Hen was. Come on! Shangguan Hen also rushed up. Boom, 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 boom. The two peerless experts made their moves. Their speed was extremely fast, leaving only afterimages. Shangguan Hen deliberately led Sakura away from Gu Hai, allowing Gu Hai to continue setting up the formation. The two of them fought towards the distant sea. The entire sea was surging with huge waves. The sea was overturned, and the surrounding islands were constantly exploding. The loud sound shocked the surrounding cultivators. Sun Wukong looked at Shangguan Hen's method, and despair flashed in his eyes. 8-9 mysterious art? He really reached 64? Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with strong unwillingness. When he learned this technique in the past, he was high-spirited and didn't put anyone in his eyes. It was as though this technique was tailor-made for him, and no one could compare to him. He couldn't cultivate anymore because of the flaws in the technique. He had cultivated to the limit. No one could surpass him in this technique. Sun Wukong never faced his laziness. But at this moment, Sun Wukong hated himself. Why didn't he cultivate diligently? But now, Sun Wukong, I'm sorry. As for the Jingu Bang, only you are worthy of it. Here, take it. Gu Hai grabbed Sun Wukong and threw him into the tunnel. At this moment, Sun Wukong was filled with regret. It wasn't because he was caught, but because he was too playful in the past. How did you guys do it? How did he cultivate to such a high level? Sun Wukong looked at Gu Hai, eager to know. Shangguan Hen's talent isn't as good as yours. You cultivated for 7 years. However, Shangguan Hen cultivated for close to 100 million years in the 18 levels of hell. You were cowardly and avoided him, but he endured for 100 million years. Can you do it? Gu Hai said solemnly. 18 levels of hell, close to 100 million years? Sun Wukong was shocked. Looking at Shangguan Hen, who was showing off his prowess in the distance, Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with humiliation. 18 levels of hell? Heh, I'll go there too. I'll definitely get back what I lost today. Sun Wukong said with a ferocious expression. Phew. Sun Wukong entered the tunnel and disappeared from Gu Hai's sight. Knowing shame and courage. I hope you can do it. In the future, I hope to be able to fight side by side with you, great sage equal to heaven, Gu Hai said solemnly. Huff. The entrance to the formation suddenly shrank and disappeared. 1. Gu Hai waved his hand and removed the ritual array. Then, various enchanted treasures emerged from the ground. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, all of them entered the immortal dome of antiquity. Ao Shun and Chong Ming were stunned. Over 100 million years? What did that mean? Gu Hai didn't explain. Instead, he looked at the battle between Sakura and Shangguan Hen in the distance. The battle between the two was getting fiercer and fiercer, but no one could do anything to the other. Your Majesty, do we need to help? Chongming asked solemnly. We still need to save Kongxian, but we can't do anything else. Gu Hai frowned. What happened to Kongxian? Chongming was puzzled. According to my analysis, he must have gone to the sacred ground of the Soul Mountain to cause trouble. Sai Ao Shun, you stay behind and support Shangguanhen. Chongming, follow me to find Kongxian. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Chongming and Ao Shun answered. Phew. Ao Shun immediately flew towards Shangguanhen in the distance. Gu Hai took another look and flew away with Chongming. In the distance, Sakura also saw Gu Hai leaving while fighting. Stop! Sakura's expression changed and shouted angrily. Boom! Shangguanhen punched Sakura and made him retreat. Focus, Sakura. Your opponent is me now. Phew! Ao Shun suddenly came forward. Shangguanji Zun, let me help you. No need, just watch. Shangguanhen said confidently. In the sacred ground of the Soul Mountain, wherever Demon King Kongxian went, the demonic aura would soar to the sky. He devoured countless monks, and countless monks died in the mouth of Kongxian. The 8,860 temples of the Soul Mountain suffered a calamity at this moment, and countless were in panic. As he devoured, the demonic aura around Kongxian grew stronger and stronger. Ha 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 ha, Buddha now? These monks died because of your greed. If you didn't imprison me for 100 million years, how would there be today's calamity? Roar. Kongxian roared. The demonic sound soared to the sky, and thousands of monks trembled in fear. Amateus Buddha. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the center of the demonic aura. Buddha? Help! Suddenly, countless monks shrouded in demonic aura revealed a look of ecstasy. Buddha now is finally here. That's the voice of Buddha now. That's right, every time Buddha now gave a lecture in the Hall of Great Strength, his voice would spread everywhere. Kongxian lowered his head and immediately saw a mountain peak not far away. Buddha now was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. Buddha now? You're finally here? Kongxian stared and sneered. Buddha now looked up at the sky. A peacock that was 3,000 feet long, like a demon that could destroy the world, turned its head and rushed towards him with a monstrous aura. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Kongxian, are you still so stubborn? Buddha now's body resounded with a monstrous aura. Boom! The loud sound seemed to condense a myriad of golden light. The golden light instantly dyed the heaven and earth golden, and was particularly dazzling in the demonic aura. Buddha? Ha 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 ha, so what? Today, I will destroy Buddha, destroy the sacred ground of the Soul Mountain, and devour everything in the Soul Mountain. Kongxian roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! Almost all the demonic aura was suddenly swept up by Kongxian's wings and rushed towards Buddha now. The demonic aura that filled the sky condensed and reached Buddha now in an instant. Buddha now that he's here, this big demon is finished. Buddha now he's talking about Buddhist principles? There's no need to deal with such a big demon. Buddha now, he'll definitely be able to capture this demon. The surrounding monks were waiting for Buddha now to make his move. However, they saw the demonic aura turning into a black wind and sweeping Buddha now up. Roar! Kongxian opened his mouth and a strong suction force rushed out. This suction force seemed to be able to devour the heaven and earth. All the monks' expressions changed. The monstrous demonic aura suddenly rushed towards Kongxian's mouth. Buddha now? The monks in the four directions were shocked. Boom! In one gulp, Kongxian swallowed Buddha now into his stomach. What? Impossible! How could Buddha now be swallowed by this demon? The demonic aura is overflowing. Is this the end of the sacred ground of Spirited Mountain? Buddha is 1 foot tall, the demon is 10 feet tall? Countless monks exclaimed. In the distance, at the entrance of the great Thunderclap Temple, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were shocked. Buddha now? Buddha now? Sacred ground of Spirited Mountain? Ha 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 ha! Now that Buddha now is in my stomach, it's your turn. Roar. Kong Xian roared again. Boom. The demonic aura around him exploded again and dyed the entire sky of spirited mountain black. No. A great sense of despair shrouded the entire sacred ground of spirited mountain. Even Buddha now is not a match for this big demon? Kong Xian flapped his wings and flew towards the Mahavira Hall because there were the most Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats there. Wherever Kong Xian went, it was like the end of the world. Past Buddha, what should we do now? The monks asked anxiously. The past Buddha's expression was also terrible. Just as everyone was at a loss. Boom. A loud sound rang out, but Kong Xian's abdomen exploded with a loud bang. A golden light flew out from the inside. The golden light flew out and landed on Kong Xian's back. Boom. With a loud sound, the 3,000 feet long peacock shook violently. Screech. The peacock cried out in pain. On the peacock's back, there was a huge 9th-rank golden lotus that was emitting a dazzling golden light. On the golden lotus sat the present Buddha who was just swallowed. Now, with a swing of his sleeves, countless monks were thrown out. Buddha now, is that Buddha now? Buddha now is still alive? That's great, he came out of Kong Xian's stomach. Those are the Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhus who were just swallowed? At the entrance of the Hall of Great Strength, countless monks were pleasantly surprised. Amateus Buddha, if I don't go to hell, who will? Buddha now is merciful. In order to save the living beings swallowed by Kong Xian, I purposely allowed myself to be swallowed by Kong Xian. From the world inside Kong Xian's stomach, I saved the living beings who were swallowed. Good, good. The past Buddha put his palms together. Buddha now is merciful. All the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhus put their palms together. They were in awe of the present Buddha's bravery. Screech, present Buddha, did you purposely steal the 9th-rank golden lotus to enter my stomach? The peacock roared ferociously. It flapped its wings and tried to break free from the present Buddha. Boom. Under the present Buddha's control, the 9th-rank golden lotus suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light and suppressed Kong Xian, making him unable to resist. Amateus Buddha, evil creature, are you still not awake? The present Buddha put his palms together and looked at Kong Xian coldly. Don't even think about it, roar. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. The sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back and you will be saved. Kong Xian, you have committed an unpardonable crime in the calamity spiritual mountain and should be killed. However, I came out of your stomach and have the virtue of giving birth. I will spare your life and confer you the title of Buddha Mother, Mahamayuri. I hope you will behave yourself. The present Buddha sat on the 9th-rank golden lotus and said coldly, Buddha Mother? Buddha Mother? Ha 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 ha, present Buddha, are you crazy? Dream on. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Humph! The present Buddha snorted coldly. The 9th-rank golden lotus suddenly suppressed. Boom! Puff! Kong Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was suppressed to the point where he could not move. Under the suppression of the 9th-rank golden lotus, Kong Xian's body seemed to be out of his control and flew towards the Mahavira Hall. Greetings, Buddha Mother, Mahamayuri. At the entrance of the Mahavira Hall, a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats bowed. Buddha Mother, your grandmother. Old bald donkey, you dare to insult me and call me a female? Roar. Kong Xian roared with grief and indignation. Boom! Pooh! Another mouthful of blood was forced out by the 9th-rank golden lotus. Chapter 771. Greetings, Mother Buddha, Mahamayuri. At the entrance of the Mahavira Hall, a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats bowed. Mother Buddha, your grandmother. Old bald donkey, how dare you insult me and call me a female? Roar. Kong Xian roared in grief and indignation. Boom! Pft! Another mouthful of blood was spat out by the 9th-grade golden lotus. Kong Xian's ruckus at the holy mountain had also angered the present Buddha. Initially, he was prepared to subdue Kong Xian. However, this Kong Xian was too insensible, so he could only use force. Today, you have to agree even if you don't want to. Demon? You think you're a demon? You're still too inexperienced in front of me. Do you know how I got the title of Tathagata's heavenly demon? The 9th grade golden lotus under the present Buddha suppressed Kong Xian. Kong Xian tried to twist his body, but he couldn't break free. Roar, let me go, bald donkey, roar. Kong Xian roared as the demonic aura around him filled the sky. However, it was instantly melted by the 9th grade golden lotus golden light, and the demonic aura turned into Buddha's light. Kong Xian, are you still so stubborn? The present Buddha said coldly. Boom! The 9th grade golden lotus became heavier, and a strong pressure suppressed Kong Xian. Kong Xian immediately spat out blood. When the Buddha's light entered his body, it was unbearable, as if millions of ants were gnawing at his body. This was even more painful than the 16 levels of hell. This was an indescribable despair. Living was worse than death, but he couldn't die. Amidst the pain, Kong Xian felt as though golden lotuses were beginning to grow in his body. Golden lotuses were taking root and sprouting in his body. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The present Buddha chanted again. Kong Xian screamed in pain. In the distance, the past Buddha said, Buddha, this demon Kong Xian is so stubborn. Why don't you convert him? Convert? How dare you? Kong Xian's expression changed as he shouted in shock. Convert? This was the most horrible torture in the holy mountain. It was brainwashing, turning one into a puppet, forsaken one's past, and only devotion to the Buddha. How could Kong Xian tolerate becoming a dog of the present Buddha? Let me go, roar! Kong Xian struggled with all his might. However, at this moment, Kong Xian suddenly realized that this Buddha was much more terrifying than he had imagined. At the very least, he couldn't do anything about it now. His body gradually turned numb, as though he was at the mercy of the Buddha. Do you want to be the Mother Buddha of the spirited mountain, Mahamayuri, or do you want me to convert you? The Buddha's voice. Buddha's voice. The present Xian. Of. The resentment and unwillingness of the past turned into a sorrowful howl. In all directions, countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhus were chanting scriptures, as if they wanted to help the current Buddha enlighten Kong Xian. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with despair and anger. Just as Kong Xian was at his wit's end, a voice sounded from afar. Holy Mountain, are you going to submit to the Dahan imperial dynasty? The Dahan imperial dynasty is very picky when it comes to accepting people. A cold voice sounded. All the monks in the holy mountain raised their eyebrows and turned to look. He saw a black-robed man standing on the peak of a mountain in the distance. Gu Hai. The past Buddha's face darkened. The Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were stunned. Everyone had heard of Gu Hai before. Some of the higher-ups even knew that the Buddhist ancestor had been searching for Gu Hai during this period. He wasn't afraid of death. Why did he come here? Even the Buddha was slightly surprised as he looked at Gu Hai, who was at the peak of a mountain not far away. Ancient Emperor? Long time no see. The present Buddha said in a deep voice. Doubt flashed in his eyes. Why, Your Majesty? Kong Xian's face changed. Kong Xian might have submitted to Gu Hai for 50 years because of the bet, but he still felt conflicted. However, Gu Hai's sudden appearance gave Kong Xian a strange feeling. Is he here to save me? Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Gu Hai. Greetings, present Buddha, past Buddha. Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Hai didn't seem to care about the others. Gu Hai, what are you doing here? The past Buddha shouted coldly. I'm here? I also want to ask the present Buddha. Why are you, a man, sitting on the Dahan army commander? He's a man, you're a man too. You're riding on him and forcing him to admit that he's a woman? Ha 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 ha, what a joke. Gu Hai didn't hold back at all. Insolence! The group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats shouted. Was Gu Hai insulting the Buddha? The Han Imperial Dynasty Army Commander? You mean Kong Xian? The present Buddha looked at Kong Xian with a dark expression. The present Buddha knew how prideful Kong Xian was. He had tried all sorts of persuasion, but Kong Xian wasn't willing to submit. Now he wanted to be the Dahan Imperial Dynasty Army Commander? That was ridiculous. That's right. Dahan Imperial Dynasty, 5th Army Commander, Kong Xian. Am I right? Gu Hai looked at Kong Xian in the distance. Kong Xian's face stiffened. Yes, Your Majesty. Kong Xian's greeting caused an uproar among the monks. Kong Xian had really submitted to Gu Hai? That didn't make sense. In front of everyone, Kong Xian had admitted to submitting to Gu Hai. On one hand, it was the truth. On the other hand, he was touched that Gu Hai had come to save him. This was the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. He didn't know his place and had barged in. And now, Gu Hai was going to go against the entire sacred ground of Mount Numinous in order to save him? Amateus Buddha, ancient emperor, Kong Xian has wreaked havoc in the sacred ground of Mount Numinous today. How can you leave just because you say so? At this moment, Kong Xian is the mother Buddha of Mount Numinous, the Mahamayuri. The present Buddha replied coldly. Kong Xian has wreaked havoc in Mount Numinous today and caused damage. My Dahan Imperial Dynasty will compensate him accordingly. Kong Xian, I must take him away today. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Ha, 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 Gu Hai, what courage do you have to be so confident? The past Buddha said coldly. The present Buddha also revealed a cold smile. He reached out his hand and an alms bowl appeared in his hand. It was the reincarnation pool. Whoosh! With a swing of the reincarnation pool, a strong suction force rushed towards Gu Hai. Just like the previous time in the West Sea, Gu Hai was going to be sucked into the reincarnation pool. Your Majesty, please leave now. I'm a burden to you. Kong Xian's expression changed as he exclaimed. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a strong gust of wind swept towards Gu Hai. The mountain below Gu Hai's feet trembled, and was suddenly sucked into the gust of wind, and into the reincarnation pool. However, Gu Hai was still standing in the wind, motionless. The gust of wind didn't move Gu Hai at all. What? The Bodhisattvas and Arhats in the distance were shocked. Even the present Buddha squinted his eyes. You're there, but not there? The present Buddha looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai smiled faintly. It's just a small trick. Don't think much of it. In the distance, the past Buddha's expression darkened. He didn't know how Gu Hai did it. How about this? I'll use this as compensation for the damage Kong Xian caused. What do you think? Gu Hai reached out his hand. Buzz! A golden statue instantly floated in the air. Future Buddha? The past Buddha's expression changed. The present Buddha's expression darkened. Whoosh! The past Buddha moved very quickly. He appeared in front of the future Buddha in an instant and reached out his hand. Whoosh! He grabbed at empty air. What? The past Buddha's expression darkened. How is this possible? The future Buddha is clearly in front of me. Why can't I touch him? Don't touch him. The future Buddha is not in this space-time. The present Buddha said to the past Buddha. At the same time, he looked coldly at Gu Hai. Well. Gu Hai, you actually have such a trick up your sleeve after a trip to hell? The present Buddha's expression darkened. Where is the future Buddha? The past Buddha stared at Gu Hai. Give me Kong Xian. I'll give you the future Buddha. Gu Hai said firmly. How dare you? Gu Hai, do you know who you're negotiating with? The past Buddha said coldly. I know. The Ling Mountain sacred ground. I'm not blind. Gu Hai laughed. Heh, do you know the consequences of going against the Ling Mountain sacred ground? A small imperial dynasty like yours dares to act presumptuously in the Ling Mountain sacred ground. Believe it or not, as long as we give the order, your Dahan imperial dynasty will be annihilated. The past Buddha said coldly. Ha 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 ha, past Buddha, do you think I'm afraid? Gu Hai suddenly glared. Huh! The past Buddha's expression darkened. I'm talking to you nicely and even humbling myself. But you don't know what's good for you and keep threatening me? Humph! Do you really think the Ling Mountain sacred ground is invincible? Go to the sect? So what? I established the imperial dynasty. If I don't have the courage to create a new world, how can I dare to call myself an emperor? If you have the guts, you can come to my Dahan imperial dynasty and give it a try. Do you think you can make me kneel in front of you with just a few threats? Gu Hai said coldly. You! The past Buddha glared. Indeed, the lords of imperial dynasties were usually lawless. In the past, Xiu the Great dared to challenge the Tongtian sect master Antai. Why? Because in an imperial dynasty, the emperor could still mobilize the power of the country. He wouldn't fear anyone. However, that was only possible in mature imperial dynasties and powerful emperors. Gu Hai's Dahan imperial dynasty seemed to have just started, right? Future Buddha, compensate for all the losses of Ling Mountain. Now Buddha, past Buddha, Ling Mountain won't lose out. Gu Hai said again. Humph, Shangruo, what if I'm not willing? The present Buddha's cold voice came from the sky. The present Buddha was also observing the surroundings, trying to find Gu Hai's weakness. However, Gu Hai's state was too strange. He just stood there, but couldn't be touched or touched. It was a little like standing in a small immortal dome. However, how could Gu Hai have an immortal dome? You will be willing, future Buddha, one of the 3 pillars of Ling Mountain. Today, I can't bring Kong Xian away, so I'll learn the future Buddha's great mercy from the other Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhus. Gu Hai said with a smile. Great mercy! The past Buddha frowned slightly. I have a group of eagles here. They have been hungry for a long time. If they don't eat, they will starve to death. Future Buddha, you are so merciful. You feel that all living beings are not easy. I'm sure you don't mind the little bit of flesh on you. Feeding the eagles with flesh is great mercy. Amateus. Gu Hai said lightly. As he spoke, Gu Hai waved his hand. Screech. 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 Suddenly, a large number of eagles flew over and circled above Gu Hai's head, as if they were really hungry. The past Buddha waved his hand but didn't touch them. Were these eagles also in another time and space? However, he saw Gu Hai reach out and pull out a blood-red long knife. The Life Slayer knife. It's best to use this knife to cut meat. Gu Hai looked at the countless monks in the distance and sneered. Chapter 772. It's perfect to use this knife to cut the flesh. Gu Hai sneered as he looked at the countless monks in the distance. How dare you! How dare you! How dare you! Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were glaring at Meng Qi. Gu Hai held a bloody knife in his hand and used it to cut the future Buddha's body, as if he was going to feed it to the eagles. No, he was dismembering one of the 3 Buddhas of the spiritual mountain in front of them. This was an insult to the spiritual mountain. Who wouldn't be angry at this moment? The present Buddha sat on Kong Xian's body and looked at Gu Hai coldly, but he didn't say anything. The past Buddha sneered, Can you cut it? Even the demonic aura in Kong Xian's abdomen couldn't hurt the future Buddha, let alone your little knife? Indestructible golden body technique? If I remember correctly, the indestructible golden body technique can make the body indestructible and indestructible. However, there's a weak point, right? The weak point seems to be the inner mouth of the right ear. Let me try. Gu Hai smiled. As he spoke, the Life Slayer knife suddenly pointed at the inner side of the future Buddha's right ear. Buzz. The future Buddha's body suddenly surged with a golden light. The future Buddha quivered and seemed to wake up. The golden skin on his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. His eyes were still closed, but he seemed to be alive. He couldn't see, but he could hear. He could even see with his eyes. Where am I? Gu-hai, my body is sealed? How is this possible? Is this the Maha Kassyapa's difficult heart seal? The future Buddha suddenly exclaimed. The present Buddha's face suddenly darkened. That seal was the one that he had used to seal Gu-hai not long ago. How did Gu-hai know it? Gu-hai didn't say much. He reached out and cut a piece of flesh from the future Buddha's right arm. Blood and flesh flew into the sky. Screech, screech, screech. A group of hungry eagles immediately swooped down and happily ate the piece of flesh that was cut off. The future Buddha suddenly cried out in pain. It wasn't the pain of having his flesh cut off, but the Life Slayer blade. The Life Slayer blade seemed to be sucking blood. When the blade had cut him, it had sucked away nearly half of his blood. If Gu-hai hadn't suppressed it, his blood would have been sucked dry. Stop! The past Buddha glared at him. How dare you? Instantly, a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats surrounded them angrily. Killing Buddha Ling Chi in front of the Spirit Mountain was even crazier than the great devil, Kong Xian. This was not only harming the future Buddha, but also shaking the foundation of Spirited Mountain. The three reincarnations Buddhas were not only three individuals, but also the foundation of Spirited Mountain. They represented perfection and were the spiritual pillars of all Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. Now, the future Buddha was about to be dismembered by Gu-hai. It was as if doomsday had descended upon Spirited Mountain, causing despair to appear on everyone's faces. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. The Buddha had just subdued the great devil Kong Xian, and now there was another great devil, Gu-hai? Was this Spirited Mountain's calamity? Gu-hai, are you really not afraid of death? You want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Spirited Mountain and fight to the death. The past Buddha looked coldly at Gu-hai. Fight to the death? Ha 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 ha. If I don't target Spirited Mountain, will you not target my Dahan? Gu-hai said in a low voice. What do you mean? The past Buddha looked coldly at Gu-hai. Nothing. Since Kong Xian has entered the Dahan Empire, as the ruler of the Dahan Empire, I have the obligation to ensure his safety. Today, if I allow you to humiliate him, how can I lead the Dahan Empire? How can I convince the Dahan Empire? Spirited Mountain is a sacred land with a lot of assets. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Return me the army commander, and I will set the future Buddha free. Gu-hai said coldly. Ha 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 ha, Gu-hai, you are just seeking momentary gratification. Do you know the consequences of this? The past Buddha said coldly. Consequences? Ha ha ha, the consequences are that in the future, if you find trouble with my officials again, I will continuously look for the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats of Spirited Mountain and feed them to the eagles. If you can't find a way to counter me, I will fight to the death. Gu-hai said coldly. How dare you? The past Buddha glared. However, Gu-hai was in another time and space, so the past Buddha couldn't attack Gu-hai. But it was hard to fill the depression. Long Zhanggua's Warring States Immortal Dome? The present Buddha suddenly said in a loud voice. Gu-hai raised his eyebrows and looked at the present Buddha. The present Buddha didn't say anything, but he discovered Gu-hai's weakness in a short time. Immortal Dome. Warring States Immortal Dome? A hint of envy flashed in the present Buddha's eyes. Gu-hai's face fell. The present Buddha had good eyesight. He found out that he was hiding in the immortal dome of the ancients? No, I can't waste any more time. Gu-hai understood that at this level, the most powerful means were those that the other party didn't know. Once the other party knew, there would be a way to counter it. For example, if the present Buddha didn't find out about the immortal dome of the ancients, he could keep using it. However, once it was found, he would try to find a way to counter it. Once he found it, it would be time for him to destroy himself. It seems that Spirited Mountain really doesn't care about the future Buddha. If that's the case, then forget it. The future Buddha's mercy will continue. For the sake of feeding the hungry eagles, you give up your life. Gu Hai glared and was about to slash. How dare you? The future Buddha's face changed and he said angrily. Future Buddha, you don't have to be angry. I know that you have the closed eyes world purification Zen. You didn't use that suicidal technique even after being swallowed by Kong Xian. Now you want to die together? It's useless. I'm not standing directly opposite you. You're facing the past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the thousands of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats of Spirited Mountain. You want to use it? Gu Hai said coldly. You despicable. The future Buddha said angrily. I'm not despicable. I don't want to make things difficult for you. It's just that the present Buddha doesn't care about your life. He'd rather you die than capture the Dahan. As long as you let go of my people, you'll be free. He's not willing. Sorry. Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, he was about to slash. No. The Bodhisattvas and Arhats shouted. Enough. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the present Buddha. The loud sound went straight to where Gu Hai was. The void around Gu Hai trembled slightly. Present Buddha. Even now, you're still testing me? Gu Hai's face was gloomy. The trembling of the void just now wasn't just the present Buddha's anger. It was the present Buddha testing the immortal dome of the ancients and trying to crack it. How could Gu Hai not be angry? Kong Xian is yours. The future Buddha is mine. The present Buddha said in a low voice. Thank you, present Buddha. Gu Hai smiled slightly. However, Gu Hai was still cautious. The present Buddha wasn't someone to be trifled with. Boom. The 9th grade golden lotus left Kong Xian. Screech. Kong Xian spread his wings and flew towards Gu Hai in the distance. Kong Xian turned into his human form. However, his body was contorted as if he was in great pain. Kong Xian has troubled your majesty. Although Kong Xian was in great pain, his face was full of gratitude. At this moment, Kong Xian finally acknowledged Gu Hai from the bottom of his heart. There was no longer any resistance. In order to save him, Gu Hai was going against the entire holy ground of Mount Numinous. Kong Xian has been released. Where is the future Buddha? The present Buddha said coldly. I'm not joking. Future Buddha, I'll return you. Gu Hai patted the future Buddha's back. A ray of golden light entered the future Buddha's body. Puff! The future Buddha spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai shot it towards the present Buddha. Boom! The present Buddha caught it immediately. Kong Xian, come here. Gu Hai waved. Kong Xian flew towards Gu Hai immediately. Your Majesty? Kong Xian was still in great pain. Kong Xian arrived in front of Gu Hai and entered the immortal dome of the ancients. Woo 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 woo. Within Kong Xian's body, countless strands of black qi suddenly rushed out. The black qi was transparent, as if it had a life of its own as it drilled out in all directions. Your Majesty, this is what the present Buddha injected into my body. Oh no, he's evil. He's trying to break apart your secret technique. Kong Xian's expression changed. This was to find the flaw in the immortal dome and restrain Gu Hai. Kong Xian was anxious. This was a disaster for His Majesty. Kong Xian grabbed it and opened his mouth to suck it in. Boom! Billows of black wind swept towards the black transparent life form. However, it could not touch it at all. What is this? How can it be? Rainbow holy light. Swoosh! The rainbow holy light swept across, but it still could not touch it. Kong Xian was extremely anxious. In the distance, the past Buddha's eyes lit up. He was about to be overjoyed. However, Gu Hai extended his hand and formed a hand seal. Heavenly demons? Present Buddha, you're using the heavenly demons to test my strength? Ha! Gu Hai laughed coldly. However, Gu Hai formed a spell. Suddenly, the heavenly demons flying in all directions gathered at Gu Hai's fingertips as if they were attracted by something. Heavenly demon traction spell? This is a spell that I personally created. How can you know it? The present Buddha's eyes widened in shock. Only he knew this. How could Gu Hai know it? This is the secret technique that the Gautama Buddha passed down to me. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed. However, they saw the group of heavenly demons gathering at Gu Hai's fingertip. They saw Gu Hai gently pinch his fingers. Suddenly, the group of heavenly demons turned into ashes and disappeared. Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were already at a loss for words. How could Gu Hai do this? Even Kong Xian was at a loss. How could he not see through His Majesty? Present Buddha, past Buddha, I'm in the limitless celestial capital. If the two of you are not convinced, you can come to the limitless celestial capital to find me. See you next time. Gu Hai sneered. With Kong Xian in tow, he stepped forward and was about to fly into the distance. Stop! The past Buddha glared. Oh, stop me? You'd better care about the future Buddha first. If you don't save him, I can't guarantee how long he can live. Gu Hai said coldly. Huh! The past Buddha turned his head. However, he saw the past Buddha's face turn purple. He was convulsing in the present Buddha's hand. Heavenly Demon Heartbreaking Seal? That's my secret technique. How did you know it? The present Buddha's face suddenly darkened as he looked at Gu Hai in the distance. I said that it's the secret technique that Gautama Buddha passed down to me. Ha 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 ha, present Buddha, since you know that it's the Heavenly Demon Heartbreaking Seal, you should also know that if you don't expel the heavenly demon in his heart, his temperament will change greatly and he will completely turn into a demon. You schemed against me. I only want to leave safely. Same to you. Gu Hai sneered and shot into the distance. Gautama Buddha? The present Buddha's face darkened. He thought that Gu Hai was talking about the good Gautama Buddha. However, he didn't know that Gu Hai was talking about Earth's Gautama Buddha. Gautama Buddha, what should we do now? The past Buddha turned his head and looked at the present Buddha worriedly. No need to chase. Past Buddha, follow me into seclusion and expel the heavenly demon for the future Buddha. The present Buddha looked deeply at Gu Hai, who disappeared into the horizon, and said coldly, Yes. Chapter 773. Gu Hai took Kong Xian and quickly left the holy mountain. Along the way, Kong Xian still had a lot of injuries and seals on his body. He didn't need Gu Hai's help as Kong Xian could shatter the seals and heal his injuries himself. The two of them stopped in a forest. Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. Kong Xian has caused trouble for the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Kong Xian said bitterly. At this point, Kong Xian was no longer convinced by Gu Hai. This was the second time that Gu Hai had saved him. He didn't even hesitate to fall out with the holy mountain. In this way, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty was in danger. Don't worry. I dared to save you today because I'm prepared for the holy mountain's revenge. Gu Hai said with a smile. But the holy mountain is in the west, while the Dahan Imperial Dynasty is in the northeast. They are separated by an endless distance. Only the Buddha of 3 lives would dare to cause trouble for the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Gu Hai said with a smile. After the chaos caused by Kong Xian, ordinary Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats wouldn't dare to act alone. Even if the Buddha of 3 lives comes, it won't matter. I have the power of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Nothing will happen, Gu Hai said with a smile. Kong Xian frowned slightly. The Buddhas were too powerful now. Even if Gu Hai mobilized the power of the country, perhaps. However, since Gu Hai had said so, Kong Xian had no reason to discredit himself. Your Majesty, don't worry. If the Buddha of 3 lives comes to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, I will definitely go to the Holy Mountain. Unless the Buddha of 3 lives guards every day, I will destroy the Holy Mountain as soon as I leave, Kong Xian said in a deep voice. Gu Hai nodded with a smile. Whoosh! A bat flew over from afar. It instantly turned into Chong Ming's appearance. Your Majesty, I've succeeded, Chong Ming said with a smile. Chongming flipped his hand and took out a pile of mountain-shaped books. Is this a Buddhist scripture? Kong Xian frowned. That's right. When His Majesty was confronting the present Buddha, I sneaked into the holy land of Spirited Mountain and collected it, Chongming said with a smile. But what's the use of these Buddhist scriptures? Kong Xian was puzzled. Stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade. Gu Hai shook his head and put away the books. Although he had been taught some secret methods by the Earth's Tathagata Buddha, it was impossible for the present Buddha and the Earth's Tathagata Buddha to be similar in every aspect. There must be many differences. These Buddhist scriptures might not have recorded any profound cultivation methods, but they would have recorded the history of some of the magical means of the three Buddhas. He would have to fight with them sooner or later, so he had to be prepared in advance. How's the arrangement of the Qin figurines going? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. This is of the utmost importance, so I will not let my guard down. I have buried them deep in some of the important halls. I hope they won't be discovered by the people of Spirited Mountain, solemnly Chongming said. Gu Hai nodded. What Qin figurines? Kong Xian asked curiously. It's something that can eavesdrop on information. It's convenient to monitor Spirited Mountain, Chongming explained. Kong Xian was slightly stunned. Your Majesty, I'm worried that those Qin figurines will be discovered sooner or later, Chongming said worriedly. If we can monitor them for a while, then let's do it for a while. Let's go and see how Shangguan Hen is doing. Gu Hai smiled. Whoosh. The three of them suddenly turned into three streams of light and shot into the distance. Half a day later, the place where Sun Wukong was teleported. At this moment, the battle had ended and it was a mess. Your Majesty! Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun flew over. Where's Di Shirtian? Gu Hai asked. I fought with Di Shirtian for half a day, but it was a draw. Di Shirtian left by himself. Shangguan Hen said with a wry smile. I couldn't stop him. Ao Shun said with a wry smile. Forget it, that Di Shirtian is also a formidable person. He naturally knows how to make a choice. Let's return to Limitless Celestial Capital immediately. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Whoosh. The five of them turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. 3 days later, Spirited Mountain's Holy Land, Great Strength Hall. Buzz. Under the present Buddha's spell, the future Buddha's body suddenly emitted a black aura. The future Buddha's body shook. His whole body suddenly relaxed. Thank you, Buddha, I'm much better now, the future Buddha said with a wry smile. Beside him stood the past Buddha, Di Shirtian, Nan Longnu, and a group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Future Buddha, can you explain to us what happened to you in hell? The present Buddha said solemnly. The future Buddha nodded and recounted everything that happened before. Gu Hai stayed in the 18th layer of hell for 2 rounds of time? That's 250 million years? The past Buddha's face suddenly changed. It can't be 2 rounds? Everyone said in surprise. Gu Hai, what a strong willpower! A trace of surprise flashed across the present Buddha's face. Buddha, Di Shirtian suddenly said. Buddha, I want to enter the 18th layer of hell for a period of time. Di Shirtian suddenly said. The present Buddha's expression changed slightly as he looked at Di Shirtian. Let's not talk about Gu Hai for now. That Shangguan Hen, from a cripple, in a short period of time, his cultivation soared to the sky. It can be seen that there was a lot of tempering in there. Kong Xian also tempered his cultivation to such a strong level in the 16th layer of hell. I also want to give it a try, Di Shirtian said solemnly. Kong Xian is special, he. Sigh, have you forgotten? How serious is the baleful aura in the 18th layer of hell? The past Buddha smiled bitterly. If he can do it, I can do it too. Not long later, it will be the revival convention. I want to give it a try, Di Shirtian said solemnly. Di Shirtian, it's great that you have such thoughts. As for the specific time, you have to grasp it yourself. The present Buddha said solemnly. Buddha, I also want to enter the 18th layer of hell. Nan Longnu said. Buddha, I also want to enter. Buddha, this disciple also wants to enter. The present Buddha looked at the disciples of Mystical Mountain, who were brimming with fighting spirit, and nodded. All right, since all of you have such determination, then Mystical Mountain's Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats shall enter the 18th layer of hell to temper themselves. Yes. All the disciples answered. Everyone knew that hell was hard to endure. But now, Kong Xian's success, Shangguan Hen's success, and even Gu Hai's strength that had yet to be displayed had inspired everyone. Such a good place, why not go? After arranging for the disciples to make their preparations, the 3 lifetimes Buddha began to talk alone. Buddha, how did they leave the 18th layer of hell? This disciple can't figure it out. The future Buddha said bitterly. It's Lian Xing. He presided over Nalanda Temple. It seems that he didn't tell me anything about Nalanda Temple. The present Buddha's face darkened. Buddha, what about Gu Hai and his group? Are we just going to let them leave? The past Buddha frowned. This person is too cunning. With Kong Xian by his side, it's hard to do anything to him unless the past Buddha or I personally take action. Moreover, he became extremely mysterious during his 5 years of disappearance. It's strange that he even knows my secret technique. The present Buddha said solemnly. Yeah, and that Sun Wukong. Why did he have to capture him? Deshir Tian said that he sent Sun Wukong into a hole. Where did he send Sun Wukong? The past Buddha said solemnly. I have a guess. The present Buddha said solemnly. Oh. The two looked at the present Buddha. Gu Hai came from the future. The present Buddha said solemnly. Future? Buddha, you're saying? Perhaps. Besides your secret technique, there's also my secret technique. How would Gu Hai know about it? We've never passed it on to anyone. That's only possible in the future world. Moreover, that Sun Wukong seems to know us, but not us. The Gautama Buddha, he speaks of might be you in the future. Or perhaps. The future Buddha said. Halfway through, the future Buddha's face froze. He suddenly thought of the good Rely. The 3 fell silent. Gu Hai predicted the enemy's moves. Perhaps it's because he knows everything in the future world, so? The past Buddha guessed. Time law? A law that even the immortal of the 6 paths didn't grasp? The present Buddha suddenly fell into deep thought. Time law? I think I've heard of it before. That battle 800,000 years ago. The past Buddha suddenly fell silent. Time law was destroyed by the previous heaven. Could it be? The present Buddha also fell into deep thought. Then, do we still need to investigate Gu Hai? The future Buddha frowned. Wait. The present Buddha shook his head. Why? Jiang Lianshan sent news that old man Guanxi has been resurrected and will make a big move. Gu Hai is good at chess, so we need to use Gu Hai's chess skills to confront him. The present Buddha said solemnly. Jiang Lianshan? The past Buddha and the present Buddha's expressions turned solemn. Others might not know, but the two did. The present Buddha's real name was Jiang Rulai, but he was Jiang Lianshan's son. Jiang Lianshan said that old man Guanxi has been resurrected and will come with a vengeance. He might scheme against the entire world. It's best to be careful. The present Buddha said solemnly. Old man Guanxi? What a monster! The past Buddha said solemnly. The present Buddha nodded. The calamity at Mystical Mountain was over, but this day's darkness had spread to all parts of the world. Gu Hai. This name also entered the ears of all the major powers in the world. He had caused a great commotion at Mystical Mountain and rendered the 3 Buddhas helpless. What kind of person was he? All the sects and countries listed Gu Hai as a key target for investigation. As for Mystical Mountain, they did not announce anything to the outside world. Only some Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and arhats disappeared one after another and suddenly reappeared after a period of time. The strength of the returning Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and arhats seemed to have suddenly increased greatly. Seeing this, countless powers were stunned, not knowing what had happened at Mystical Mountain. Before Gu Hai and the rest arrived at the Dahan Empire, the Qin Terracotta Warriors had already sent news. Your Majesty, the Qin Terracotta Warriors have sent news that Mystical Mountain has collectively entered the 18 levels of Hell to undergo the tempering of time. Their cultivation has increased tremendously. Chongming looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Increased tremendously? Not necessarily. Only a few people will experience an increase in their cultivation. For most people, the gains are not worth the losses. The infernal energy can even change their nature. Kong Xian said coldly. This Jiang Rulai is not an ordinary person. In the future, we must be careful. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Everyone nodded. Also, the boundless heavenly capital's Qin Terracotta Warriors have sent news that Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu has brought a group of Xuanwu to capture Supreme Martial Artist Shangguan. Chongming said worriedly. Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu? When he broke the Black Tortoise formation last time and saw that it was empty, he must have been mad. Shangguan Hen suddenly laughed. With the mosquito Daoran guarding, nothing will happen. Gu Hai shook his head. Chapter 774. Gu Hai flew all the way and soon arrived at the border of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Your Majesty, my Qin figurines have moved again. Something has happened in the boundless celestial capital again. Chongming smiled bitterly. The third batch. Gu Hai looked at Chongming. The first batch is Supreme Feng Yu. She seems to have improved her cultivation in the Thousand Islands Sea and came to the boundless celestial capital in high spirits to capture Supreme Shangguan. Fortunately, Your Majesty left Mosquito Daoran to protect her. Even though Supreme Feng Yu's cultivation has improved tremendously, she can't do anything to Mosquito Daoran. She's temporarily stationed outside the boundless celestial capital, waiting for us to return and walk right into the trap. The second batch is Ao Xing. In the West Sea Dragon Palace, they opened the West Sea Dragon Tomb. I don't know how they split it with Ao Shun. Anyway, Ao Xing's strength has improved tremendously. Since they couldn't find us, they came to the boundless celestial capital to wait for Supreme Ao Shun's return. Unfortunately, they also encountered Mosquito Daoran. They're also stationed outside the boundless celestial capital. I wonder if Mosquito Daoran can stop the third batch. Chongming smiled bitterly. Who is it this time? Shangguan Hen frowned. Supreme Phoenix, Fire Emperor. Chongming smiled bitterly. Fire Emperor? The supreme beast of the Dian dynasty? I've never met him before and there's no conflict of interest? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. This Fire Emperor's arrival is strange. Mosquito Daoran seems to have started fighting with him. I don't know the details. Chongming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Gu Hai frowned deeply. Fire Emperor? He seems to have been hiding in the East Sea for thousands of years. He never showed up. He didn't come when the Long Zhanghua fought in the heavenly battle realm. This time, why? Kong Xian was also puzzled. The Fire Emperor came here because of Jiang Lianshan? Shangguan Hen asked curiously. Go. Hurry up and return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Boom. The five of them immediately transformed into streaks of light that shot straight for the infinite celestial capital. The infinite celestial capital. In the outside world, on a mountain peak. A large number of dragons and Xuanwu clansmen were wandering around. At the peak of the mountain, two figures were standing. The black-robed supremacy Feng Yu was currently looking at the infinite celestial capital with a sinister gaze. Beside her stood the white-robed Ao Xing. However, at this moment, the purplish-black aura on Ao Xing's face was even more pronounced. It was as if there were veins growing on his face. It was quite frightening. Supremacy Feng Yu, I haven't seen you for a long time. How did your cultivation increase so much? Aoshing sneered. The same goes for you. I've regained my former power. Unlike you, your cultivation isn't your own, is it? Paragon Fengyue sneered. It's fine as long as it's mine now. Aoshing said coldly. I only want Shangguan Hen. Supremacy Feng Yu looked at Aoshing. That's great. I only want Aoshun. Let's rely on our own abilities. Aoshing said indifferently. That's right. I just don't know when they'll return. Supremacy Feng Yu frowned. His Majesty said that Gu Hai definitely can't bear to leave the Dahan Imperial Empire and will definitely return. If Gu Hai returns, Ao Shun and Shangguan Hen will definitely return. Also, look at that Fire Emperor. Didn't he receive more accurate news? He said that Gu Hai will return soon. Aoshing looked coldly at the infinite celestial capital in the distance. That's right. This Gu Hai really has enemies all over the world. Fire Emperor? He hasn't left the East Sea for close to 1,000 years? Supremacy Feng Yu looked at the battle in the infinite celestial capital. Boom! A loud sound rang out and the void trembled slightly. The periphery of the infinite celestial capital was currently surrounded by rolling flames. It was like a world of fire that wanted to burn the entire infinite celestial capital. Inside. Wung. Countless mosquitoes formed a black mosquito sea that protected the infinite celestial capital. The loud sound just now came from the center, where a black shadow and a flaming shadow collided. Under the violent collision, the void trembled slightly, and the two shadows also stopped. One was Mosquito Dauren, who stood in the sea of mosquitoes with a gloomy expression. The other was an extremely tall and sturdy man. He wore a fiery red robe, and his hair and beard were all fiery red in color. His face was gloomy, and he looked like a fiend. Mosquito Dauren? You dare to go against me? The fiery red man said with a sinister expression. I've been entrusted with the task. Sorry, Fire Emperor, you better wait a little longer. Mosquito Dauren said with a bitter smile. Mosquito Dauren agreed to help Gu Hai look after the infinite celestial capital while Gu Hai was away. He originally thought that it was a simple matter. After all, after Gu Hai displayed his invincible might previously, who would dare to find trouble for no reason? However, how long had it been? Wave after wave? The first two waves were still manageable, but this third wave was the most terrifying. Why did he agree to it back then? Mosquito Dauren really wanted to slap himself. Entrusted with the task? Loyal to the task? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, Mosquito Dauren, if someone else said this, it would be fine. But you? Are you even worthy? The Fire Emperor was also angered by Mosquito Dauren. The Fire Emperor had a certain understanding of Mosquito Dauren. This Mosquito Dauren was definitely someone who was afraid of trouble. He never liked to face his enemies head-on, and only liked to launch sneak attack. Even though he was extremely strong, he never dared to make a move casually. Furthermore, he had no moral principles. For the sake of their own interests, they would do anything. Now that he was acting so righteous, who was he trying to scare? Mosquito Dauren didn't take the Fire Emperor's taunts seriously. Today, Mosquito Dauren's skin was already so thick that it was unparalleled. Why would he be afraid of such a taunts? I'm just a coward. So what? If it weren't for the Chaos Pearl, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Fire Emperor, where did you get this news? Gu Hai is coming back? Since you said he's coming back, then just wait. Whatever grudges you have, wait for him to come back. You can find trouble with him. Why make things difficult for me? Mosquito Dauren laughed bitterly. Humph, I'm going to take over the limitless celestial capital now. I have a bad temper. Gu Hai took my things, so what if I took his capital? What's wrong with that? Mosquito Dauren, if you don't move aside, I'm going to be serious. The Fire Emperor glared at him. Don't. What did Gu Hai take from you? Just tell me. Don't make a move. Mosquito Dauren laughed bitterly. Pui, who do you think you are to know? The Fire Emperor glared at him. As he spoke, he waved his hand and the raging flames surged towards the sea of mosquitoes. You're still as hot-tempered as ever. You haven't changed after so many years. Sigh. Mosquito Dauren was depressed. Boom. The sea of mosquitoes could only surge forward and fight against the flames. Mosquito Dauren could only block the Fire Emperor's attack. In the distance, apart from Ao Shing and Autark Fengyue, there was another group of people watching from another part of the mountain forest. A group of people dressed in white robes. Their chests were embroidered with a Taiji symbol of yin and yang. The one leading them was the eldest senior brother of the Taishang sect, Xian Du. Xian Du watched the battle coldly and frowned. This Gu Hai really has countless enemies. He hasn't been out for long and there are already 3 groups of powerful cultivators blocking his path? How many years has he been cultivating? Could it be that every time he goes out, he causes trouble everywhere and draws hatred everywhere? Eldest senior brother, at least our information is correct. A disciple of the Taishang sect behind him laughed. Xuandu nodded. That's right. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian disappeared for 5 years. I spent so much effort but I couldn't find their whereabouts. Now, they suddenly appeared again? It's just that Zhang Yulian hasn't shown up yet. A person behind him said worriedly. It doesn't matter. If we find Gu Hai we can find Zhang Yulian. Heh, it's been 6 years. I don't know if this Gu Hai is lucky or unlucky. Xian Du said coldly. Eldest senior brother, that girl Lin Wan Er. A person behind him frowned. Call her Taishang. Xian Du said coldly. Won't Taishang be the eldest senior brother sooner or later? The person behind him said fawningly. As long as she is Taishang, she must be called Taishang. This is the rule. Xian Du said coldly. Yes, Taishang. Eldest senior brother, will Taishang know that we are here? It seems that the relationship between Taishang and Gu Hai is unclear. The person behind him said worriedly. The Sky Chess Pavilion has sent out invitations to the revival meeting. The 3 branches of Wansho Taoism have sent out invitations. The Yuanshe branch doesn't care about worldly affairs and has been in seclusion. Naturally, they won't be coming. The Tongtian sect master has already left. Now, he must be near the Thousand Islands Sea, right? As for the Taishang branch? Taishang knows that he is not strong enough and has stayed in Wansho Taoism for seclusion. Since he is unwilling to go, I will do it for him. Xian Du smiled and took out an invitation. In that case, Taishang definitely won't be coming? It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. When we find Zhang Yulian, we will head to the Thousand Islands Sea. The revival meeting is near. Even the Tongtian sect master is so cautious. This revival meeting won't be that simple. Xian Du said solemnly. Yes. Everyone waited patiently. In the distance, the Mosquito Dauren and the Fire Emperor were still fighting. Within the boundless celestial capital, Chen Tianshan suppressed everyone and prevented them from attacking. After all, the Fire Emperor was too strong. Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Chueshua, Duguqiubai, and Zhang Sanfeng frowned slightly. It's a pity that we are restricted by this formation. Our cultivation can only hover around the middle sky palaces. If we have a real body, we can also reach the upper sky palaces. Zhang Sanfeng sighed helplessly. The ancient emperor will definitely have a way. Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. Everyone nodded. While waiting. Boom. 5 figures rushed over from the horizon. Gu Hai and the rest had finally returned. Your Majesty, it's in front. The battle between the Fire Emperor and the Mosquito Dauren? Shangguan Hen's face fell. What a Fire Emperor! The entire boundless celestial capital is engulfed in flames like a sun. Ao Shun's face fell. Kong Xian frowned slightly. His face was gloomy, but he did not say a word. Chong Ming, retreat, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Chong Ming turned into a ray of light and flew down to the ground. Chong Ming had followed Gu Hai to the west this time. It was a special situation. The blood-robed guards had to stay in the dark and did not need to reveal themselves. Seeing Chong Ming leave, Gu Hai said solemnly, "Let's go. Into the sea of flames, to the boundless celestial capital." Yes. Boom! The four of them turned into 4 rays of light and rushed over from the horizon, creating a sonic boom. It's them. Ao Xing's face turned cold as he looked into the distance. Ao Xing, didn't you say that Shangguan Hen's cultivation was crippled? Feng Yu glanced coldly at Ao Xing. In the forest, Xian Du narrowed his eyes and stared at Gu Hai. The Fire Emperor, who was in the middle of battle, suddenly turned his head. Gu Hai, why did you guys only come back now? I'm so tired. Mosquito Daoran was overjoyed. In his joy, he immediately withdrew countless mosquitoes, unwilling to be in the front anymore. The sea of mosquitoes disappeared, and the rolling flames rushed towards the boundless celestial capital. Boom, 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 boom. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, and Ao Shun landed on the plaza of the boundless celestial capital. A powerful aura rushed out in all directions, forming a storm and forcing the flames back. Chapter 775. The sea of mosquitoes disappeared, and the raging flames rushed towards the infinite celestial capital. Boom, 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 boom. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, and Ao Shun landed on the square of the infinite celestial capital. A powerful aura spread in all directions, forming a storm that forced the flames back. Who? The Fire Emperor waved his hand, and the endless flames stopped surging towards the infinite celestial capital. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Gu Hai. When Gu Hai and the other 3 returned, the citizens of the infinite celestial capital were overjoyed. "Welcome back, Your Majesty!" Countless officials bowed excitedly. At the same time, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps because Gu Hai had brought about too many miracles over the years, everyone was relieved to see Gu Hai. "Ancient Emperor, you're finally back!" Zhang Sanfeng and the other 3 cloud beasts also heaved a sigh of relief. "It's a pity that we're restricted by the formation and can't escape. Otherwise..." Dongfang Bubi sighed. Gu Hai looked at the 4 cloud beasts and smiled. "I already have a way to get you out of your predicament. Let's talk about it after we're done with this place." Shimen Chueshua's eyes, which had been motionless all this while, suddenly lit up. Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, and Duguqiubai were also overjoyed. They immediately retreated to one side, not wanting to disturb Gu Hai's battle. In the distance, Ao Xing and Feng Yu both narrowed their eyes, because both of them had found the person they were looking for. "You're Gu Hai!" The Fire Emperor glared and shouted coldly. As he shouted, the flames around him surged into the 9 heavens, as though the entire sky was burning red. "Dian Dynasty, the supreme beast of the nation, Fire Emperor? Heh, I heard that you've been in the East Sea for 1,000 years. Why are you here today? Did Jiang Lianshan ask you to come?" Gu Hai said coldly. Since you're Gu Hai, give it to me," the Fire Emperor said solemnly. "Things? I don't remember taking anything from you," Gu Hai said coldly. "You're still trying to deny it? I already know about the spiritual mountain. Is Long Zhanggua's Warring States immortal dome in your hands? Am I right?" The Fire Emperor glared at him. Warring States immortal? As soon as the Fire Emperor finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the surrounding cultivators changed. Warring States dome? Didn't the Dragon War Kingdom self-destruct in the heavenly realm? Supremacy. Feng Yuan narrowed her eyes. Gu Hai has another immortal dome? What's going on? Ao Xing also stared in shock. In the forest, Xian Du's pupils shrank as a look of astonishment flashed across his face. I thought that finding Zhang Yulian was good news. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would have such a treasure? Immortal Dome? Immortal Dome? What a coincidence! Xian Du's eyes flashed with greed. Gu Hai furrowed his brows. He had come back from the holy land of the spirited mountain without stopping. Although news of him had gradually spread in the west, it would take a long time to spread from the west to the east, unless he used the Guqin figurine. It seemed like Jiang Rulai was indeed Jiang Lianshan's son. The Qin figurines were connected to two places. That was why the Fire Emperor knew about the spiritual mountain. Immortal Dome? Now that Buddha could see through the Immortal Dome, he even confirmed it? However, why was the Fire Emperor here and not Jiang Lianshan? Is it? The Fire Emperor shouted. Gu Hai was neither anxious nor slow as he smiled. Fire Emperor? Firstly, I want to tell you that Long Zhanggua's Immortal Dome has been destroyed in the heavenly realm. This is something that not only I know about, the entire world knows about. Secondly, how can you be so sure that I have the Immortal Dome? Just based on the words of others and you believe them? Besides, when did the Immortal Dome of the Warring States become yours? What a joke! That year, Long Zhanggua stole my Immortal Dome. It should have been mine. The Fire Emperor said coldly. Long Zhanggua stole yours? That's ridiculous. When Long Zhanggua was still alive, why didn't you ask for it? Now that you're using a groundless excuse to ask for it from me? Gu Hai laughed coldly. I can't win against Long Zhanggua. Heh, so what? As long as I can win against you, it's fine. Are you going to hand it over or not? The Fire Emperor laughed coldly as he looked at Gu Hai. Just because you say that the Immortal Dome of the Warring States is yours, it's yours? Even he, Jiang Lianshan, didn't have the cheek to say that it was his. You're really thick-skinned. You even made up an excuse that Long Zhanggua stole it from you. That's right, Long Zhanggua has already fallen. Hence, you can make up whatever nonsense you want. Gu Hai laughed coldly. I'm making up nonsense? That year, old man Guanxi gave the Immortal Dome to me as compensation. After that, it was stolen by that despicable Long Zhanggua. Even if Long Zhanggua was still alive, I would still dare to confront him. The Fire Emperor said coldly. Wait, the Immortal Dome of the Warring States was given to Long Zhanggua by old man Guanxi? Gu Hai squinted his eyes and revealed a look of shock. Humph, you speak so much nonsense. Let me ask you this. Today, are you going to give it to me or not? The Fire Emperor said coldly. Kong Xian. Gu Hai suddenly opened his mouth. Here. Kong Xian answered from the side. Kong Xian responded, and only then did the surrounding people notice the fourth inconspicuous person. Kong Xian? It's really him. Why is he so obedient to Gu Hai? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. In the distance, Feng Yu squinted her eyes as well. Didn't Kong Xian want to kill Gu Hai? Why is he? Kong Xian has submitted to Gu Hai? That doesn't make sense. Wasn't Kong Xian imprisoned by the Buddha? Ao Xing asked in astonishment. The Fire Emperor also noticed Kong Xian. Is it this little peacock? Humph, little thing, I've already told you clearly that peacocks are a branch of the phoenix race. You can only be loyal to me. Yet you chose to be loyal to Tai? Humph, now that Tai has fallen, you're even more foolish to follow Gu Hai. How foolish? The Fire Emperor said coldly. Kong Xian was still bowing to Gu Hai. He didn't care about the Fire Emperor at all. Gu Hai stared at the Fire Emperor and revealed a cold smile. Kong Xian, beat him up. The Fire Emperor froze. Around him, Mosquito Daoran, Feng Yu, Ao Xing and Xian Du were all stunned. What did Gu Hai just say? Beat him up? That's the Fire Emperor. Gu Hai didn't care about him at all? Beat him up? Do you think he's a small fry? Do you think you can beat him up just because you want to? Once the Fire Emperor is enraged, the limitless celestial capital will be destroyed. Furthermore, how high is Kong Xian's cultivation level? This Fire Emperor is the national beast of the Dian dynasty. Yes. Kong Xian acknowledged. Turning his head, Kong Xian stared at the Fire Emperor coldly. That cold stare caused the Fire Emperor's face to darken. He felt a sense of danger. Kong Xian waved his sleeves. Boom! Billows of black wind surged into the sky. Screech! Kong Xian opened his mouth and shouted. The black wind billowed and swept all the flames around the limitless celestial capital into Kong Xian's mouth. Of course, the main target of the black wind was the Fire Emperor. As the wind billowed, the Fire Emperor's body moved as if he was about to be swallowed by Kong Xian. A terrifying aura was emitted. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed black by the demonic aura around Kong Xian. What? Feng Yu, Ao Xing, Mosquito Daoran and Xian Du's expressions changed. No one expected Kong Xian's strength to increase so much. The Fire Emperor's body trembled as he was almost swallowed. Naturally, he was infuriated. Little peacock, how dare you be impudent in front of me? The Fire Emperor waved his hand. Boom! Boundless flames appeared once again. At the same time, he sent a palm strike towards Kong Xian. Not only did Kong Xian not retreat, his eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness as he sent a palm strike towards the sky. Boom! Outside the limitless celestial capital, the void trembled. The huge impact formed a storm that swept in all directions. Even the limitless celestial capital was slightly shaken by the impact. The Fire Emperor's expression changed. The palm strike just now was actually on par with Kong Xian's. When did Kong Xian's strength become so ferocious? 5-colored divine light. Behind Kong Xian, millions of peacock feathers appeared. With a flick of his feathers, the 5-colored divine light shot towards the Fire Emperor. Whoosh! Impudent! The Fire Emperor stared and waved his hand. A beam of golden light shot out. Boom! 2 beams of light collided in midair, causing another huge tremor. Kong Xian, fight further away. Don't destroy the limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai shouted. Screech! Kong Xian replied with a long whistle. With a long whistle, Kong Xian transformed into a 3,000-foot-tall peacock. He revealed a ferocious expression as he flew towards the Fire Emperor. After transforming into his original form, Kong Xian's aura doubled. As he flapped his wings, demonic qi filled the skies. The 5-colored divine light formed a huge whip. As Kong Xian flapped his wings, he lashed out at the Fire Emperor again and again. How dare you! The Fire Emperor was infuriated. Screech! The Fire Emperor transformed into a 3,000-foot-tall flaming phoenix. As soon as the phoenix appeared, heaven and earth burned. The endless flames rushed towards Kong Xian, and the sky of Kong Xian's demonic qi was locked in a stalemate. Boom, boom, boom! The 2 huge birds tore each other apart. As the 5-colored divine lights collided, they started to devour the heavens and earth. The battle was fierce. Under Kong Xian's deliberate control, the 2 of them fought higher and higher, further and further away. The Fire Emperor was a veteran martial artist and was one of the few experts in the world. Against such an expert, Kong Xian didn't seem like he was going to lose. In fact, he seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Screech! Screech! They watched as the 2 huge birds fought further and further away. Mosquito Daoran was confused. Gu Hai, before you left, you said that you were going to recruit soldiers? This Kong Xian, how much did you pay to invite him back? Why is he so fierce? Dahan Empire, 5th Army Commander, Kong Xian. Gu Hai laughed. Mosquito Daoran was slightly taken aback. Then, he said with a strange expression, 5th Army Commander? You made him the 5th Army Commander? And he followed you? Don't lie to me. Mosquito Daoran didn't believe him. Gu Hai smiled but didn't explain further. At the same time, he looked coldly at a mountain peak in the distance. Your Majesty, Ao Xing's aura is there. I can't be wrong. Ao Shun suddenly said coldly. Your Majesty, Supreme Feng Yu is there too. She has been stationed outside the limitless celestial capital. Shangguan Hen laughed coldly. Chapter 776. Gu Hai immediately saw Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Xing. After all, the dragons and black tortoises at the foot of the Two-People Mountain were too eye-catching. Gu Hai looked over coldly. Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Xing's faces also darkened. Both of their strengths had increased greatly and they thought that they could defeat Gu Hai. However, they didn't expect that a freak like Kong Xian would appear under Gu Hai's command. Kong Xian wasn't at a disadvantage in the battle against the Fire Emperor. In fact, he seemed to be slightly stronger. This Gu Hai is really lucky. He managed to recruit another powerful expert. Supreme Feng Yu said with a gloomy face. Fortunately, Kong Xian is fighting against the Fire Emperor. We should do what we need to do. Ao Xing said coldly. At this moment, Gu Hai and the rest returned. The dragons under Ao Xing's command all darkened. That was Ao Shun, the crown prince whom they respected the most. Now that they were facing off against him, they, Supreme Feng Yu, judging from your arrogance, you've already recovered your strength from 800 years ago? Gu Hai suddenly said with a cold smile. If I had taken Shangguan Hen away, I would have recovered my strength from 800 years ago. Unfortunately, you ruined it. Hey, good move. You actually walked through the 32 formations as if they were flat ground? Supreme Feng Yu said with a cold look in her eyes. So, you haven't recovered? If that's the case, you still dare to come to the limitless celestial capital? Gu Hai said coldly with a glare. Although I have not recovered my strength from 800 years ago, I have recovered 30%. Only by capturing Shangguan Hen and bringing him to the 1,000 Islands Sea could I fully recover. Gu Hai, even if I only have 30% of my strength, I am not something you can block. If you know what's good for you, move aside. I'm not like the Fire Emperor. Once I leave the limitless celestial capital, I'll destroy it immediately. Supremacy Feng Yu said coldly. As she spoke, Autarch Feng Yue's figure flickered. Suddenly, boundless black gas surged out from her body. Within the black gas, a monstrous black serpent appeared. With a wave of its tail, several mountains behind it exploded. The serpent's body was huge, at least 2,000 feet long. It spat out its forked tongue, exuding a baleful aura. The black serpent's eyes emitted traces of cold light, causing the hearts of countless people in the limitless celestial capital to tremble. Gu Hai ignored Black Snake and looked at Shangguan Hen. Your Majesty, it's better for me to deal with the trouble I brought. Solemnly Shangguan Hen said Shangguan Hen. Be careful, Supremacy. He now has 30% of his former strength. You. Not far away, a group of Xuanwu followers of Shangguan Hen said anxiously. Don't worry. Shangguan Hen took a step forward and rushed out. Shangguan Hen flew towards Supremacy Feng Yu. Supremacy Feng Yu was also slightly startled. Ha 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 ha, Shangguan Hen, are you crazy? I received the inheritance from 800 years ago, which is why my strength increased. You disappeared for 2 months. Who do you think you are? The black serpent's face turned cold as it opened its mouth to swallow him. You may care about the power from 800 years ago, but that doesn't mean I care about it too. Shangguan Hen suddenly revealed a sinister expression as his body emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden light shone, scattering much of Supremacy Feng Yu's black energy. Sun Wukong's aura? Ao Xing's expression changed. The black serpent's face also sank. However, the black serpent was even more confident in itself. It did not hesitate at all as it opened its mouth to swallow Shangguan Hen. The Xuanwu followers of Shangguan Hen showed worried expressions. However, the Xuanwu followers of Supremacy Feng Yu showed disdain. Hong! A loud sound rang out, and a strong wind swept out in all directions. The shock waves immediately scattered the group of Xuanwu followers. What? Miao Chen immediately showed a stunned expression as he rubbed his eyes. Then, he revealed an expression of wild joy. Shangguan Hen's punch was too strong. Shangguan Hen actually sent that black serpent flying 50 kilometers with one punch. Buzz! The black serpent's figure paused in midair as it looked at Shangguan Hen in shock. However, the black serpent did not expect Shangguan Hen's strength to soar so much. Whoosh! Shangguan Hen immediately charged over, bringing the battle away from the boundless celestial capital. What cultivation technique is that? Is it the Xuanwu divine technique that I taught you in the past? The black serpent said in shock. Xuanwu divine technique? I stopped practicing it long ago. 30% of the previous supremacy Xuanwu's strength is not much. Shangguan Hen suddenly sneered. As Shangguan Hen spoke, he charged forward again. I was careless earlier. Shangguan Hen, you want to fight me with just you? Roar. The black serpent became serious, immediately charging at Shangguan Hen. Rumble. Immediately, the distant battle shook the ground and mountains. Many huge mountains instantly exploded, soaring into the sky. The battle was incomparably ferocious. When Shangguan Hen attacked with his full power, not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, but he even gained a slight advantage. Supremacy's divine might. Miao Chen and the other Xuanwu clan elders roared excitedly. However, the Xuanwu clan elders that followed Feng Yu showed unsightly expressions. The distant battle continued. However, Ao Shun said to Gu Hai, "Your Majesty, I would like to speak with my younger brother. I hope that your Majesty will not interfere." "All right." Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh! Ao Shun immediately flew towards Ao Xing in the distance. Ao Xing also looked at Shangguan Hen in the distance with a sullen expression. Shangguan Hen? In the past, Xiao Qin looked down on Xiao Qin the most. At first, Xiao Qin was beaten into a coward by Sun Wukong. In the Dragon's Gates region, Xiao Qin was reduced to a pile of mud. Now, Xiao Qin became so strong. Even Xiao Qin might not be able to do anything to Xiao Qin. What happened in the past 1 month? Why is Gu Hai so lucky? Whoosh! Ao Shun immediately arrived before Xiao Qin. Ao Xing's face sank. The expressions of the surrounding dragon race cultivators suddenly changed. Crown Prince Ao Shun. Some dragon race cultivators said with stiff expressions. Ao Shun? It looks like your strength increased significantly after obtaining the Western Sea Dragon God, Ao Xing said coldly. Second brother, if Royal Father were here, he would not let you off. You can't keep making mistakes, Ao Shun said bitterly. Put away your hypocrisy. Keep making mistakes? Isn't it all your fault? Now that I obtained the Dragon God, there is no need for me to dig up the Dragon Tomb. Royal Father? Royal Father is really biased. I am the Crown Prince, but he passed the Dragon God to you? Ao Shun said hatefully. This is not an excuse for you to dig up the Dragon Tomb. I also heard that you injected the ancient souls of the Dragon Tomb into the bodies of the dragons? You won't even let them off? Ao Shun said coldly. The surrounding dragons were in an uproar. Ao Shun had dug up the Dragon Tomb and injected some ancient dragon souls into his body. It had indeed increased his cultivation, but he still felt that he was being restrained by something, but he could not explain it. I am the Dragon King. What right do you have to control us? How can I let them become stronger? It has nothing to do with you, Ao Shun said coldly. When the ancient souls enter the body, their strength will increase, but it will harm their souls and shorten their lifespan. How is it none of my business? They used to be my brothers, Ao Shun said coldly. When Ao Shun called them brothers, many dragons in the group were in an uproar. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I would like to follow you, may I? One of the giant dragons suddenly said. Little Lindsay? Ao Shun looked at the giant dragon. How dare you? You want to betray the North Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Shun glared. In the past, when I followed Crown Prince Ao Shun to conquer the world, those were my happiest days. Not long ago, my father offended Crown Prince Ao Shun, please forgive him. In my heart, I have always wanted to follow Crown Prince Ao Shun. I hope Crown Prince Ao Shun won't mind. Little Lindsay said anxiously. Alright, follow me. I will find a way to help you expel the ancient dragon souls in your body. Ao Shun nodded. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I want to follow you too. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I don't want to stay in the North Sea Dragon Palace anymore. In my heart, you are the Crown Prince, you are the North Sea Dragon King, I want to follow you too. In an instant, almost 80% of the dragons shouted excitedly. In the blink of an eye, they had betrayed Ao Shun. Alright. Ao Shun nodded immediately. From their attitude, it was not difficult to see that Ao Shun had lost too many people's hearts. His Majesty was right. Instead of letting these good brothers die for Ao Shun without knowing why, he would rather take care of them himself. When Ao Shun agreed, the dragons immediately cheered and flew toward Ao Shun. At this moment, Ao Shun's face was ashen. Betraying the North Sea Dragon Palace is a death sentence. Ao Shun said coldly, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Death sentence? When was there such a punishment? Ao Shun said coldly. There is one now. You don't know what's good for you, so don't blame me. Ancient souls possess and seize. Ao Shun shouted coldly. At the same time, a purplish-black gas appeared on his face. It seemed to have condensed into a huge amnesty seal. Roar! 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 The betrayed dragons immediately emitted a purplish-black gas, as if their bodies were burning. At the same time, they screamed in pain. Crown Prince Ao Shun, save me, save me! Ah, it's so painful, no, ah! The screams continued. Ao Shun's expression changed, and he was about to pounce over. However, in the next moment, an extremely grand aura suddenly appeared around the dragons. Xiao Linzi's body suddenly doubled in size, and green veins appeared on the surface of his body. He rolled his eyes, and his pupils disappeared, leaving only a pile of white, and a monstrous resentment appeared around him. Rumble! The dragons triggered the heavens, and rolling dark clouds pressed down. The moment Ao Shun's amnesty seal appeared, the dragons were seized by the ancient dragon souls in the blink of an eye. These ancient dragon souls carried a monstrous resentment and emitted a soul-stirring evil aura. Kill Ao Shun! Ao Shun ordered. Roar! The dragons immediately pounced on Ao Shun crazily. Xiao Linzi, what's wrong with you? Ao Shun asked anxiously. However, Xiao Linzi was the first to reach out with his claws. Boom! Ao Shun punched Xiao Linzi back, but there were still a large number of ferocious dragons behind him. Roar! Ao Shun suddenly let out a loud roar, and a black dragon shadow suddenly appeared around him. The aura of the dragon god spread, and the dragons that were about to charge over suddenly paused. Kill, continue, Ao Shun said coldly. Roar! The dragons pounced on Ao Shun again, and they even ignored the suppression of the dragon god. Ao Xing, how dare you refine ghosts? Ao Shun glared and suddenly pounced on Ao Xing. These people who were attacking him were all his good brothers in the past. Ao Shun was naturally unwilling to attack, so he could only attack Ao Xing and force him to withdraw the spell on the dragons. With just you? I even opened the dragon tomb in the West Sea. All the Dragon King souls are with me. Ao Xing threw a punch with a ferocious expression. Boom! He punched out, creating an explosion in the air. Ao Xing was stronger, and Ao Shun was beaten back a little. My good brother, how many dragon souls did you swallow? Ao Shun said with a cold expression. Roar! Suddenly, a white dragon phantom appeared on the surface of Ao Shun's body again. The two huge dragon phantoms, one black and one white, represented the two dragon gods. Ao Shun punched at Ao Xing again. Boom! This time, Ao Xing was finally beaten back. However, Ao Shun's strength was limited. Dragon God, it should have all been mine. Ao Shun, you thief, roar! Ao Xing also attacked crazily. At the same time, the surrounding dragons pounced on Ao Shun. The battle between the dragons also became chaotic. Fortunately, Ao Shun led the battle and moved the battlefield to the distance. In the forest not far away, Xian Du laughed coldly. All right, all the experts by Gu Hai's side have been mobilized. Next, it's our turn. Eldest senior brother, there's still a mosquito Dowrin. Mosquito Dowrin? Don't worry, I can make him not dare to interfere. Xian Du sneered. Chapter 777. Kong Xian fought against Fire Emperor, Shangguan Hen fought against Supreme Fengyu, and Ao Shun fought against Ao Xing. Gu Hai looked at the three battlefields and suddenly turned his head to look at a mountain forest in the distance. His gaze was cold, causing Xian Du's expression to change. We've been discovered? Xian Du said in surprise. Gu Hai, I've completed the second task. Consider that group of rats over there as a gift from me. Mosquito Dowrin said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Mosquito Dowrin. Gu Hai nodded. Mosquito Dowrin pointed out Xian Du's secret, so Xian Du didn't hide it anymore. Boom! 20 figures soared into the sky and arrived near the limitless heavenly capital in the blink of an eye. Taishang sect? Xian Du? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai had already seen Xian Du's portrait, so he naturally knew about the enmity between Xian Du and Zhang Yulian. This person wanted to harm his wife, so there was no need to be polite. You recognize me? Heh, looks like Zhang Yulian told you. Where is Zhang Yulian, Gu Hai? Xian Du said coldly. Looking at Xian Du, Gu Hai sneered. Idiot? What did you say? Xian Du said coldly. I said you're an idiot. Now there's one more despicable, cursing words, I want to hear it again. Gu Hai said coldly. Xian Du's eyes were filled with anger. A Taishang sect disciple behind him said angrily, You think you can insult senior brother? Gu Hai, you overestimate yourself. As he spoke, the Grand High Path's disciple immediately slashed his sword at Gu Hai. As he slashed, a 10,000-meter-long sword light rushed towards the limitless celestial capital, seemingly wanting to cut Gu Hai and the limitless celestial capital in half. Whoosh! Gu Hai stretched out his hand and waved a blood blade. As soon as the blood saber appeared, rolling blood light instantly soared into the sky. Outsiders only thought that it was a beam of bloody light, but the Taishang sect disciples who were charging at the front saw a sea of blood illusion. The ground below immediately turned into a sea of blood that surged endlessly. Within the sea of blood, there seemed to be billions of demons surging towards him. It wasn't the bottom, but the entire world was surrounded by this sea of blood. He was completely surrounded. The disciple of the Taishang sect cried out in alarm. The sword light in his hand also stopped, and his face was filled with shock. Boom! The flash of the blade instantly closed in and sliced the disciple of the Taishang sect in half. The two halves fell from the sky. There was not a single drop of blood on the two halves of the corpse. All of the blood had been absorbed by the life-slaying blade. What? Junior brother! The disciples of the Taishang sect immediately cried out in alarm and caught the two halves of the dried corpse. Eldest senior brother, that Gu Hai killed our junior brother. There's no blood or soul left. I'm going to cut him into pieces. A disciple of the Taishang sect said with a ferocious expression. Middle Heaven Palace? You only have the strength of the Middle Heaven Palace. What blade technique was that? Xuandu's eyelids twitched. Middle Heaven Palace? That's not right. Eldest senior brother, our junior brother had already entered the Heavenly Palace 3 years ago. How could he not be a match for Gu Hai? The disciples of the Taishang sect said in disbelief. Xuandu stared at Gu Hai. Have you heard of the Nether River Patriarch's Blood Sea Blade? Gu Hai sneered. When he was comprehending the 18 levels of hell, he found that the blade technique that he learned on Earth was especially suitable for the life-slaying blade. Today's test was indeed effective. Taishang sect's heartless sword formation. Xuandu said coldly. Yes. Xing. Suddenly, the 18 disciples of the Taishang sect behind him emitted rays of white light. Then, their entire bodies turned into long swords that were 100 feet long. On the long swords, murderous intent filled the sky. Endless sword qi erupted in all directions. The 18 long swords surrounded Xuandu and formed a sword qi field. In an instant, billions of sword qi spread out. They went straight for the infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai's face darkened. He waved his hand. The life-trapping blade formed a formation to protect the city. Rumble! Countless sword qi hit the barrier. The barrier suddenly shook as if it was about to break. All of them are heavenly palaces? As expected of the Wanshou Taoism. They have such a foundation? Mosquito Daoran said solemnly. Taishang sect's heartless sword formation? Gu Hai's face darkened. He heard from Zhang Yulian that this sword formation was extremely powerful. The more people there were, the more powerful it was. Moreover, it was stacked. 18 heavenly palaces? The one who was killed just now was not in Gu Hai's eyes when he first entered heavenly palaces. But now there were 18 of them. Gu Hai had to be cautious. That was because just the aftermath of the sword principle aura was enough to shake the barrier. Gu Hai, I didn't want to make things difficult for you. Hand over Zhang Yulian and I can spare your life. But you are so insensible. It seems that the Taishang sect has walked too little in this world. A bunch of cats and dogs dare to take advantage of us. Xuandu said with a ferocious expression. Severing emotions. Xuandu waved his hand. Xing. Among the 18 long swords, one was suddenly lifted by Xuandu. With one sword, it slashed toward the barrier formation. All around, countless sword qi and sword force seemed to gather. Like the collapse of the heavenly river, it poured down on the infinite celestial capital. The white light illuminated heaven and earth. Its power was so great that the hearts of countless subjects trembled. Boom! The barrier broke and rushed toward Gu Hai. Please, baby! Gu Hai shouted. 2 gourds suddenly appeared beside Gu Hai. Xing! The immortal slaying flying saber flew out first and rushed toward the huge sword qi. The vine world gourd instantly produced countless vines and rose to the sky. Boom! The immortal slaying flying saber collided with it. The white sword light suddenly stopped, but in the next moment it continued to slash downward. The immortal slaying flying saber responded and flew back to the gourd after blocking for a while. The vines wrapped up and immediately held the white sword light. However, the sword light was fierce. With a tear, it cut the vines into countless pieces. The white light rushed toward Gu Hai like a hot knife through butter. Although it was still the same sword, its power had weakened greatly. Xuandu's face was cold, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Gu Hai, on the other hand, changed to the life-extinguishing saber. Zhou Tianlu! Gu Hai shouted with a ferocious expression. The world was instantly dyed purple. Hong! The saber and sword collided in the void with a loud bang. The ground under Gu Hai's feet also shook. The purple light and white light dissipated. Everyone was shocked. However, they saw that the ground under Gu Hai's feet suddenly cracked like a spider web because of Gu Hai's forceful stomp. Gu Hai's body expanded, but he managed to block it in the end. The collision of the saber light formed a storm that immediately blew down countless buildings. Your Majesty! Montez, Gao Xianji, and the others shouted worriedly. Gu Hai ignored them. He took a deep breath and looked coldly at Xuandu in the sky. That sword strike just now killed the 4th-level heavenly palace like killing a chicken. Gu Hai, you blocked it with the power of the middle heavenly palace? You're really good. Mosquito Daoran said with a strange expression. Mosquito Daoran had always thought that Gu Hai was very powerful, but there was no need for him to pretend like that. This is the weakest sword strike. Gu Hai, how is it? Xuandu sneered. Oh, that's all. Gu Hai sneered. That's all? Ha 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 ha, immortal slaying gourd, vine realm gourd? And your life-extinguishing saber? It's not easy for a middle heavenly palace to block my sword strike. However, do you think that's all I am? Humph, idiot, who's the idiot? Xuandu sneered. As he spoke, Xuandu waved his hand. This time, it was not one sword, but 18. Xuandu used all 18 of them, as if he was going to slash the infinite celestial capital together. Gu Hai, I know where the weak point of the sword formation is. Why don't I help you break the sword formation? Mosquito Daoran suddenly said with a smile. Oh? There's a weak point? Gu Hai's expression changed. That's right. I can help you break it in an instant. That's the third thing. Mosquito Daoran said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran had encountered this formation before. Since he could come out, he naturally knew about it. Mosquito Daoran was about to intervene when Xuandu suddenly stopped in the distance. He said with a gloomy expression, Mosquito Daoran, if you dare to intervene, don't blame me for being impolite. Xuandu? You can be impolite to me? Ha 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 ha, 1,000 years ago, even your old master didn't dare to say that. You? Mosquito Daoran sneered. I can't do anything to you, but someone can. Look at what this is. Xuandu sneered. Xuandu took out an emerald jade token. Wansho Taoism's arrow of command? Mosquito Daoran's expression suddenly froze. Wansho Taoism's arrow of command was released. All the disciples of Wansho Taoism nearby came to help. I remember that you ate one of the favorite disciples of the Tongtian sect master, right? And the Tongtian sect master seems to be nearby. Xuandu sneered. Mosquito Daoran's face twitched, but he didn't have any intention of stepping forward. The Tongtian sect master was nearby? If he was attracted, wouldn't he be dead meat? Forget it. Gu Hai, you do it yourself. I won't get into trouble. Mosquito Daoran said with a bitter smile. No need. You've already helped me. Gu Hai said with a smile. As he spoke, Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. When he opened his eyes, a breathtaking aura was emitted from Gu Hai's eyes. Mosquito Daoran suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He looked at Gu Hai in horror. Around them, countless officials suddenly knelt down. Fear appeared on their faces. Even Xuandu, who was far away, felt a chill in his heart. He saw Gu Hai's eyes. His left eye was emitting white light, and his right eye was emitting black light. It was as if he was facing the eyes of heaven. At this moment, Xuandu actually had the urge to kneel. Die. His remaining reason was accompanied by madness. He waved his hand, and 18 sword lights slashed toward the infinite celestial capital. The previous sword seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. At this moment there were 18 swords. The entire void was distorted. Gu Hai raised his head. His eyes were filled with a strange light as he looked at the 18 sword lights. This time, he didn't forcibly resist like before. This was because this time, Taishang's heartless sword formation seemed to have changed shape in Gu Hai's eyes. Thin black and white lines were extremely strange. The life and death eye. In just an instant, Gu Hai saw the full appearance of the sword formation. He also found the key point in an instant. The formation moved like a huge fishing net toward the infinite celestial capital. On the fishing net, a black line seemed to be the main hub, pulling the balance of the 4 directions. Gu Hai only took the immortal slaying flying knife this time. Treasure, please turn around. Whoosh. Under the control of Gu Hai's mind, the immortal slaying flying knife rushed toward the black line. Chapter 778. Immortal slaying flying dagger? Haha, you couldn't even block one of my swords just now, and you want to embarrass yourself with it? The crazy Xuandu roared with a trembling voice. Boom. The 18 giant swords slashed down instantly with irresistible force, as if they could destroy the world. The limitless heavenly capital was about to be destroyed. Although Mosquito Daoran was terrified by Gu Hai's eye of life and death, he was more shocked. That's not a weak point. The flying dagger can't go in that direction. because in the next moment, the entire limitless heavenly capital was about to be destroyed. However, Gu Hai was extremely determined. The immortal slaying flying dagger turned into a stream of light and shot into the sky. Under Xuandu's control, a long sword went straight for the immortal slaying flying dagger, as if he wanted to destroy it completely. However, in Gu Hai's eyes, countless white lines covered the sky and covered the earth. However, there was a gap between the lines. The flying dagger was extremely thin. It twisted and passed through instantly without touching anything. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the immortal slaying flying dagger disappeared in a flash. What? Xuandu was slightly stunned. Xing! The golden light of the immortal slaying flying dagger suddenly appeared, illuminating the world. Then, it instantly shot back and returned to the immortal slaying gourd. The countless sword chi in the surroundings instantly collapsed, turning into a mass of sword energy and dissipating into thin air. The 18 giant swords also suddenly retracted and disappeared. The formation is broken? Mosquito Dauren looked confused. What just happened? The immortal slaying flying dagger went out and came back? The Taishang sect's heartless sword formation was broken? That didn't make sense? All the momentum disappeared. Xuandu also suddenly became clear, and he looked shocked. Why did you guys stop? Halfway through his sentence, Xuandu's words suddenly stopped, and his face twitched. That was because the 18 Taishang sect's disciples all had their heads sent flying, and blood splattered everywhere. They fell from the sky. A trace of confusion flashed across Mosquito Dauren's eyes. Xian Du's eyelids twitched. No, it's impossible. Taishang's heartless sword formation has no flaws. The 18 of them have turned into swords and are invulnerable. You can't break his sword body. Xuandu looked at Gu Hai with a trace of horror. 19 of them had gone to the heavenly palace, and they had all died in the blink of an eye? However, at this moment, Gu Hai did not pay attention to Xuandu. Instead, he suddenly looked towards the sky. Previously, he couldn't see it with the naked eye, but now, with the eye of life and death, he could see it clearly. In the sky above the boundless celestial capital, there were currently some white and black lines forming the 64 hexagrams. 64 hexagrams? Jiang Lianshan's surveillance? Treasure, please turn around. Gu Hai shouted coldly again. Swish! The immortal slaying flying saber flew out again. Xian Du's expression immediately changed. He seemed to want to block it. However, at this moment, the immortal slaying flying blade did not charge towards him. Instead, it suddenly shot towards the empty sky. Boom! With a loud sound in the sky, the immortal slaying flying blade flew back. At the same time, a large amount of golden light of the 8 trigrams suddenly appeared in the sky. However, at this moment, it was shattered by the immortal slaying flying blade. 64 hexagrams? Mosquito Dauren's expression darkened. At the same time, in Shenong City, the Flame God Hall, Jiang Lianshan and a young lady in red were staring at a mirror arranged by 64 hexagrams. The scene inside was precisely the scene of the boundless celestial capital. In the scene, Gu Hai opened his eye of life and death and beheaded 18 people from Heavenly Palace with one strike. The second strike seemed to have shot out from the mirror. Boom! With a loud sound, the mirror in the main hall suddenly exploded. The scene of the boundless celestial capital could no longer be seen. That eye just now? Gu Hai's eyes are so evil, the young lady in red said with a gloomy expression. Gu Hai? Ha, he's really growing up fast. This method is really strange. Jiang Lianshan frowned. Old man, Long Zhanguo raised him. Do you want to raise him too? Don't raise him too much. It's time to kill him, right? The young lady in red said coldly. No, he needs to play chess with old man Guanxi. Girl, don't touch him without my permission. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. Call me Jingwei, the young lady said somewhat stubbornly. Boundless celestial capital. Gu Hai broke the 64 hexagrams in the sky and looked coldly at Xuandu again. Xuandu suddenly quivered, as if everything about him was seen through by Gu Hai's eyes. The hair on his back suddenly stood on end. Just now, when he had the sword formation, he felt like kneeling. Now that the sword formation was gone, a great threat of death instantly shrouded his heart. Gotcha! Without hesitation, Xuandu instantly crushed the arrow in his hand. Stop! Mosquito Doran's expression suddenly changed and he cried out in alarm. Boom! Wanshou Taoism's arrow exploded in Xuandu's hand. In an instant, above the starry sky, a beam of starlight shot down like a searchlight. It went straight up and down, allowing everyone to see it instantly. Those with good eyesight would be able to see it immediately no matter where they were in the divine continent. Gu Hai, I'll take shelter first. Mosquito Doran's expression changed, and he turned around and shot into the distance. Swish! Mosquito Doran disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai also instantly knew what was going on. Xuandu's request for help seemed to have gotten out of hand. More importantly, the Eye of Life and Death couldn't be used without limit. Just now, it had consumed too much of the spiritual Mother Divine King's divine power. He instantly retracted it. The Eye of Life and Death couldn't be used. 1. Gu Hai's eyes returned to normal, and the pressure on everyone suddenly disappeared. Your Majesty, that was really incredible! Miao Chun immediately said excitedly. Your Majesty, this subject felt like he was facing heavenly might. Mo Yike said with a smile. The various subjects stood up excitedly. No one noticed that Xuandu shot out the arrow of command. They only saw that the Taishang Dao disciples, except for Xuandu, died. Everyone rejoiced. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai's stern gaze turned solemn. In the distance, when Xuandu saw Gu Hai put away the Eye of Life and Death, his expression also changed. It seemed like Xuandu guessed that the Eye of Life and Death could not be used continuously. However, the arrow of command was already shot out, and there was no turning back. Gu Hai, just wait for death, Xuandu said with a ferocious expression. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of black wind swept over from the northeast. As the gust of wind blew past, the surrounding Dragon Clan and Black Tortoise Clan were instantly blown away. Xuandu was the first to get blown away by the wind. Ao Shun and Ao Xing's battle also came to an abrupt end. They were blown away by the wind. Shangguan Hen and Supremacy Fengyue were also blown hundreds of kilometers away by the wind. The battle came to a sudden halt as well. At this moment, even the limitless sky was moved hundreds of miles away by the wind. The only ones who were not blown away were Kong Xian and the Fire Emperor. However, the demonic aura and flames around the two of them were also blown away in an instant. The ground below was torn apart by the strong wind, and huge craters were formed. Rocks flew into the sky, and the world was turned upside down. Rumble! The rolling wind gradually calmed down. Everyone also saw the source of the wind. It was a man wearing a beautiful black robe. He stood in the air, and his body did not emit much of an aura. However, just by fighting in the air, he emitted a domineering aura of the Tongtian Dao. The man swung his sleeves. The surrounding dragon race and Xuanwu race instinctively felt their hearts palpitate. They actually prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. When Ao Xing saw the black-robed man, his eyelids suddenly twitched violently, and his face was filled with shock. Autarch Fengyue immediately became much more obedient. She flew to one side. Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun's faces were gloomy. They quickly flew back to the limitless sky capital. However, just as they flew near the black-robed man, their hearts beat wildly. A huge pressure made the two of them suddenly have the urge to kneel down and kowtow. Greetings, Sect Master. Xuandu immediately bowed respectfully. Tongtian Sect Master? Gu Hai's face darkened. The person who came was the leader of the Wanshou Taoism, the Tongtian Sect Master. When the Tongtian Sect Master saw the signal arrow, he immediately rushed over. When he arrived, the surroundings were in chaos. The Tongtian sect master's face darkened. Turning his head, the Tongtian sect master looked at Kong Xian and the Fire Emperor, who were in the air. Fire Emperor, you're getting worse and worse. You're not even a match for a little peacock? The Tongtian sect master revealed a cold smile. Tongtian sect master? The Fire Emperor's eyes flashed with a monstrous hatred. If you continue to look at me like that, I'll let you reunite with your 6 brothers. The Tongtian sect master's eyes flashed with a cold light. You! The Fire Emperor glared but didn't dare to retort. At the entrance of the soaring sky palace, Shangguan Hen whispered, 6 of the 7 Phoenix brothers were killed by the Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai's face darkened. In the distance, Kong Xian flew towards Gu Hai. The Tongtian sect master stood in the air. The Fire Emperor had a huge temper, but he didn't dare to vent it on the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master laughed coldly as he looked at the Fire Emperor. He then turned his head to look at Kong Xian, who had flown behind Gu Hai. He revealed a look of suspicion. Although the Tongtian sect master had ridiculed the Fire Emperor, he knew how powerful the Fire Emperor was. Was this the great Myojin? When did he become so powerful? And why was he standing behind Gu Hai? The Tongtian squinted his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Just a casual glance gave Gu Hai immense pressure. It was as if he had seen Long Zhangguo's ferocious glare when he was at his peak. Was the Tongtian the same as well? When the Tongtian sect master arrived, all the fighting stopped. All the grudges stopped. Although he didn't release much of his aura, there was a huge aura around him that enveloped everyone. In this aura, he was the most powerful. He was the heavens, and they were ant. The Tongtian sect master looked coldly at everyone around him, then turned his head to look at Xian Du. You were the one who broke the commander's arrow? The Tongtian sect master asked coldly. Yes. Xian Du lowered his head and didn't dare to raise it. The commander's arrow is not to be used unless it is a major incident that affects the foundation of Wanshou Taoism. Once it is used, anyone who sees the commander's arrow must give up everything and arrive immediately, including the sect leader himself. You should understand. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Although the Tongtian sect master only described the function of the commander's arrow, his words were filled with threat. Dispatch me? If you don't affect the foundation of the sect, no one can save you. Yes, I understand. But now, I have something important to report to the sect leader. Please make the decision. Xian Du said solemnly. The Tongtian sect master said in a low voice. Zhang Yulian stole the Tai Chi diagram and eloped with Gu Hai. The one she left behind in Wanshou Taoism is a fake. The Tai Chi diagram is one of the foundations of Wanshou Taoism. I found Gu Hai and couldn't take it. Please make the decision. Xian Du lowered his head and reported. Oh. The Tongtian sect master frowned. Also, I found out that Long Zhangguo's Warring State's Immortal Dome is in Gu Hai's hands. The Fire Emperor is here to take the Immortal Dome. Xian Du lowered his head and reported. Immortal Dome? The Tongtian sect master's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look at Gu Hai. Chapter 779. While the Tongtian sect master and Xuandu were talking, Kong Xian whispered to Gu Hai. Your Majesty, this Tongtian sect master is a first-generation Tongtian. Wanshou Taoism and Solar God Shrine have clashed many times in the past 800,000 years. The Tongtian has killed Tai several times, and Tai has killed Tongtian several times. However, those Tongtian that were killed were not first-generation Tongtian, just like how Zhang Yulian of the Taishang sect was not a first-generation Taishang. However, Tai has always been that Tai, Kong Xian whispered. Gu Hai's face suddenly darkened. Kong Xian had made it clear that the Tongtian sect master was more powerful than Tai. However, from the performance just now, it was clear that the Fire Emperor was very afraid of the Tongtian. Immortal Dome? The Tongtian sect master's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look at Gu Hai. The Tongtian sect master looked over, and suddenly, a strong pressure rushed into the square of the soaring sky hall. The expressions of the Dahan officials changed, as if they were about to kneel down under the pressure. Buzz! Kong Xian released his aura and helped everyone block the Tongtian sect master's gaze. However, the officials were still sweating. Under the strong pressure, Gu Hai blocked it with his strong will. Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Gu Hai, greets the Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai stepped forward and said solemnly. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Is the Taishang sect's Taiji diagram in your hands? Is the Long Zhanghua sect's immortal dome in your hands? Long Zhanggua's immortal dome has been destroyed in the heavenly realm. Everyone knows that. The Taiji diagram of the Taishang Dao? Never seen it before. Your Excellency is a Tongtian. It should not be difficult to see that this is Xuandu's excuse. Gu Hai shook his head. The Taiji diagram is definitely in your and Zhang Yulian's hands. The Fire Emperor was the one who said that. Xian Du glared at him. Xuandu understood the consequences of deceiving the Tongtian sect master, so he naturally roared out immediately. The Tongtian sect master suddenly looked towards the Fire Emperor. Seeing the Fire Emperor, Tongtian revealed a cold smile. Fire Emperor? It seems that Xian Qiong is right. Gu Hai's expression darkened. What did he mean by the immortal dome was unmistakable. The Tongtian sect master didn't explain to Gu Hai. Instead, he looked at the Fire Emperor and said, "You didn't have the ability to take it back then. Now you don't have the right either. On account of Jiang Lianshan, scram." The Fire Emperor glared at him. Tongtian, you want to steal my immortal dome too? It's not that I'm looking down on you. With your abilities, you want to steal my immortal dome? Leave now. If not, don't blame me for being impolite. As the Tongtian spoke, he waved his hand. Don't even think about it. The Fire Emperor flew into a rage. The entire area was dyed purple. Vaguely, one could see a gigantic purple sword light flying towards the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor's expression changed as he transformed into a phoenix and swiped its claws towards the sword. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the phoenix was sent flying. Its entire body was crackling with electricity. The purple sword retracted and returned to the Tongtian sect master's sleeves. The Fire Emperor was in an extremely sorry state as blood splattered all over his body. One move? Kong Xian's face fell. He had always known that the Tongtian sect master was powerful. However, he didn't expect him to be so ferocious. He defeated the Fire Emperor in one move? He had fought with him for half a day. Cough cough. Pooh. Tongtian sect master, just you wait, just you wait. The Fire Emperor flew towards the south in grief. If it weren't for Jiang Lianshan, you would have been reunited with your 6 brothers. Tongtian spoke coldly. He defeated the Fire Emperor in one move. Everyone in the surroundings was aghast. Feng Yu and Ao Xing's expressions turned ugly as they stood far away, not daring to interfere. Tongtian sect master? The strength he displayed was actually not weaker than the Long Zhanghua of the past? How could such a strong person be defeated in one move? Xian Du also didn't dare to interrupt. After defeating the Fire Emperor in one move, the Tongtian sect master once again looked towards Gu Hai in the soaring sky palace square. At this moment, everything seemed to be under the control of the Tongtian sect master. Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, Ao Shun, Mo Yike, Chen Tianshan, Gao Xianji, Montez and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. They weren't even on the same level. Even a fierce person like Kong Xian wouldn't be a match for the Tongtian sect master. I'm meat on the chopping block? Facing the Tongtian sect master's strength, everyone felt a deep sense of helplessness. He was too strong. He was unshakable. Gu Hai's eye of life and death couldn't be used now. Gu Hai understood that even if he used the eye of life and death, he wouldn't be a match for the Tongtian sect master. The ability to defeat the Fire Emperor so easily wasn't something he could contend against. Gu Hai? I've heard about you for a long time. Ever since Long Zhanghua took you as his trusted aide, your name has been known throughout the world. However, sometimes reputation can't feed you. Long Zhanghua has fallen. You should understand your situation. Alright, hand over the Taiji diagram. Also, Long Zhanggua's immortal dome. You don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Hand it over to me. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. The Tongtian sect master's tone was unquestionable. It was as if he was ordering Gu Hai to hand over everything. Tongtian sect master? Just based on Xiandu's words, you're so sure that these two items are with me? Aren't you being too presumptuous? Xiandu only spoke blindly to protect his life. Could it be that you're so muddle-headed as to be manipulated by him? Gu Hai suddenly said coldly. Muddle-headed? Gu Hai was scolding the Tongtian for being muddle-headed? Xiandu was stunned. In the distance, Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu and Ao Xing were also stunned. Was Gu Hai tired of living? He dared to insult the Tongtian when he was questioning him? The Tongtian wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he wanted to destroy you, he would destroy you. Kong Xian and the others behind him were also anxious. They didn't know why His Majesty was being so rude. Did His Majesty think that he could fight with him? Mobilizing the power of the Dahan Empire? It couldn't be. With the power of the Dahan Empire and 300 cities, even if all the citizens lent their power to His Majesty, it wouldn't be enough. The Tongtian was too strong. Just like Long Zhanghua back then, how could they fight with him? No one dared to interrupt. In a distant mountain forest, the mosquito Dauren transformed into a small mosquito and hid in a crack in a rock. He was also shocked. Gu Hai isn't going to hide his strength anymore? Is he going to fight with the Tongtian sect master? The mosquito Doran's eyes flashed. Muddle-headed? The Tongtian sect master's eyes also suddenly turned cold. The Tongtian didn't admire Gu Hai like the Long Zhanghua. With the Tongtian's murderous nature, he would kill if he wanted to. He had no fear in his heart. Based on what you said just now, I have no reason to spare you. Xiandu lied? He wouldn't dare to lie in front of me. That's why I believe him. Hand it over immediately. Otherwise, I'll crush your city and you into pieces, the Tongtian sect master said with a cold expression. Crush it into pieces? What a Wanshou Taoism Tongtian sect master. I heard from Zhang Yulian that in the past, the Wanshou Taoism was controlled by the Taishang Taoism. When the Taishang was alive, he respected the will of heaven above and was benevolent to all living things below. He never resorted to trickery and never did evil to the world. Who would have thought that the Taishang is no longer here? The Tongtian sect master really has a murderous nature. Gu Hai said coldly. The Tongtian sect master sneered as he looked at the people behind Gu Hai. What a troublesome thing. No wonder Long Zhanghua thinks so highly of you. However, this is useless against me. If I want to kill you, I can kill you. If you don't tell me, I'll start with your subordinates and kill them one by one. The expressions of Shangguan Hen, Ao Shun, Kong Xian, Gao Xianji, and the others all changed. Kong Xian's eyes flashed with anger as he was about to step forward. Slap! Gu Hai reached out and stopped Kong Xian. Kong Xian was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Hai looked at the Tongtian sect master and said with a cold smile, Tongtian sect master, do you really think that no one in the infinite celestial capital is your match? Xuandu was stunned. On the other side, Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Xing's expressions also darkened. What does Gu Hai mean? Is there anyone in the infinite celestial capital who is a match for the Tongtian sect master? That's impossible, right? Why didn't he come out earlier? Even Ao Shun, Kong Xian, and Shangguan Hen were at a loss. Even they weren't a match for the Tongtian sect master. Who else could it be? What other experts were hidden in the infinite celestial capital? Gu Hai's tone was resolute. He didn't cower in the slightest in the face of the Tongtian sect master, as if he really did have something to rely on. However, there weren't many people in the world who could reach the level of the Tongtian sect master, and those few people couldn't possibly defend the country for Gu Hai. Besides, they might not necessarily be a match for the Tongtian sect master. Where did Gu Hai's reliance come from? The Tongtian sect master also narrowed his eyes and coldly swept his gaze over the infinite celestial capital. Strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Heh, it's fine if you used words to trick that brat Xiu in the past, but now you want to trick me too? I'll also give you a chance. If your infinite celestial capital can take one of my attacks, I'll spare your lives. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Take one of your attacks? Heh, if I can take one of the Tongtian sect master's attacks, would I still need your forgiveness? Gu Hai sneered. That's right. If you can take one of my attacks, then you don't need my forgiveness. Humph, if you can take one of my attacks, then I'll ignore you and leave immediately. But if you can't, heh. The Tongtian sect master sneered. If you can't, then you'll all die. No one can save you. The officials of the infinite celestial capital finally panicked. They looked at Gu Hai, not knowing what to do. If that's the case, then I'll invite someone, Gu Hai said coldly. At the side, Xuandu looked at Gu Hai as if he was looking at a dead man. He still dared to negotiate with the sect master? This Gu Hai must have lost his mind. The sect master also found it strange. Why did he agree to Gu Hai's requests? The sect master's personality had always been to do whatever he wanted. If it were in the past, he would have killed Gu Hai with one finger. Gu Hai invited someone? There were no more experts in the infinite celestial capital. How could he invite someone? All the officials were at a loss. Then, they saw Gu Hai reach out and grab the life entrapment blade. He twisted his hand. Buzz! The surroundings suddenly changed rapidly. In the middle of the change, fog shot in all directions. At the center of the fog, a huge opening suddenly opened, like a black hole in the void. Once the black hole appeared, Zhang Sanfeng and the others all ran far away. However, Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun had a strange look in their eyes. Wasn't this the passage that transported Sun Wukong last time? Was Sun Wukong going to be transported back again? However, Gu Hai suddenly said, Gu Hai of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty invites the Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai invited the Tongtian sect master, and the countless officials around were stunned. What did he mean? Formation, Cloud Beast? Mo Yike said in shock. Formation of Cloud Beast? In the past, he formed Zhang Sanfeng and Dongfang and was undefeated. Was he going to form a Tongtian sect master now? Was he going to use the Cloud Beast to fight the real Tongtian sect master against the real Tongtian sect master? But would that work? Xuandu, who was not far away, also opened his mouth in shock. Was Gu Hai crazy? Chess Cloud Beast? It's not like we don't know about that. But you want to fight the real Tongtian sect master? Have you lost your mind? Boom! Suddenly, a purplish-black gas gushed out of the cave, and a terrifying pressure slowly spread out from the cave. Everyone thought that it was the Tongtian sect master who was forming the Cloud Beast. However, only Gu Hai knew that it was not a Cloud Beast this time, but a summoning to teleport the Tongtian sect master from Earth's celestial world over. The Heavenly Lord of Prime Clarity from Earth's celestial world was going to fight the Wanshou Taoism's Tongtian sect master. Boom! 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 From the black hole, purplish-black gas rushed into the sky. Suddenly, a right foot stepped out from the purplish-black gas. Chapter 780. Boom! A foot stepped out of the black hole. As the foot stepped out, more purplish-black gas soared into the sky. At the same time, Billions of sword chi appeared out of thin air and surrounded the figure that stepped out slowly. When Gu Hai started setting up the array, the Tongtian sect master didn't think much of it. After all, his immortal slaying sword array was the most powerful sword array in the world. Especially in the battle 6 years ago, the heaven-splitting axe, the cauldron of Qiankuan, the chaos bell, and the fragments of the apocalypse were all integrated into his 7 immortal slaying sword. The Tongtian was confident that no Dharma treasure in the world could compare to his 7 immortal slaying swords. Even if old man Guanxi set up an array, he was confident that he could destroy it, let alone a mere Gu Hai. When Gu Hai said, "Please welcome the Tongtian sect master," the Tongtian sect master knew what array it was. Wasn't this the array that old man Guanxi set up in the past? Using an array to form a cloud beast? Imitating an expert? When old man Guanxi set up an array, even he wasn't afraid, let alone a chess array. To imitate an expert, one had to know everything about the expert. Do you, Gu Hai, know anything about me? Ridiculous. Even old man Guanxi didn't dare to say that he would form me. You still have the nerve to do that? Originally, the Tongtian sect master didn't think much of the cloud beast. However, when the foot stepped out, the Tongtian sect master's pupils suddenly shrank. Sword chi. That's right, the sword aura surrounding the cloud beast contained a ferocious aura within it. This was his unique technique. The cloud beast in front of him could form too? The sword chi formed around the guard. Obviously, the cloud beast that hadn't appeared yet had started to cover its surroundings and protect itself. Boom! With a loud sound, the array formed by Gu Hai retreated, and the black hole disappeared. However, the cloud beast had already formed. The purplish-black aura that surrounded him was somewhat similar to that of the Tongtian sect master. However, as he landed, the sword chi and black aura in the surroundings gradually decreased. Slowly, a man in a black brocade robe with an extraordinary bearing appeared. The man stood in the air and did not release much of his aura. However, he gave people a feeling of indomitable spirit. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. In the infinite celestial capital, countless swords suddenly began to vibrate. Buzz! Countless people clutched their swords, their faces filled with shock. My Taiji sword? This is? Zhang Sanfeng pressed down on his sword in shock. Dongfang's invincible thin needles also trembled incessantly. What's going on? Dugu Qiubai asked in surprise. Sword? It seems to be worshipping the emperor. Shimen Chueshua frowned. Pay respects to the emperor? Dongfang Bubi's expression darkened. Yes, this black-robed man is like the king of all swords in the world. When he appears, the hearts of millions of swords move, as if they are worshipping him. Shimen Chueshua's eyelids twitched wildly. The black-robed man stood in the air, not looking at anyone. Instead, he looked up at the sky. He took a deep breath. 6 immortal dome? Huh. The black-robed man seemed to be excited as he laughed out loud. Greetings, Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Buzz! The black-robed man turned his head. Huh! Everyone's expression froze. Is that the Tongtian sect master? He doesn't look like him at all. Yeah, other than their swordsmanship auras, they don't look the same at all. Is that the Tongtian sect master, the cloud beast that His Majesty created with the array formation? Everyone suddenly felt like they were looking at a fake Tongtian. More importantly, this fake did not look like him at all. Although they were full of doubts, no one spoke. When the black-robed man saw Gu Hai, he suddenly smiled and bowed slightly. Tongtian from the Jie sect greets Mr. Good. Dahan is in trouble this time, so I asked for your forgiveness, sect master. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Ha 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 ha. You don't have to do that. I'm happy that you found me. The black-robed man laughed. Because the attacker is also a Tongtian sect master. You should know him. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. The Tongtian from the Jie sect turned his head and looked. When he looked, a look of scrutiny flashed across the Tongtian's eyes. That look did not affect Wanshou Tongtian much, but Xuandu, who was beside him, suddenly trembled as if he was under the pressure of heaven. He almost knelt down. In the distance, Ao Xing and Feng Yu had already opened their mouths wide. This aura? It's actually not weaker than the Tongtian sect master? Really, what a powerful aura! The two of them were at a loss as they talked. Did they see a ghost? Tongtian sect master? And then a Tongtian sect master appeared? Mosquito Daoran in the distance was also shocked. Mosquito Daoran suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Why did it turn into a Tongtian? Why did it turn into a Tongtian? This aura is completely the same. No, it's different, but it's equally perverted. They're both perverted things, Mosquito Daoran said in shock. Although the Tongtian from the Jie sect did not pose much of a threat to Wanshou Tongtian, that look made Wanshou Tongtian's eyes focus. Tongtian sect master? Which generation are you? Why don't I know you? Wanshou Tongtian suddenly said with a cold look in his eyes. This person did not look like him. Could it be another Tongtian sect master from the Wanshou Taoism during his reincarnation? After all, those Tongtian had only obtained his inheritance, not his first generation. They were just puppets looking for the essence of the sword Dao for him. But the person in front of him was not among those puppets. The Tongtian from the Jie sect looked at Wanshou Tongtian with a hint of curiosity. In the immortal world on Earth, the Tongtian from the Jie sect also knew about the 6 paths of immortality. He had heard from Gu Hai that there was a famous person like him. So it was him? I don't care who you are. There can only be one Tongtian sect master in this world, Wanshou Tongtian said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve. A purple long sword suddenly appeared on his right hand. The long sword was simple and unadorned, but it had a breathtaking aura. One look at it made one's heart jump. Previously, it was only the light of the immortal slaying sword that dealt with the Fire Emperor. Now, it was the physical body of the immortal slaying sword. It could be seen how much importance he attached to the Tongtian from the Jie sect. The immortal slaying sword appeared. Countless sword sounds in all directions became more intense. This time, it was as if they were worshipping the immortal slaying sword. Xian Du quickly retreated with a trace of fear. No matter what the cloud beast condensed by Gu Hai was like, the level of the next battle could be seen from how the sect master attached so much importance to it. Xian Du did not dare to be affected by the aftermath, and quickly hid. The immortal slaying sword, the best sword in the world. When it was used by the Tongtian from the Wanshou Taoism, no force in the world would have to retreat. The experts in the endless celestial capital were worried. Even Gu Hai clenched his fists and waited. Oh? Immortal slaying sword? Tongtian's eyes lit up. In the next moment, he saw the Tongtian from the Jie sect also waving his sleeve. Hiss! A purple long sword suddenly appeared on the right hand of the Tongtian from the Jie sect. The long sword was simple and unadorned. It was exactly the same as Wanshou Tongtian's immortal slaying sword. The same purple aura soared into the sky, and the same purple lightning covered the surface of the sword. When the sword was drawn, countless sword sounds came from all directions. Exactly the same? If the two Tongtian sect masters did not look the same, one would think that they were looking at a mirror. Another immortal slaying sword? Kong Xian was shocked. Not only Kong Xian, but everyone around was also dumbfounded. Gu Hai condensed a replica of the Tongtian sect master, but he also made a replica of the immortal slaying sword. Is it the real immortal slaying sword? Mosquito Daoran's eyes almost popped out of their socket. Others might not be able to tell the difference, but Mosquito Daoran had suffered from the immortal slaying sword before. With the help of his clan's supernatural powers, he could confirm it at a glance. Is there a second immortal slaying sword in the world? Wanshou Tongtian's feelings were not much different from the others at the moment. He was a little depressed and confused. Do you think the immortal slaying sword is so easy to refine? He only had this one immortal slaying sword after so many years, but Gu Hai could condense it with a formation. The replica in front of him seemed to be getting more and more evil. Gu Hai, your chess formation is really good. Ah, it's a pity that a fake is a fake. Can you take my sword? Wanshou Tongtian's eyes turned cold. As he spoke, he swung the immortal slaying sword in his hand. Boom! The full strength of the Tongtian sect master's sword was terrifying. When the sword was slashed out, it did not carry the sword momentum, but the momentum of the heavens. When the sword was slashed out, the sky behind the Tongtian sect master seemed to collapse. It collapsed into the immortal slaying sword and was released towards the Tongtian of the Jie sect. That sword was the end of the world, a great destruction. When they saw that sword, many experts trembled. When facing this sword, they didn't think of resisting, but rather of despair. The moment Wanshou Tongtian slashed out, the Tongtian of the Jie sect also moved. Intercepting the power of the heavens and the earth for one's own use? Intercepting the sword? I know how to do that too. The Tongtian of the Jie sect flashed with excitement for battle. Boom! The Tongtian of the Jie sect also slashed out with his sword. When the sword was slashed out, the sky on this side also seemed to collapse as the sword slashed towards the other party. The same immortal slaying sword, the same sword technique, and the same earth-shattering power collided in the void. At this moment, Xuandu, Ao Xing, and Feng Yu felt their scalps go numb. At the same time, they were extremely scared. What's wrong with me? How dare I come here to destroy the limitless celestial capital? The two swords collided in the void. At the moment of collision, the void suddenly tore open at the tip of the sword. Boom! Countless cracks tore through the void. Everywhere they went, everything was torn into pieces. A huge black hole radiated in all directions in an instant during the big explosion. Oh no! Gu Hai's expression changed. He quickly used the life entrapment saber to set up a formation to protect the limitless celestial capital. Even so, the limitless celestial capital was instantly shrouded by the black hole as if it was going to be crushed. Roar! In the sky above the limitless celestial capital, the golden dragon of destiny roared and surged towards the periphery of the formation. The formation shook, and only then did it manage to protect the limitless celestial capital. However, it couldn't hold on for long. Fortunately, after the two Tongtian sect masters' swords collided, they both withdrew their swords. Rumble! The rolling storm swept up countless mountains and trees to fill up the shattered black hole. After a while, the huge black hole was filled up amidst the smoke and dust. The limitless celestial capital shook, and almost collapsed. Gu Hai was still in a state of shock. That was a close call. The fog slowly dispersed, but the others seemed to have forgotten about the danger just now. They couldn't wait to look at the two Tongtian sect master.